Throughout most of the history of philosophy, a strong distinction has been acknowledged between the mental and the physical. Many philosophers, notably René Descartes, thought it simply obvious that the mind was not anything like matter. Moreover, most of the religions of the world reinforced this idea by insisting that human beings are essentially immaterial or immortal souls capable of surviving the deaths of their bodies. Today, this idea is known as substance dualism, in reference to the two substances, mental and physical, which it entails. As J.P. Moreland and Scott B. Ray explain, at its root, dualism simply means twoism, and it expresses a commitment to the proposition that two items in question are in fact two different entities or kinds of entities instead of being identical to one another. But all of this began to change with the advent of modern science. Throughout the 20th century, the idea that human beings are purely physical entities became dominant and remains the majority view among philosophers right down to the present. However, there have been a recent series of publications challenging the viability of this physicalist picture of the world, instead insisting that there are sound reasons to believe in an immaterial mind after all. This series will review and defend several of these arguments for substance dualism and offer objections to the physicalism which currently prevails in academia. This will take us deep into the field of philosophy of mind. As this field is complex and can be intimidating to newcomers, this first video in the series will merely introduce viewers to the mind-body problem within philosophy of mind. We will explore the major contenders and concepts involved. My hope is that this will make the subsequent videos detailing the case for substance dualism more accessible to viewers. This is an introduction to the mind-body problem. There are broadly three positions one can take when it comes to the relationship between mind and matter. These are physicalism, dualism, and idealism. In the modern era, the most popular of these is physicalism, the thesis that the mind just is physical in some sense. As Jaegwon Kim triumphantly declares, no serious competitor to physicalism is visible on the horizon. Today, any proposed general ontology of the world, not just views about the mind-body relation, is defined by its relationship to materialism, the position that the world consists exclusively of bits of matter and structures made up of bits of matter, all behaving in accordance with physical law. Everything is an arrangement of matter, and living organisms and minded creatures are no exception. There are, of course, a variety of types of physicalism. Given just how many varieties there are, I am forced to be somewhat brief in my overview of them here. One historically important and currently prominent version of physicalism is known as identity theory. This theory seeks to identify the mind with the brain or with some part of it. As John Heil explains, proponents of the identity theory side with behaviorists against the Cartesian notion that minds are non-material substances, but stand with the Cartesians against the behaviorist contention that having a mind is nothing more than behaving or being disposed to behave in particular ways. Identity theorists argue that states of mind are genuine inner states of agents possessing them. These states, as neuroscience will someday reveal, are states of our brains. Mental states are identical with brain states. Mental states are states of brains. The identity theory appeals to anyone attracted to the idea that minds are just brains. Another physicalist theory of mind is known as behaviorism. Behaviorism identifies mental properties with certain behavioral properties of the human body. These behavioral properties can roughly be described as something like dispositions to act in particular ways in certain circumstances. Anthony Kenny explains, behaviorists maintain that when we attribute mental states or events to people, we are really making roundabout statements about their actual or hypothetical bodily behavior. Behaviorism attempts to reduce mentalistic items, such as belief and desire, to physical dispositions or bodily movement. Still another type of physicalism is called functionalism. According to functionalism, mental states are to be identified with the roles which they play within the body, as opposed to their composition or constitution. Again, John Heil says, Functionalists begin with a shared set of insights and convictions, then spin these out in different ways. Earlier, we saw that functionalism blossomed with the advent of computing machines. We distinguish programs and computations from the hardware said to realize these. And, functionalists contend, we can deploy the same distinction in explicating the mind. Think of minds as devices running software on complex chunks of hardware. In the case of human beings, the human brain. Just as computational operations are realized by processes in the hardware of a computing machine without being identical with those processes, so states of mind are realized by states of the brain without being identical with those states. All of these types of physicalism are characterized by their attempt to reduce the mental to something physical. Hence, they are classed within the family of theories known as reductive materialism. But not all physicalists want to reduce the mental to the physical. Some firmly believe that this cannot be done, for although the mind is not something distinct from the body or brain, it nevertheless cannot be described fully in terms of those things. This view is known as non-reductive materialism. Nancy Murphy is a representative of this perspective, and she explains it as follows. For dualists, the concept of the soul serves the purpose of explaining what we might call humans' higher capacities. These include a kind of rationality that goes beyond that of animals, as well as morality. A reductive view would say that if there is no soul, then people must not be truly rational, moral, or religious. That is, what was taken in the past to be rationality, morality, and spirituality is really nothing but brain processes. The non-reductive physicalist says instead that if there is no soul, then these higher human capacities must be explained in a different manner. In part, they are explainable as brain functions, but their full explanation requires attention to human social relations and to cultural factors. Still, other physicalists deny that the mental can be reduced to the physical, not because they think that mental items like thoughts and beliefs can't be analyzed in terms of physical items, but rather because they deny that such mental items exist in the first place. This position, known as eliminative materialism, is probably the most extreme form of physicalism. Paul Churchland advocates for this view, and he describes it this way. Eliminative materialism doubts that the correct neuroscientific account of human capacities will produce a neat reduction of our common sense framework. As the eliminative materialist sees it, the one-to-one matchups will not be found, and our common sense psychological framework will not enjoy an inner theoretic reduction because our common sense psychological framework is a false and radically misleading conception of the causes of human behavior and the nature of cognitive activity. On this view, folk psychology is not just an incomplete representation of our inner natures, it is an outright misrepresentation of our internal states and activities. Finally, there is supervenience materialism, which can be defined as the thesis that mental properties supervene upon particular physical states of affairs. As Edward Feser says, one thing supervenes on another just in case there could not be a difference in the first without there being a difference in the second. Materialism can accordingly be understood as the claim that all real objects, properties, and processes, including those of the mind, supervene on purely physical objects, properties, and processes. Nothing that happens, and in particular nothing mental can happen at all, unless something happens at the purely physical level, and ultimately at the level of the most fundamental entities postulated by physics. Unlike reductionism, this need not entail that the basic entities are, in some sense, all that really exist. It entails only that everything that happens at the level of tables, rocks, mines, etc., ultimately happens only because something happens at the level of fundamental particles. The extent to which supervenience materialism differs from several of the other theories which we have already canvassed is a matter of some controversy, but the complexities of that debate need not concern us here. Further distinctions and qualifications could certainly be given, and they would be necessary if this were intended to be a comprehensive overview of physicalist theories of mind. But in very broad strokes, these are the options open to physicalists: reductive materialism, non-reductive materialism, eliminative materialism, and supervenience materialism. They all have in common the idea that the human mind is fundamentally a physical thing. There is no immaterial soul or any other sort of spooky element to the human person. We are fully made of matter. This brief overview will suffice for our purposes in this series, since the distinctions between various types of physicalism will not concern us much. My intention is to argue against the central assumption inherent within all of them, namely that the mind is not a concrete particular, distinct from the physical material which comprises the body. On the opposite side of the spectrum lies idealism. Whereas physicalism wants to deny that there is any immaterial component to the human person, idealism goes to the other extreme and denies that there is any material component at all, not only to human persons, but also to the universe. For idealists, there is no such thing as a mind-independent reality, because everything is fundamentally mental. As John Foster explains, idealism takes the physical world to be logically created by sensory organization, or by some rich complex of non-physical facts in which this organization centrally features. As such, it rejects both parts of the realist thesis. It takes the physical world to be something whose existence is logically dependent on facts about the human mind, and it holds that physical facts are, in all cases, constituted by non-physical facts. As with physicalism, there are several different varieties of idealism, but again, the distinctions between the various sorts of idealism will not concern us in this series. Both physicalism and idealism are types of monism. Monism is the belief that there is only one type of substance or property. For physicalists, that one substance is physical. For idealists, it is mental. Between these two extremes lies dualism. Dualism maintains that there is not one, but rather two types of substances, physical and mental. As John Foster explains, the dualist takes the mental and the physical realms to be ontologically separate. The dualist gives a radically non-physicalistic account of what exists or occurs within the mind. He takes sensations, thought episodes, decisions, instances of belief, and so on to be wholly non-physical, to be devoid of any intrinsic physical attributes or location in physical space. The dualist thus shares important commitments with both physicalism and with idealism. He accepts the reality of both a mind-independent physical world, as well as the reality of an immaterial mental world. As Charles Taliaferro says, midway between the extremes of radical idealism and the austere materialism just documented lies dualism. The dualist joins the idealist in recognizing a realm of conscious awareness, a realm which is not itself physical, and joins the materialist in recognizing a distinct realm of objects which are not the contents of consciousness. As such, dualism seems to represent a marriage between partners who are forever in tension. A dualist resists the allure of either account alone. As with physicalism and idealism, there are also various types of dualism. There is substance dualism and there is property dualism. Both believe that there is an immaterial element to the human person. The former sees the mind and body as two distinct substances, whereas the latter sees a single substance which possesses both material and immaterial properties. Of greater interest to us throughout this series will be substance dualism, as this is what I intend to defend. There are many types of substance dualism, but they all agree on a few central theses. Brandon Rickabaugh and J.P. Moreland define the minimal commitments of substance dualism as follows. Mere substance dualism. The human person, 1, is comprised of a soul, a fundamental immaterial or spiritual substance, and a physical body. 2, capable of existing without a body, but not without his or her soul. And 3, the mental life of which is possessed and unified by his or her soul. As will be made clear through many of the arguments which I will present later in this series, I am a Cartesian substance dualist. I believe in a radical separation between the mind and the body. I hold that people are immaterial souls capable of existing apart from and surviving the deaths of their physical bodies. Importantly, however, one does not need to accept this very strong sort of dualism in order to affirm the minimal tenets of substance dualism. For example, one need not believe that there are immortal souls, or that minds are actually capable of surviving the death of the body. William Hasker, for example, has developed what he calls emergent dualism, where the immaterial mind emerges from the physical brain. As he explains, Cartesian dualism simply accepts the chasm, postulating the soul as an entity of a completely different nature than the physical, an entity with no essential or internal relationship to the body, which must be added to the body. In rejecting such dualisms, we implicitly affirm that the human mind is produced by the human brain and is not a separate element added to the brain from outside. This leads to the further conclusion that mental properties are emergent. Emergent dualism recognizes that a great many mental processes are irreducibly teleological and cannot be explained by or supervenient upon brain processes that have a complete mechanistic explanation. So the power attributed to matter by emergent dualism amounts to this. When suitably configured, it generates a field of consciousness that is able to function teleologically and to exercise libertarian free will, and the field of consciousness in turn modifies and directs the functioning of the physical brain. Thus, on Hasker's view, the mind is causally dependent upon the brain, but because it is still wholly distinct from the brain, Hasker's view is still a sort of substance dualism. I say all of that just to highlight the reality that there is a fair amount of diversity among dualists. What they hold in common is just the thesis that there is an immaterial mind distinct from the physical body. By itself, substance dualism makes no claims about the essential immortality of the soul or the possibility of its existing apart from the body. But for the purposes of this video, I wish to keep things as simple as possible, so we can broadly think of philosophy of mind as being split into these three different categories: physicalism, dualism, and idealism. Some of my viewers might be wondering about other categories, such as panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is fundamental and that all things have a proto-conscious or mind-like quality. These other perspectives are interesting, but won't be terribly relevant to the remainder of this series, which is intended to argue for substance dualism. As such, I have chosen not to give extensive consideration to some of the more fringe options in the debate over the nature of consciousness in this introductory video. With the advent of modern science, dualism was on the decline among academics for the majority of the 20th century. There was a hopeful optimism among intellectuals that advances in science would fully explain the mind in purely scientific terms, and that dualism was an outdated obstacle which stood in the way of this endeavor. Patricia Churchland expressed the basic sentiment this way: the concept of a non-physical soul looks increasingly like an outdated theoretical curiosity. Anthony Kenny was even harsher, saying, "I regard the inheritance of Descartes as being the single most substantial obstacle to a correct philosophical understanding of the nature of the human mind." But things have begun to shift. Although, as already observed, physicalism remains the majority position among philosophers, it has been challenged with increasing frequency and vigor. In recent years, an impressive series of publications have arrived on the scene from leading philosophers in the field, which are filled with a formidable array of impressive arguments for substance dualism. As Robert Koons and George Bealer say, over the last 50 years or so, materialism has been challenged by a daunting list of arguments, some inspired by classical arguments from the history of philosophy and others wholly new, beginning with the Chisholm-Geach-Putnam attack on behaviorism and fortified by Kripke's attack on the identity theory, followed by a host of others: the multiple realizability argument, the disembodiment argument, the certainty argument, the zombie or non-conscious automaton argument, the absent qualia argument, the knowledge argument, the inverted spectrum argument, the argument from the special sciences, the explanatory gap argument, the anti-individualism argument, the self-consciousness argument, the mental causation argument, and many, many more. Taken together, these arguments and sophisticated variations on them constitute a significant prima facie threat to the success of materialism. Even Kenny laments the revival of substance dualism, saying, "In the last 2 decades, there has been a surprising revival of Cartesianism. It is for this reason that I believe that it is, once again, worthwhile to attempt to destroy the Cartesian myth." This series will explore many of these recent arguments for dualism and defend them in detail. It is unfortunate that most of these arguments simply do not receive rigorous attention from contemporary physicalist philosophers who tend to see physicalism as a foregone conclusion. Arguments for dualism are seen as more of an annoyance than as a serious challenge. Andrea Lavazza and Howard Robinson suggest, "The present situation indicates that mental-physical dualism has fallen into disfavor in the contemporary intellectual scene, not because the arguments for it have been found to be faulty, but because it is assumed not to fit or fit sufficiently well with the naturalist perspective that the advance of science had made seem so irresistible. One result of this has been a widespread failure to appreciate the force of those arguments." And Rickabaugh and Moreland add, "It is no exaggeration to say that substance dualism is undergoing an unforeseen revival and is poised to make a strong return in the 21st century. These reasons are not merely sociological reflections, but expressions of the rapid growth in sophisticated new work on substance dualism. A large number of recently published book-length defenses of substance dualism evidence this, along with collections of new pro-substance dualism papers. The number of journal articles defending substance dualism is too long to list. Conspicuous by their absence are substantive engagements with these works." But physicalists cannot simply ignore the arguments for substance dualism. There is no particularly good reason to simply assume that science will one day reveal that the mind can be understood in purely physical terms, and the arguments for dualism provide strong reasons to believe that science neither will do this nor even can do this. In this series, I intend to detail several of the best arguments for substance dualism in order to put pressure on physicalists to begin engaging substance dualism rather than to continue hand-waving it away as something which no one should take seriously. Much of the contemporary academic aversion to dualism comes from the religious implications which are often associated with it. The notion of a soul is often regarded as a distinctly religious notion. After all, belief in souls has played an important role in many of the major religions of the world by allowing for the possibility of an afterlife. As John Foster observes, "Many people in our own culture believe that human individuals continue to exist in a purely spiritual form after their biological death, and many in other cultures believe in reincarnation. These beliefs are hard to make intelligible without the assumption that the human individual himself is a purely spiritual entity, which is capable of existing apart from a body and capable of migrating from one body to another." But in an age which is becoming increasingly secular, dualism tends to be seen as an unscientific relic of the past, unbefitting of educated modern people. The only reason why anyone would embrace dualism, so the thinking goes, is due to their religious convictions. For example, the atheist philosopher John Searle forthrightly admits, "We have a terror of falling into Cartesian dualism. The bankruptcy of the Cartesian tradition and the absurdity of supposing that there are two kinds of substances or properties in the world, mental and physical, is so threatening to us, and has had such a sordid history, that we are reluctant to concede anything that might smack of Cartesianism." Similarly, the atheist Anthony Kenny says, When they say that human beings have souls, philosophers and theologians often mean something more than just that human beings have minds. They mean that human beings have immortal minds, minds which can survive the death of the bodies whose minds they are, minds which can live without bodies, at least for a period, and perhaps forever. This claim is supported sometimes by philosophical argument, sometimes by appeal to religious revelation, sometimes by alleging communication from those beyond the grave. While I do not doubt that religious beliefs play a role in why many people accept dualism, it must be remembered that dualism is not an inherently religious idea. It can be supported on religiously neutral, purely philosophical grounds, as I will attempt to show in future videos. Moreover, substance dualism is not logically incompatible with atheism. As atheist philosopher Evan Fales observes, a naturalist who is not sanguine about the reducibility of the mental to the physical has several options. These include token-token identity theories such as functionalism, property dualism, and, more daringly, substance dualism. It is useful to consider whether there is some minimal conception of metaphysical or ontological naturalism that captures, in a principled way, the minimal core beliefs bearing on the issue of atheism. A plausible proposal is that the naturalist is committed to the claim that there are no disembodied minds. This view is not incompatible with substance dualism, but requires that, if there are immaterial mental substances, they cannot be things that exist apart from embodiment in a physical substance. And interestingly enough, there are a number of prominent atheists and agnostics who actually defend substance dualism. These include names like C.D. Broad, Karl Popper, Lawrence Bonjour, Richard Fumerton, and Michael Huemer. This should make it clear that there are other motivations driving substance dualism besides just religious or superstitious beliefs. Nevertheless, although I have emphasized the fact that there is no strict logical incongruity between atheism and substance dualism, I still think that atheists have one strong reason to resist it. That reason being that the existence of immaterial minds is at the very least good evidence for theism, given that theism entails the existence of at least one immaterial mind, whereas atheism does not. Therefore, immaterial minds are less surprising on theism than atheism. As Rickabaugh and Moreland explain, the prior probability of conscious and intrinsically valuable beings is higher on theism than on atheism. Given theism, God would have several reasons for creating conscious and intrinsically valuable beings and bring about whatever conditions that would do the job. It seems likely that God would want to have love relationships with creatures, to share his knowledge and what it is like to experience various things with them. Being creative, God desires to create all kinds of beings, those like human persons, being one kind, and so on. But in atheistic hypotheses about the actual world, there is no such being who wants to bring about creatures like us. There is no teleological driving force behind the laws of nature that would be directed towards bringing about the conditions required for our coming to be. Rather, on atheist worlds with laws like ours, it is extremely unlikely that those conditions would obtain. And elsewhere, Moreland argues, robust positive naturalism is correctly seen as entailing strict physicalism, but its ontology is hard to defend. For this reason, versions of naturalism are formulated at other points along the spectrum, with those at the other end resting content to quantify over a large shopping list of sui generis, recalcitrant entities, or denigrating into the merely negative thesis that God does not exist. The increasing price to be paid for residents along the spectrum whose distance from robust positive naturalism widens is a growing loss of explanatory power and comportment with the ontology, epistemology, and methodology of the hard sciences. In short, the robust positive naturalist response to restrictive pressures retains, in principle, the potential for naturalist explanatory and epistemic superiority, but also renders it a distorted, false picture of reality. Naturalist responses that seek to be more inclusive increasingly render naturalism less definite, more ad hoc and question-begging, and weaken its claim to explanatory or epistemic superiority. Thus, although the truth of substance dualism does not definitively disprove atheism or prove theism, the defense of it is worthwhile to the Christian apologist insofar as substance dualism provides evidence for theism. But the apologetic value of defending substance dualism does not end here, for many contemporary objections to theism rest on the alleged unintelligibility or low prior probability of the possibility of a disembodied mind. For example, Anthony Kenny argues against the intelligibility of God by arguing against the intelligibility of a disembodied mind, saying, instead of asking whether there is a personal God, we might ask whether there is a God who has a mind. But what is a mind? The human minds we know are embodied minds, material and finite, which develop over time, which inquire, learn, forget, and err. How can mentality be attributed to a being like the God of tradition, who is totally immaterial and non-bodily? Since God is supposed to be a disembodied mind, the unlikelihood of a disembodied mind correspondingly raises the evidential bar that the theist must meet in order to justify theism. Yet if substance dualism, which entails that minds are logically if not causally distinct from bodies, is true, then this renders the concept of a disembodied mind, and therefore of God, more plausible than it would otherwise be. Hence the apologetic significance of substance dualism is not restricted to theistic arguments from consciousness, but also has value for the apologetic endeavor more broadly. As Charles Taliaferro says, all the classical arguments employed to justify belief in God have been systematically attacked on the grounds that the concept of a non-physical personal God is incoherent. I have stressed the importance of the philosophy of mind for the philosophy of God, emphasizing the threat one poses for the other. I think there is no doubt about this threat, or any doubt that the radically materialist conception of reality threatens more than theistic religious beliefs. It also threatens ethics and our very self-image. Because much of this project and the questions raised about the nature of ourselves and God are foundational, I think philosophically prior to articulating the customary arguments for God's existence, there is a heavy emphasis on establishing the coherence and clarity of certain key tenets in a theistic vision of the cosmos. Without the coherence of these notions in place, we are handicapped in debating the classical arguments for theism. So to summarize, substance dualism is pertinent to Christian apologetics for at least 3 reasons. First, it is important for preserving and securing important Christian religious beliefs, such as that there is an afterlife. Second, although it does not disprove atheism, it supplies a valuable argument for God's existence. And third, it helps to render theism more credible by establishing both the possibility and plausibility of disembodied minds. For these reasons, Christian apologists cannot afford to neglect this area. Having introduced viewers to the 3 major camps within philosophy of mind, and having said something about the relevance of substance dualism to Christian apologetics, let me conclude this video by disambiguating some of the terms which will come up. In particular, I want to define what exactly I mean by a substance, and then detail some of the differences between physical and non-physical substances. This is important for a number of reasons. First and foremost, it will give viewers a clearer conception of what these terms mean when I begin arguing for substance dualism in future videos. Second, it will preemptively ward off a series of objections which physicalists often make against substance dualism, according to which there is no intelligible definition of a substance, or that there is no positive account of what it means for a substance to be immaterial. Third and finally, not only will clearly defining these categories preemptively answer a battery of physicalist objections to dualism, but it will also preemptively answer one of the primary idealist objections to both physicalism and dualism, according to which there is no intelligible account of what it means for a substance to be physical. We shall begin by defining what a substance is. Very roughly, a substance is a particular or a thing which is logically independent of other things and which has essential characteristics without which it could not exist. Stuart Goetz gives a good rough and ready definition, saying, "A substance is a particular entity or thing, whether material, like a table or a tree, or immaterial, like a soul, which has or exemplifies essential properties or characteristics that it cannot lose without ceasing to exist." Rickabaugh and Moreland give a more technically precise definition. X is a substance if and only if 1. X is an essentially characterized particular, 2. X has and is the principle of unity for its properties, but is not had by or predicable of something more basic than it, 3. X is an enduring continuant, 4. X has inseparable parts, but is not composed of separable parts, 5. X is complete in species. The basic idea is just that something is a substance if one couldn't take away any of its characteristics without destroying its very existence. Having given some explanation of what a substance is supposed to be, we turn to an examination of what is meant by the terms physical or material and non-physical or immaterial. Given that the latter terms are dependent upon the former, we shall begin by analyzing what it is for an object to be physical or material. This task is not as easy as it might initially appear. It is easy to extend out relatively uncontroversial examples of physical objects, such as apples, trees, houses, dogs, and planets, but it is considerably harder to abstract from them an analysis of physical objects which includes all of the things which we would want to include within the category of the physical. So just what is a physical object? Well, one might be tempted to say that a physical object is an object which possesses physical properties. But such a definition is utterly circular and therefore unenlightening. As Sandra Menson and Thomas Sullivan observe, to maintain that a purely natural or scientific explanation has been so successful that we can all be confident the world is a physically closed system and inquiry into theism is fatuous, one should have a reasonably clear account of what it is for a thing to be physical. Of course, it cannot simply be said that a physical thing is a thing with physical properties, and that physical properties are properties of physical things. That would make no one any wiser. One might try to define the physical as anything that exists, but this too is uninformative. As Charles Taliaferro says, what are physical objects and properties? Obviously, it would not do at the outset to reply, whatever exists, for that alone would not tell us anything distinctive about the physical. It seems to me that the most promising account of a physical object, which will include most putative examples of physical objects, and which will not be utterly vacuous, will understand them in a broadly Cartesian way, as objects which satisfy two basic conditions. First, they are extended in space. Second, they exist independently of anyone's awareness of them. David Lund agrees with this analysis, saying, "Though arriving at an entirely satisfactory understanding of what physicality is far from easy, it will be sufficient for our purposes to specify the conditions something must satisfy to be physical, namely some necessary conditions. Perhaps a genuinely intrinsic characterization is beyond our reach, but two necessary conditions or features that must be present are specifiable. Physical objects are extended in space and exist independently of our awareness of them. Because they have objective or independent existence, any epistemic access we might have to them would be a public access, i.e., they would be accessible, either directly or indirectly, to many observers from many points of view. We might say that they are publicly observable in virtue of our perceptual access to them, provided that we bear in mind that our sensory observation of them may be indirect rather than direct, or, in other words, that they may be only indirectly accessible to our sense organs. Obviously, like all other accounts, the Cartesian analysis is not without its detractors. Menson and Sullivan, for example, aren't impressed with this account of the physical, objecting that, nor can it be said that physical properties are properties that endow their bearers with extension in space and time. It has been a long while since physicists have embraced a Cartesian view that ties physical things to extension. Point-like objects without substructure are now acceptable as physical entities. However, Menson and Sullivan are attributing to Descartes a needlessly narrow conception of extension in space. As Taliaferro responds, it has been objected that straightforward physical things, such as objects with zero rest mass and fields, lack spatial extension. If points exist, then they lack volume and shape, but they do not thereby lack location. Provided we understand Descartes' analysis so that spatial location suffices to secure spatial extension, his analysis of physicality still seems acceptable. Fields and points, if there are points, have location, even if the location of the former lacks well-defined boundaries in terms of areas of operation, and the latter are virtually observable by us. So Descartes' reading of what it is to be physical seems safe over against these problems, as long as we do not assume that spatial extension must be voluminous and spatial objects must possess clearly demarcated surfaces. While there may not be any uncontroversial conceptual analysis of physical objects, which will be acceptable to everyone, or will include every putative example, the Cartesian analogous suggested here has the merit of being substantive, non-circular, illuminating, and at the very least is not susceptible to any obvious counterexamples. Furthermore, the sorts of counterexamples which critics might attempt to raise for it need not concern us in the context of the mind-body problem, since it is my purpose to argue for the truth of substance dualism over and against physicalism, and the candidate explanations for the mind, which physicalists put forth, meet the criteria I have set forth for something being physical. As such, this analysis suffices for the purposes of this video series. So having offered an analysis of what it is for something to be physical or material, we are now better positioned to understand what it means for something to be non-physical or immaterial. At a first pass, given the understanding of being physical which I have stipulated, it is rather easy to characterize an immaterial substance. It is just a substance which is not material. One can simply invert the aforementioned conditions for an object being physical. In other words, something is immaterial just in case it is not extended in space and does not exist independently of anyone's awareness of it. Unfortunately, things are not so easy. As stated, this is a purely negative analysis of what it is for something to be non-physical, and this begins to look suspiciously like describing something which does not exist at all. Lund expresses the worry as follows. A more serious challenge to the notion of a mental self, conceived as a non-physical substance, is the charge that the notion of a mental self can be explicated only in terms of negative characteristics, such as having no spatial location or extension and being devoid of all intrinsic physical properties. The challenge, then, is to identify some positive characteristic that is intrinsic and essential to the existence of the subject. One way to meet this challenge is by attempting to recast the denial of the conditions for being a physical object in a positive way. This is much easier in the case of the second condition. We can, for example, say that the existence of an immaterial entity is awareness dependent. Alternatively, we could say that it is essentially private, only directly accessible by a single individual. It's a little more difficult to assert the denial of the first condition for being a physical object in a positive way, but here is one attempt. We can say that an immaterial entity can possibly be multiply instantiated, rather than that it merely lacks spatial extension. Different minds can have the same or corresponding thoughts, for example. In this way, we can say something positive about immaterial entities. Importantly, these conditions, as they apply to immaterial entities, are best read as sufficient conditions, but not as necessary conditions. This is because something like abstract objects, if they exist, would be immaterial, but they would only meet the first of these conditions. Rickabaugh and Moreland attempt to give a precise understanding of what it is for a self to be immaterial. They define it as follows. An immaterial self or soul is 1. A substance, 2. Has no separable parts, 3. Metaphysically indivisible in being, though it may be fractured in functioning, 4. Not spatially extended, though some characterizations hold that it may be spatially located, 5. Essentially characterized by the actual and potential properties of consciousness. David Lund builds on this final point by suggesting that the capacity for consciousness is a positive characteristic of an immaterial substance. As he explains, the capacity for consciousness arguably is present throughout the existence of the subject. It seems undeniable that the subject ceases to exist at the moment one becomes irreversibly or permanently unconscious. What could it be for a subject of conscious states to exist beyond that moment? Such a capacity would have to be basic in that its ground lies in what is most fundamental to the subject and to the natural laws bearing upon it. But the notion of a basic capacity seems unproblematic. The basic capacity to move, possessed by every physical thing, seems to be possessed not in virtue of any structural characteristics of the thing, but simply in virtue of it being a spatial substance. Similarly, it may be that a subject possesses a basic capacity for consciousness simply in virtue of its being a non-spatial substance. The capacity for consciousness is a positive intrinsic characteristic apparently essential to the existence of the subject. Perhaps a physicalist will object to Lund's suggestion by claiming that it is question-begging. They might claim that he is assuming that consciousness is non-physical, or that the sorts of things which have the capacity for consciousness are non-physical. Now, this certainly would be question-begging if Lund or myself were trying to use the proposition that the capacity for consciousness can only be possessed by immaterial substances as an argument against physicalism. But in the present context, that's not what we're doing. We're attempting to give a positive analysis of what it is for something to be immaterial. And just as when giving an analysis of what it was for something to be physical, it is perfectly legitimate for the dualist to begin by extending out examples of the types of things he takes to be non-physical. And from there, he can abstract a positive statement of what he takes non-physical entities to be. One might just as easily object to the analysis I gave earlier of physical objects by objecting that I have assumed from the start that things like apples and houses are physical objects. There is nothing wrong with taking paradigm cases of what one takes to be physical objects to abstract a positive description of what it is for something to be physical. For the same reason, there is nothing wrong with taking paradigm cases of what one takes to be immaterial objects to abstract a positive description of what it is for something to be immaterial. That's just how abstraction works. This video has laid the groundwork for future arguments for substance dualism. I have briefly surveyed the major options in the philosophy of mind, physicalism, idealism, and dualism. I have explained that, despite much prejudice against it, substance dualism is currently growing in popularity. I have shown that this debate is relevant to Christian apologetics for a number of reasons. And lastly, I have done some work to define several of the critical terms which will come into play throughout this series. I have defined the notion of a substance, I have offered and briefly defended an account of physical substance, and I have offered and briefly defended an account of immaterial substance. My hope is that this video serves to equip viewers with the necessary background information to understand the subsequent videos in this series, as well as to grasp the importance of the mind-body problem for Christian apologetics. In the introductory video of this series, I laid out the major concepts and players in the debate over the mind-body problem. That video was intended to give newcomers to this debate the necessary background knowledge they would need to understand the case I will be building for substance dualism. the idea that human beings consist of both a material body and an immaterial mind, or soul. In this video, I begin the task of making a positive case for substance dualism. Substance dualism believes the mind, or the self, to be an immaterial substance, a substance logically distinct from the body or brain. As a first step in making the case for substance dualism, we must establish that there is a substantive self. While it may seem uncontroversial to assert that I exist as a subject of experience who persists through time, there are a strain of philosophers, largely influenced by David Hume, who deny this. Instead, they maintain that rather than being a subject of experience, I am instead just a collection or bundle of those experiences with no self which is distinct from them. In this video, then, I shall defend the existence of the self as a persisting subject of experience. While I shall not draw any firm conclusions about the immaterial nature of the self in this video, we shall conclude that the self is an indivisible, irreducibly simple particular that serves as the center of conscious experience. And while this conclusion does have immaterialist implications, more importantly, it will set the stage for the following arguments in this series, which will, if successful, unquestionably establish the immateriality of the mind. Our conclusion here, then, will not definitively establish substance dualism. Rather, it will establish the more modest conclusion that the self exists as a simple substance, the immaterial nature of which will be revealed by further arguments in future videos. What exactly is a self? Galen Strawson gives us a starting point. He says, I propose that it is, at least, the sense that people have of themselves as being specifically a mental presence, a mental someone, a single mental thing that is a conscious subject of experience that has a certain character or personality, and that is, in some sense, distinct from all its particular experiences, thoughts, and so on, and indeed from all other things. This strikes me as an accurate description of how I, at least, think of my own ontological status. It would be tempting to generalize this understanding, as Strawson himself does, to all other people. Unfortunately, we may not so readily assume that everyone thinks about themselves in this way. Many modern philosophers have denied not only Strawson's understanding of the self, but the very existence of the self. For example, Ram Hare claims the self, the still center of experience, that to which conscious states of all kinds are ascribed, has disappeared from the philosophical scene. And Daniel Dennett declares, do we exist? Are there entities either in our brains or over and above our brains that control our bodies, think our thoughts, make our decisions? Of course not. Such an idea is either empirical idiocy or metaphysical claptrap. Immediately we must wonder how the idea of the self has come to such prominence if, as these skeptics claim, such a thing does not exist. As David Lund replies, it seems that if we had no sense of self, if there were not even an appearance of a self, we would be at a total loss to explain how thought and belief about something we call the self should have arisen at all, let alone their coming to have the prominence they have sometimes had and still have in our common sense view of ourselves. We didn't just pluck them out of the void. There must be a phenomenological basis of some sort that may be difficult to disentangle from elements contributed by our linguistic and conceptualizing activity. Some skeptics of the self try to explain how the notion of a self came to prominence by reference to human language. For example, Anthony Kenny claims, the self of the philosophers is a mythical entity. The self is a piece of philosophers' nonsense, consisting in a misunderstanding of the reflexive pronoun. Belief in a self is, in one sense, a grammatical error. This just pushes the original question back a step. Even if, as Kenny argues, the idea of the self is an illusion generated by our language, one must still wonder how this sort of language developed in the first place. One might more plausibly argue in reverse, that the notion of the self plays such a pivotal role in our language precisely because we independently know it to exist. As Brandon Rickabaugh and J.P. Moreland suggest, others have argued that our most basic intuitions about ourselves are dependent on the language we speak, and this language is derived from past and present theories about the way things are. This account of the origin of dualist intuitions has it backward. People did not create the idea of the soul as a part of their theorizing about the world. Their theorizing about the world employed and extended what they already pre-theoretically and pre-linguistically knew. Nevertheless, although I do find denial of the self to be an extreme and radically counterintuitive position, we must do more than merely express incredulity. So in what follows, I want to present several considerations which I believe render the existence of the self virtually undeniable. The most well-known argument for the existence of a substantive self is found in René Descartes' Discourse on Method and his Meditations on First Philosophy. After considering the most radical form of skepticism, according to which he can know absolutely nothing at all, Descartes declared, "Cogito ergo sum." You probably know this statement better by its English translation, "I think, therefore I am." In full, the passage reads, "But immediately upon this, I observed that, whilst I thus wished to think that all was false, it was absolutely necessary that I, who thus thought, should be something. And as I observed that this truth, 'I think, therefore I am,' was so certain and of such evidence that no ground of doubt, however extravagant, could be alleged by the skeptics capable of shaking it, I concluded that I might, without scruple, accept it as the first principle of the philosophy of which I was in search." Despite the most intense doubts, Descartes finds that he cannot doubt that he is doubting, and since doubting is a type of thinking, Descartes concludes that he is a thinker, and in order to be a thinker, he must exist. Hence, because he thinks, he therefore exists. This declaration, "I think, therefore I am," has earned the label the cogito in contemporary philosophy. This sort of argument for the self is not, of course, unique to Descartes. Similar arguments can be found in the writings of Aristotle, St. Augustine, and John Locke. But it is safe to say that Descartes' iteration is, by far, the most influential and most well-known. This is at least partially due to the central role which the cogito plays in Descartes' overall philosophy. As Thomas Vinci explains, Descartes treats the cogito as holding a very special place in the development of his doctrine of method. Before Descartes begins meditation 2, he is adrift on a sea of hyperbolic doubt. By the time he is finished, Descartes is about to proclaim the rule of truth and implicitly the whole of the three-step method of clear and distinct ideas. The means by which Descartes accomplishes this impressive task is the existence of a paradigm of that method in the case of first-person knowledge, the cogito. Descartes' dictum, as influential as it is, has become the whipping boy of endless criticisms in contemporary philosophy. Objections range from the idea that one cannot infer a thinker from the presence of thinking, to that the argument is patently circular, either because the I is presupposed in the first premise, or because of the so-called Cartesian circle. George Lichtenberg and Friedrich Nietzsche, for example, both offered similar objections to Descartes, according to which the cogito merely establishes that thinking is occurring, as opposed to that there is an I who is doing the thinking. Soren Kierkegaard and Bertrand Russell both objected that the cogito was patently circular. Kiriana Cordella sums up the attitude of skeptical philosophers towards the cogito rather well, saying, "If the Cartesian cogito can justly be regarded as a hallmark in the history of thought, it is actually because of the simultaneous critique and legitimization of its logical inconsistencies or circularity. Spinoza revealed the leap from thought to existence in Descartes' Cogito by declaring that the "I think therefore I am," far from being a syllogism, is a single proposition which is equivalent to this: I am thinking. In other words, the purported syllogism is a tautology. We have, then, two basic objections to Descartes' Cogito argument for the self. First, there is a question regarding how one can infer an I from the existence of thinking or of thoughts. Second, we have a charge of begging the question or of circular reasoning. Let's consider each of these in turn. The first objection seems relatively easy to meet. If thinking is going on, then surely there must be someone or something doing the thinking. There can no more be thinking without a thinker than there can be running without a runner or jumping without a jumper. An I can simply be a label for whatever that someone or something that is doing the thinking is. As Andrew Brenner explains, the basic thought is this: something thinks my thoughts. In order to avoid assuming at the outset that I exist, we should specify that the phrase "my thoughts" does not simply mean thoughts had by me, but rather means something like the thoughts which are such that, absent a commitment to the non-self thesis, we are normally inclined to think are thought by me. But if someone thinks my thoughts, then I am that thing. And if I think my thoughts, then I exist. Proponents of this first objection to the Cogito seem to think that the existence of thoughts, or the presence of thinking, is more immediately known than the existence of the self, and that the self is somehow being inferred from the existence of thoughts. But as David Lund argues, this appears entirely backwards. The reductionist would have us believe that the expression, "there is thinking," is the one rooted in the phenomenology, and that "I think" is not. But isn't it the other way around? When we acknowledge that any thinking is done in a first-person manner, whatever the thought may be about, then "there is thinking" appears to be what is derived, not in the sense that the concept of the first person is logically or temporally prior to the concept of another, but in the sense that both concepts are grounded in a reality that is originally manifested in a first-person mode. For the truth seems to be that the indubitable presence of experience of any kind requires a first-person perspective that cannot be described in third-personal or impersonal terms, and that the impersonal expression, "there is thinking," is parasitic upon a reality encountered in a first-person manner and referenced by the first-person expression. Thus, any putative phenomenology of experience that leaves out its first-person character, namely the kind of phenomenology required for the truth of reductionism, seems doomed to fail. And this line of thought leads us rather naturally to the second objection to the Cogito. What about the charge of circularity? It is safe to say that this is probably the most popular and most serious objection to Descartes' Cogito argument. But there are actually two different ways of developing it. There is the appeal to the Cartesian circle, and then there is a more basic objection that the form of the argument is just straightforwardly question-begging. Let us consider both of these objections to see if the Cogito can be vindicated from the charge of circularity. Understanding the first objection requires a little background understanding of Descartes' writings. But to put it as briefly as possible, Descartes takes the Cogito to be true because it is a clear and distinct idea. However, when considering whether or not clear and distinct ideas are really true, Descartes appeals to God's existence and the fact that God couldn't possibly be a deceiver to justify his belief that clear and distinct ideas must be true. But then when it comes to the question of how Descartes knows that a non-deceiving God exists, he makes his case by appealing to clear and distinct ideas. Hence there is a circularity problem for Descartes. In order to know that clear and distinct ideas are true, he has to know that God exists. But in order to know that God exists, he has to know that clear and distinct ideas are true. This is the essence of what has been called the Cartesian circle. Stephen Wagner sums it up well. In Meditation 3, after raising doubt about the truth of his clear and distinct perceptions, Descartes tells us that he will establish their truth by proving that God exists and is not a deceiver. Within this attempt, the problem of the Cartesian circle poses three challenges. First, Descartes' proof will involve circular reasoning if it is a deductive demonstration that assumes the truth of the clear and distinct perceptions he uses as premises. Nor can Descartes assume the truth of any clearly and distinctly perceived steps of logical inference in his deductive proof. Second, Descartes' argument will be circular if he establishes his conclusion by simply achieving a clear and distinct perception of God's existence. These challenges show decisively that the strong validation project must involve circular reasoning if Descartes attempts to prove God's existence through a deductive demonstration that relies on the truth of his clear and distinct perceptions. It is my opinion that this objection to the cogito simply fundamentally misunderstands Descartes. As I read Descartes, he intends for his proof of God's existence to justify the idea that his sensory inputs are not systematically misleading. However, he does not intend for God's existence to validate clear and distinct ideas. Rather, for Descartes, it is actually the clarity itself and the distinctness itself which validates the truth of the thoughts which they accompany. As Mark Robert Burgess puts it, for Descartes, there is an element in man's epistemological makeup which is fully autonomous. That is, an element which does not require the existence of a non-deceiving God to guarantee the certainty of its truth claims. There is an element that survives the doubt introduced by the evil demon. The problem of the Cartesian circle can only be properly understood by close attention to Descartes' discussion of it in his replies to this specific objection. When we consider these replies, we find that he is surprised that his critics think that God is required to guarantee clear and distinct ideas as presently conceived, whereas his point was that the existence of a beneficent God is only required to guarantee the legitimacy of reasoning from clear and distinct ideas not presently conceived, but retained in memory as having been previously conceived. In addition, memory has no impute to the proof of God's existence. In conclusion, Descartes' mature position, in contrast to the so-called aberrant view, avoids the Cartesian circle objection. Axiomatic intuition and deductive intuition, which supply clear and distinct ideas, are autonomous and outside the influence of the malicious demon. The Cartesian circle is squared. The cogito, therefore, functions as a truly autonomous foundation within Descartes' thought. It does not depend upon a prior demonstration of the existence of God. There simply is no Cartesian circle. It goes far beyond the purposes of this video to wade into the vast sea of literature surrounding Descartes and to defend this reading of him as being the true reading of Descartes. Nor is it my purpose to comment on the success of Descartes' argument for God's existence. For our purposes in this video, it suffices to point out that my interpretation of Descartes is, at the very least, a way of construing the cogito in a way which both establishes the existence of a substantive self and evades the Cartesian circle objection, regardless of whether or not this is what Descartes actually intended. But what about the more general objection that the form of Descartes' argument is patently question-begging by presupposing the existence of the I within the first premise? Margaret Wilson explains the objection this way. The objection will now go as follows. If I think is true only if I exist is true, then to know that I think is true and certain, one must already know that I exist is true and certain. But this objection to the cogito assumes that Descartes intends for the cogito to be understood as a deductive syllogism, where I think functions as a premise and I am functions as a deductively inferred conclusion. But is that the case? It is my opinion that Descartes is best understood as drawing our attention to the fact that we know our own existence directly and non-inferentially by direct acquaintance with the simple fact of the matter that we exist. The cogito is best understood as a dialectical way of drawing one's attention to this fact. I think that it is a significant mistake to interpret the cogito as an attempt to make a syllogistic argument for the existence of oneself, where the premise is known independently of the conclusion. Rickabaugh and Moreland explain the basic idea this way. Applied to self-knowledge, in reflection, I apprehend myself intuitively and originally. Myself and its states or qualities are given to me in the strictest and most adequate possible way. They are known by acquaintance. When I think of or reflect on those states, I undergo a case of fulfillment. I come to know that I am a simple, immaterial substance among many other things. Gerald Katz is a scholar who defends this general sort of interpretation of Descartes. He defends the cogito as being best understood as an analytic truth, that is, a truth which holds in virtue of the very meanings of the constituent terms. As he explains, all the parts of my argument that the cogito is an analytic entailment are now in place. At the outset, I claimed that once scholarship no longer has to treat the cogito within the standard conception of inference, the difficulties that beset attempts to elucidate it disappear. I claimed that the principal difficulty is the Cartesian scholar's dilemma. The Cartesian scholar seems forced to say either that Descartes gave a palpably fallacious argument or that he couldn't manage to give the right one. Either way, Descartes is portrayed as blundering in an argument of such simplicity that it is child's play to see the fallacy or express the right argument. The dilemma disappears once, 1. The standard conception is replaced by a conception on which some inferences presented in the form P therefore Q are valid as they stand, and 2. It is shown that I think therefore I exist is such an inference. The fact that the connection between I think and I exist cannot be sanctioned as an instance of a logical law no longer puts the Cartesian scholar in the dilemma, since the connection can be shown to be truth-preserving on the basis of semantic representations which expose the decompositional structure of the sentences. Such semantic representations show that the proposition expressed by I exist is a component of the proposition expressed by I think, so that the former must be true whenever the latter is true. The portrait of Descartes that emerges is far more appropriate. And Descartes' own writings support this general interpretation, as he himself suggests that he did not understand or intend the cogito as a formal argument for his own existence. As he writes, when we observe that we are thinking beings, this is a sort of primary notion which is not the conclusion of any syllogism, and, moreover, when somebody says, I am thinking, therefore I am or exist, he is not using a syllogism to deduce his existence from his thought, but recognizing this as something self-evident in a simple mental intuition. Importantly for our purposes here, if the cogito is best construed as an analytically true proposition, which is intended to direct one's attention to their own direct acquaintance with themselves, there is no circularity involved in Descartes' cogito argument for the self. This is because the cogito is not, in fact, an argument at all in the traditional syllogistic sense. It is more of a dialectical move intended to sharpen one's pre-existing implicit awareness of themselves. As Katz concludes, this objection does not go through because the definition of vicious circularity as analytic entailment is unacceptable. What is wrong with the definition is that it makes question begging exclusively a matter of grammatical structure, whereas the sin in begging the question is that the point at issue in the controversy is taken for granted, and it is typically an extra grammatical matter what point is at issue. The definition of circular reasoning as an analytic entailment misses the essential relativization of question begging to the question at issue. Once this definition is rejected, there is no longer grounds for arguing that the cogito is a circular argument just because it is an analytic entailment. If this understanding of Descartes is right, then we have exonerated Descartes of the charge of circularity. However, although the cogito construed as the idea that we are directly acquainted with ourselves as subjects might evade the charge of circularity, as a bare assertion, it has little force against the skeptic who denies that we are directly acquainted with ourselves, or even that we exist at all. In what follows, therefore, I will try to detail some more dialectically effective ways of establishing that we are directly acquainted with ourselves as subjects. The basic strategy is to show that certain features of our mental lives are utterly unintelligible unless a substantive self exists at the center of consciousness. We may begin by reflecting on the nature of experience, and, in particular, its essentially possessive nature. That is to say, any experience essentially belongs to someone. There are no experiences out there independent of someone who has those experiences. Without a substantive self who serves as the center of any given experience, it would be impossible to distinguish between my experience and someone else's experience. As David Lund says, an experience is a conscious event, and a conscious event is a happening or an occurrence. Though some occurrences, such as rain showers in presidential elections, apparently do not occur to anything, it may seem impossible to assimilate conscious events to occurrences of this sort. For it seems clear, at least when proper attention is given to the first-person character of consciousness, that the having of a conscious state or event must be acknowledged. A conscious event is an event occurring to, or in, something that undergoes it. Involved in the having of a conscious event is the fact that there is something it is like to have it. But to acknowledge this fact is to acknowledge that a conscious state or event is something for someone, something for the subject who has or undergoes it. In other words, it is something that happens to a subject of consciousness and is something for that subject. And Richard Fumerton adds, the reason for calling it a phenomenal property is just that fact, that it is phenomenologically present to me. Consider these two propositions. I am in pain versus John is in pain. It seems obvious that there is a difference between these two propositions and that I am capable of comprehending this difference. It appears obvious to me that the difference lies in a relation of possession between myself in my pain and John in his pain. As Charles Taliaferro says, in my having an experience of pain, I am feeling not just pain construed as some kind of state that is out there I happen to link up with, but I am feeling a state of myself. I am the one who is in pain now. But if there is no self, then what is the difference between knowing that I am in pain and knowing that someone else is in pain? The explanation cannot lie in a relation of ownership between two different selves and their pain, so what is it? But the absurdities of denying the existence of the self do not end here. To take the example of pain again, if there is no self, then it becomes unclear why the pain should be attributed to an entire person as opposed to just one part of them. Why claim that the pain is mine as opposed to just being my head's pain or my foot's pain? If selves do not exist to undergo experiences, then there doesn't appear to be any non-arbitrary answer to this question. As John Foster argues, someone treads on Jones's foot. As a result of the stimulus, a neural event occurs in Jones's brain which directly causes a sensation of pain. And this sensation in turn causes, or in some way prompts, a certain vocal response. Our normal practice is to ascribe the pain state to Jones himself, the corporeal being whose foot receives the pain-inducing stimulus and whose mouth emits the vocal response. But why not ascribe it instead to some corporeal part of Jones? Or alternatively, why not ascribe it to some larger corporeal object of which Jones is a part? No doubt there are reasons why, for ordinary purposes, we find it more convenient to select the human being as the subject rather than one of the smaller or larger alternatives, but it is very hard to see what, in the ultimate situation, could make this selection objectively right and the others objectively wrong. In addition to the possessive properties of conscious experience, there is also the essentially relational nature of conscious experience. It would appear impossible to separate the notion of a conscious experience from a conscious experiencer. What would it even mean to say that there is, for example, an experience of warmth, but no one who feels it? Such a statement is nonsensical on its face. Experiences, by definition, are experienced, and they cannot be experienced by nothing, for if nothing undergoes an experience, then that is just to say that an experience has not occurred. But experiences clearly do occur, and so they must be undergone by someone or something, what I want to call a self. Again, David Lund puts this point very well. It appears, then, that an instance of, say, thinking, considered apart from a thinker, is as abstract and unreal as an instance of motion considered apart from something that moves. Since an instance of subjectless pain P would be a distinct occurrence, logically separable from every other, there is a possible world W in which it is the only item. If the subjectless view of experience is true, then P in W is not had by anything, not even some other subjectless thing or event, for there is nothing else to have it. It is a pain that occurs, even though no pain is had. It is a pain that is not a painful experience for some being. It is not painful for or to anything. It cannot be painful to itself, for a pain is not something that can feel anything, and there is nothing else. In particular, there is no subject to feel it. There is nothing it is like to have it, for, again, the having of it is ruled out. Talk about such a pain certainly seems unintelligible. In addition to the possessive and essentially relational properties of experience, we may also point to the unified nature of complex conscious experiences to support the existence of the self. Consider that conscious experiences tend to be multifaceted, constituted by various different sensory elements, which are, nevertheless, all combined together in a seamless and cohesive stream. The various elements of conscious experience are distinguishable from one another, and yet they are unified together. As Lund puts it, it seems evident to me that my experience of seeing the words I am writing, of feeling the pen in my hand, of hearing soft music in the background, and of thinking how I should express this matter are unified in a single consciousness, my own. There can be no doubt that each of these experiences is distinguishable from every other one of the four, not only because they have strikingly different contents, but because each one could have been co-present with experiences other than those with which it is in fact co-present. It is equally clear that although they are co-present, they cannot be characterized as a mere conjunction or aggregate of simultaneous experiences. Their relationship is obviously not merely temporal, nor is it merely their simultaneous occurrence in association with a single organism. Rather, they are somehow brought together in a single consciousness, however this fact is ultimately to be understood. Though we might speak of each as an awareness of something, it is not, in itself an awareness of any of the others. In the absence of a single unifying consciousness in which all are apprehended, they would fall into their separate worlds, unaware of one another. The idea that there is a self can explain the unification of experience, since it posits that the self is a subject of experience. It thus provides a singular locus or location for all of the different elements of conscious experience to come together. By contrast, if there is no self, then there is no place for experience to be unified. Consequently, the unity of conscious experience also supports the existence of the self. Again, Lund's remarks are excellent. In view of this, we might pose the question of the unity of consciousness as follows. In virtue of what do various different experiences that are presently occurring count as belonging to a single person? To illustrate, the set of experiences that are occurring at this moment is extremely large. But in virtue of what do a few of the members of this huge set belong to me? Perhaps the first possible answer that comes to mind is that those experiences belong to me in virtue of their being connected to the one body, namely my own. Nevertheless, this cannot be the correct answer for a variety of reasons. One of them, which seems conclusive by itself, is based on the ontological implications of certain epistemic considerations. It comes into view when we ask how I know which body is mine, for then we see that the only possible answer is that my body is the one by way of which I experience the world. In other words, I know of it, at least in the first instance, by way of my experience of it, and thus my knowledge of it, when compared to my knowledge of my experience, is only indirect. The ontological implications of these facts begin to come into view when we see that if I can know that an experience E belongs to me independently of knowing that it is appropriately connected to this body, then its belonging to me cannot consist in its connection to this body. In epistemic terms, what I know in knowing that E belongs to me is something distinct from what I know in knowing that E is connected to this body. Turning now from conscious experience to propositional thoughts, similar considerations show that thoughts require a self. Again, consider that thoughts appear to be essentially possessive by nature. When Descartes concluded that he exists because he thinks, he is no doubt drawing upon the idea that thoughts belong essentially to thinkers. What would it mean to say that there is a thought, but no one to think it? As John Foster argues, just as it seems intuitively absurd to suppose that there could be an instance of shape without there being something which possesses that shape, or an event of motion without there being something which moves, so, in the same way, it seems intuitively absurd to suppose that there could be an instance of belief without there being something which holds that belief, or an episode of thought without there being something which thinks. And likewise, it seems intuitively absurd to suppose that there could be some more profound understanding of the nature of belief and thought in which their assignment to subjects drops away. Along the same lines, a further consideration which supports the existence of a substantive self regards the relationship which individuals bear to their own thoughts. Consider the difference between entertaining a particular thought and embracing or believing that thought as true. There is a difference between merely pondering a belief and accepting it as true. When I accept a belief as true, there is a real sense in which it belongs to me. There is a genuine relation of ownership which obtains between myself and that belief. And it is in virtue of this relation which I can assert that this is my belief. Without this relationship of ownership, there is no difference between a position on some subject merely existing and that position being my position. But since real relations can only obtain between existing relata, it follows that there must be something or someone for my beliefs to belong to, and the most obvious explanation is that they belong to myself. This straightforwardly entails that the self actually exists. This general point can be strengthened by considering the real phenomenon of schizophrenia, a mental disorder which impairs people's cognitive abilities. It is not uncommon for victims of schizophrenia to have thoughts which they feel are not their own, thoughts which have originated from outside of them, as it were. My purpose here is not to diagnose the cause of this phenomenon, but rather to highlight that the distinction between thoughts which originate with oneself and thoughts which originate outside of oneself is destroyed if selves do not actually exist. The ability to distinguish one's own thoughts, or what one believes are one's own thoughts, from other people's thoughts requires that there is a self to whom those thoughts belong. As Andrew Brenner observes, thought insertion, which is common among those suffering from schizophrenia, involves the impression that some of one's thoughts are not produced by the subject of those thoughts, but are rather inserted from the outside. The thoughts in question may feel as if they are someone else's thoughts. What this indicates is that in typical cases where we have thoughts that are not cases of thought insertion, our thoughts feel as if we are their authors. This would imply that the self is present in the experience of our having those thoughts, insofar as the self is presented as the author of those thoughts. Still another way of making this point is to draw our attention to the distinction between different types of thinking, specifically the distinction between active and passive thought. If there is not a substantive self who engages in the act of thinking, then there is no distinction between me thinking original thoughts and me receiving someone else's thoughts. But this conclusion is obviously false. As Rickabaugh and Moreland explain, consider the difference between active and passive thoughts. A passive thought happens to me as a patient when I am, say, listening to someone talk. By contrast, an active thought is one in which I exercise active power with respect to and entertain freely as an agent. We are quite capable of knowing the difference between active and passive thoughts. And Brie Gertler adds, a self is an active, deliberating subject responsible for its attitudes. This is sometimes put by saying that you are not merely the owner of your attitudes, but also, and for the rationalist more importantly, their author. One final argument for the existence of the self, and which suggests its immateriality, comes from the phenomenon of identity over time. We are strongly inclined to believe that we are, in some sense, the same people now as we were many years ago. This conviction is surely what provides the basis for our feeling justified in prosecuting and imprisoning criminals who are not apprehended until years after they committed their crimes. But it seems that a persisting self is necessary in order for this sort of identity over time to be possible. Rickabaugh and Moreland formalize this line of thought into an argument. 1. If something is a physical object composed of separable parts, it does not endure over time as the same object if it comes to have different parts. 2. My body and brain are physical objects composed of separable parts. 3. Therefore, my body and brain do not endure over time as the same object if they come to have different separable parts. 4. I, a human person, do endure over time as the same object. 5. Therefore, I am not my body or brain. 6. I am either a simple enduring soul, or a body, or a brain. 7. Therefore, I am a simple enduring soul. The first premise of this argument appears to be pretty safe. Composite physical objects are the sum of their parts. So if a physical object comes to have different parts, then it must be a different object. Likewise, the second premise surely can't be denied, and the third premise merely draws out what the first and second premises entail. Premises 5 and 7 merely draw out the entailments of the preceding premises, and premise 6 expresses a dichotomy between the plausible options for a person's identity. Hence, the skeptic of this argument, and of the self, seems to only have one premise which can be challenged, premise 4. The fourth premise asserts that people do indeed endure over time as the same subject. What reason is there for accepting this premise as true? Certainly the most compelling evidence for the truth of this premise comes from memory, for surely I remember myself as the same individual in past circumstances. This is easy to show in cases of short-term memory. Take the argument which we are presently considering. It takes time to move through the argument and consider the truth of each premise. But presumably you are the same person at the end of that line of reasoning as you were at the beginning. As David Lund observes, thinking through a complex argument is a continuous mental process that requires a sustained mental effort and control of attention throughout its duration. It is a process in which one's role as an agent seems impossible to doubt. An agent who instantiates the process and then continuously wills, directs, controls, and sustains it. The continuity of the process seems entirely dependent upon the continuity of agency, which, in turn, renders irresistible the conclusion that the self-same agent persists through the process. Thus, the singularity of an agent willing and sustaining the process seems as incontestable as the singularity of the consciousness that is able to grasp the process as a succession of events through which it has persisted. It seems undeniable that if one is acquainted with a subject at the outset of such mental activity in which one's attention is continuously focused on a task, then that acquaintance continues throughout the activity, providing no occasion for an unnoticed subject switch. One's memory of the activity bears this out. But this same consideration generalizes to all memories. As Lund continues, when I examine my access to the past via memory, it becomes apparent that I remember myself in a past experience as the subject I presently find myself to be. I can have no doubt about who had the experience, nor about whether the subject is strictly identical with me. The knowledge provided by memory is direct and non-criterial. It's worth pointing out here that memory is our only real evidence of the past. Evidence gleaned from historical records, archaeological findings, or forensic science requires a more immediate dependence upon the deliverances of memory in order to be justifiably employed. For example, I could not trust the contents of a historical record without depending upon my own memories of what the words in the record mean. So for the skeptic to try to deny memory as a legitimate form of evidence for one's own past existence forces them into a much more far-reaching form of skepticism than just skepticism about the existence of the self. Skepticism about memory leads to skepticism about everything except for the immediate contents of one's occurrent experiences, and such skepticism seems wholly unsustainable. So if memory is not to be rejected wholesale, then perhaps the skeptic of persistence through time can try to deny that the self who has these memories is the same self who had these past experiences. In other words, perhaps subjects of experience are constantly being replaced by new subjects, with the memories of the past subjects being seamlessly transmitted to the new subjects. Such a theory can hardly be said to be parsimonious or attractive. Indeed, it looks rather like the premise for a fantastical science fiction film. But more fundamentally, this subject-switching hypothesis is still vulnerable to the evidence of memory. As David Lund argues, the continuity of my experience provides me with a tacit knowledge of my continuous existence throughout a succession of experiences, for at least as long as the experiences continue uninterrupted by periods of unconsciousness. My knowledge of my existence in the present is secure. Indeed, the The suggestion that I might be misidentifying the subject of a present experience of which I am directly aware is absurd. I also know that I have persisted from the time of the immediate past. Given the character of the apparent present in which I am directly aware of the present becoming the immediate past, my knowledge that I existed in the immediate past and have persisted into the present seems as indubitable as my knowledge that I exist at the present time. But if my knowledge of my existence in the immediate past is indubitable, then so is my knowledge that I existed in the somewhat near past. For when the immediate past was present, the somewhat near past was the immediate past, the past in which my current knowledge for my existence in the present is preserved with undiminished certitude. The same reasoning applies, of course, to ever more distant pasts, reaching back at least as far as the most recent period of unconsciousness. Thus, I have knowledge of my continuous existence over considerable lengths of time. Though tacit, and apparently without phenomenal content, this knowledge nevertheless seems unchallengeable when rendered explicit. The conclusion is that there simply is no plausible way out of the argument as far as I can see. It is overwhelmingly clear that we persist as subjects through time. But since the matter which comprises our bodies and brains does not persist through time as part of us, we are forced to conclude that there is a simple and persisting self. Michael Huemer concludes the matter rather well, saying, "If personal identity is determined by the soul, then personal identity is a one-to-one transitive relation, and facts about identity are intrinsic and objective. No other reasonable theory satisfies these principles. The body theory and the brain theory violate the objectivity of identity. This is because the identity of material objects across time is often conventional. This is shown by the ship of Theseus case. There is no objective fact about whether it is really the same ship at the end as at the beginning of the story. It's a semantic question. And note that ordinary material objects undergo similar changes all the time. Individual atoms in your body, including your brain, are periodically replaced. The configuration of your brain and body can also change. Exactly how much change is compatible with still having the same material object is a semantic question to be settled, if at all, by linguistic conventions. But since personal identity is objective and non-conventional, personal identity cannot turn on the identity of the brain or the body. The argument generalizes to any material object made up of many parts. I have now argued at some length that there is a substantive self. But is the self a simple sort of thing or a complex sort of thing? In other words, is the self composed of multiple parts, or is it an irreducibly singular sort of thing? The evidence we have considered for a self up until this point further tells us that the self must be a simple and indivisible sort of thing. The possessive nature of experience and thoughts requires the simplicity of the self, for if the self is composed of various distinct parts, then the various parts, rather than the holistic self, could possess the different thoughts and experiences. But which thoughts and which experiences belong to which parts of the self? There doesn't appear to be any non-arbitrary answer to that question. As David Lund argues, a subject of conscious states appears to be a paradigm example of something that could not split into two or fuse with another. Our concepts of fission and fusion are applicable to composite things, things with parts that can be separated or brought together. But if there can be a concrete reality that is non-composite, it is hard to see how anything can have a better claim to such status than a subject of conscious states. It is no more intelligible to claim that a subject is, or might be, composite, as it is to make such a claim about consciousness itself. The simplicity of the subject implies its indivisibility. The fact that we can make no sense of the notion that a subject might be only partly present seems impossible to explain without acknowledging that a subject has no parts into which it might be divided. The unity of experience likewise requires the simplicity of the self, because the different components of conscious experience need a singular place to come together. But there is no such place if the self is composed of distinct parts. As Lund says, the simplicity of the first-person viewpoint is also reflected in the unity of consciousness. If, as I have argued, a subject is needed at the center of any adequate explanation of the unity of consciousness, a unity that apparently cannot be split into parts, the unitary character that it must have to ground this unity can hardly be the character of a composite. And J.P. Moreland adds, given naturalism, the various entities to which a human person is identical, the organism, the brain, an object constituted by an organism, a four-dimensional physical object synchronically composed of its physical parts and diachronically composed of its stages, do not have the sort of unity needed to account for or ground the unity of consciousness, because they are all mereological aggregates. Rather, the best explanation or ground for the unity of consciousness is a simple, not composed of separable parts, soul. Furthermore, the distinction between beliefs which one holds versus beliefs which one rejects requires a simple self, because otherwise different parts of the self might believe or disbelieve in the same proposition. There would be nothing to authoritatively distinguish one belief as belonging to the self and distinguish another as not belonging to the self. Again, Lund comments, a consideration of the first-person viewpoint in the unity of consciousness also leads to the conclusion that the self is non-composite. The singularity and indivisibility of the first-person viewpoint implies that the subject whose viewpoint it is singular and indivisible. If we could conceive of a subject having two viewpoints simultaneously, as distinct from viewing the world from a single viewpoint but by way of two bodies, then we could find intelligible the suggestion that a subject might be divided. But we cannot conceive of this from a first-person viewpoint, the viewpoint that must be considered decisive in matters concerning the character of a subject of consciousness. Any attempt to do so leads to one's taking one of the viewpoints as one's own and attributing the other to someone else. And he adds, the conclusion that a subject is non-composite is reinforced by some reflection upon the conditions that must be met for something to be a concrete composite thing. Composite things have parts in virtue of their being spatially extended, but the concept of spatiality is inapplicable to the subject of conscious states. Our immediate knowledge of it is not knowledge of a perceivable or introspectable object experienced as having spatial location and extension. We have no conception of what it might be to encounter a subject in space. We have, at last, reached the conclusion that the self exists and must be a simple, indivisible, metaphysically basic particular which unifies experience and which persists through time. Now, I said at the beginning of this video that proving the existence of the self as a basic particular does not, by itself, establish immaterialism about the mind. For although I think that the conclusions we have drawn here are strongly indicative of an immaterial mind, the physicalist can try to say that there is some fundamentally simple atomic particle which is the self. This allows them to embrace the arguments I have given in this video for the existence of a self and its simplicity without thereby sacrificing physicalism. This hypothesis is rather implausible, given that we cannot identify any single particle within the body which is capable of grounding identity and which is never replaced over time, but it is nevertheless a logical possibility which remains open to the physicalist. As Andrew Brenner observes, few, if any, philosophers think that we are simple physical objects. Roderick Chisholm might have endorsed this sort of view. At the very least, he took seriously the possibility that each of us is a microscopic physical object located somewhere in each of our brains. There may be other ways of conceiving simple physical persons, where they would not be microscopic physical objects located in the brain. In any case, this sort of view is rarely, if ever, endorsed. However, in subsequent videos, I will close the door on this possibility by detailing arguments for the immateriality of the mind. We have now considered the case for the existence of a substantial self in some detail. One will be hard-pressed to find anything in the way of serious arguments against the existence of the self. There are a handful of rather obscure arguments to this effect, arising mostly from Eastern and Buddhist philosophy. Due to their obscurity and the highly complex and controversial nature of them, I have opted not to discuss them in this video. I refer interested viewers to Chapter 6 of Andrew Brenner's book, Personal Ontology, for a critique of those arguments. Within the Western analytic philosophical tradition, however, there are typically no considerations at all in favor of this skepticism about the self. Yet many skeptics of the self have found a certain resonance with a well-known passage from David Hume, where Hume claims to have attempted to discover himself by introspection and failed. Hume tells us, "For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other, of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never catch myself at any time without a perception, and never can observe anything but the perception. When my perceptions are removed for any time, as by sound sleep, so long am I insensible of myself, and may truly be said not to exist. If anyone, upon serious and unprejudiced reflection, thinks he has a different notion of himself, I must confess I can reason no longer with him. All I can allow him is that he may be in the right as well as I, and that we are essentially different in this particular. He may, perhaps, perceive something simple and continued which he calls himself, though, I am certain, there is no such principle in me." While what Hume offers us here is a far cry from a serious argument against the existence of the self, because of the significance which several philosophers have found in Hume's statement, and because of the extent to which this passage has been considered in the literature on self-awareness, it merits some discussion in this video. We shall consider three possible responses which the believer in a substantial self may offer to Hume and his sympathizers. First, Hume's claim at least appears to be self-refuting, for while claiming that he cannot find himself, Hume cannot avoid making reference to himself and what he is doing. As Roderick Chisholm somewhat humorously observes, how can he say that he doesn't find himself, if he is correct in saying that he finds himself to be stumbling, and more fully, that he finds himself to be stumbling on certain things, and not to be stumbling on certain other things? Hume's defenders have, of course, found various creative ways to rescue his statements from the charge of self-refutation. My purpose here is not to chase down each and every one of these attempts to preserve Hume's self-consistency on this matter, because that is to miss the larger point, namely that a tacit awareness of the self is almost impossible to avoid in our thinking, even when expressing skepticism about it. Second, one might respond to Hume simply by asserting the contrary. If one does introspectively discover themselves, then there is no reason for Hume's inability to discover himself to be of concern to them. As J.P. Moreland suggests, I see no reason why one cannot be directly aware of oneself. On a certain understanding of intentionality, according to which it is a monadic property, when one is aware of oneself, as opposed to a mental state one has, in direct self-awareness, one simply directs one's intentionality onto oneself, and the subject and object of awareness stand in the identity relation to each other. Third, and finally, we can think of a very good reason why Hume does not find himself upon introspection. He is looking for himself in the wrong way, as one would look for an object of observation, as opposed to looking for the one who is doing the observing. As Brie Gertler says, Hume used an empirical test to establish the non-introspectability of the self. He attempted to introspect a self and discovered that he could not do so. Some philosophers regard Hume's empirical test as pointless. They argue that even if we could somehow introspect a self, such an experience would allow us to know the self only as an introspective object. But this is an impoverished conception of the self. A more adequate conception will construe the self as the introspecting subject. An analogy to illustrate what Hume is doing wrong is in order here. Consider a man who suffers from poor vision, looking throughout his house for his glasses, whilst wearing his glasses the entire time. He is looking for his glasses in the wrong way. He is failing to find them because he expects them to be just another object in his house like any other. But he doesn't realize that it is his glasses which are enabling this search in the first place, and that he will need to pay attention to his peripheral vision in order to find them. This is somewhat like what I have in mind when I say that Hume is looking for himself in the wrong way, and why he is, therefore, failing to find himself. I can say it no better than John Foster when he says, "A natural response to Hume would be to say that even if we cannot detect ourselves apart from our perceptions, we can at least detect ourselves in them." And David Lund gives a bit more substance to this general reply, saying, "One cogent reason for doubting the significance of Hume's failure to find an introspectively observable subject comes into view when we see that a subject of conscious states could not appear as an object of introspective observation. He seems to assume that if there were any empirical evidence for the existence of a subject, it would have to appear in this way, as phenomenal color or tone might appear. But this assumption must be rejected for the following reason. Since if the subject did exist, it would be what is doing the observing, or having the states he is introspectively observing. It could not be, or appear to be, what is observed in this way. I cannot acquire self-awareness by introspectively observing myself, because I must already have it to see that the observing is being done by me, and that I am the object of introspective observation. Moreover, it is primary or fundamental, that is, not derived from or based upon a more fundamental self-awareness. For the possession of any self-awareness at all implies that some must be fundamental, and it seems impossible to see how this non-observational self-awareness could be derived from a self-awareness that is more fundamental. This is not to say anything about how self-awareness arises, but rather to point out that if it did exist at all, then there must be some self-awareness not based upon a self-awareness that is more fundamental. An infinite regress of ever more basic forms of self-awareness is out of the question here. Thus, we are led, in a seemingly irresistible way, to conclude that we have a fundamental, non-observational awareness of ourselves that entirely eludes Hume's conception and method of self-discovery. And, of course, this conclusion greatly diminishes the significance of his failure to discover a self. This video has made the case that the self really does exist as a concrete particular. We have considered Descartes' classic argument for the existence of the self based upon the necessity of an existing self in order to even ponder the question of one's own existence. I have argued that, contrary to the popular idea that this is supposed to constitute a deductive proof of one's own existence, it is best construed as an analytic truth, which is intended to draw our attention to our own direct acquaintance with ourselves as thinking subjects, thereby evading the common charge of circularity. I have tried to render Descartes' point more dialectically effective by demonstrating various absurd entailments which would follow from the idea that there is no self. Moreover, I have argued that these considerations further yield the conclusion that the self must be simple. Finally, I have concluded that there is no significance in David Hume's often cited failure to introspectively find himself with respect to whether or not there is a substantive self. While there are strong immaterialist implications from these conclusions, the victory for substance dualism is not quite secured by them. We have seen that there is a way for the physicalist to consistently acknowledge the existence of a simple self. Nevertheless, further arguments for substance dualism, which we will explore in the future, will eliminate even this lingering possibility. But for now, I have merely established that there is a substantial self. That alone is a worthwhile conclusion, as it lays a foundation from which to build the rest of the case for the immateriality of the self, and therefore for the truth of substance dualism. In my previous video, I made the case for the existence of a substantive, irreducibly simple self, which is a concrete particular, serves as the center of conscious experience, and persists through time. While we saw that there were strongly dualistic implications which follow from this conclusion, in this video, I begin the task of arguing affirmatively for substance dualism. We shall begin with the argument from introspection, which I will set forward and defend throughout this video. There intuitively seems to be a real distinction between the mental world and the physical world. When I reflect upon the nature of my experiences, or my thoughts, or my dreams, it's not easy to identify any particular physical items which might be identical to these things. As John Foster puts it, we have, I think, a natural inclination to think of mentality as something both fundamental and non-physical, an inclination which would lead us to reject any conceptual analysis of mental statements in non-mentalistic terms, or any metaphysical reduction of mental facts to non-mental facts, or any identification of mental events with physical events. And Brandon Rickabaugh and J.P. Moreland add, "It is very difficult to take most, if not all, mental states as having a physical nature. Thoughts, beliefs, desires, and exercises of volitional power do not seem to have geometrical properties, location, size, or shape, mass, charge, and so on. Indeed, it seems to be a category fallacy to ascribe such properties to these mental states." Certainly, the inability of physicalists to agree upon how exactly mental states are supposed to be explained in physical terms highlights the difficulties involved in trying to explain one in terms of the other. Yet we know that our mental lives really exist. Indeed, we know this with greater certainty than we know anything about the physical world, for the physical world is mediated to us by means of the mental world. As Charles Taliaferro says, "The world of conscious experience is the least peculiar, least precarious realm to investigate. The world of matter has seemed more of a riddle to unravel than the realm of mind, for it appears, or at least it has appeared to many philosophers in the past, that the mental world of conscious subjective experience is immediately present or given. We do not have to engage in a weighty inferential process to determine, say, whether we are in gripping pain. Introspection discloses our feelings and emotions with a unique surety. We may well know about the material world, but this has seemed to require comparatively greater work, having to be gained through conjecture and experiment, than knowledge of our own mental states. In short, the mental world can be accessed directly and infallibly through introspection, whereas the physical world out there cannot. This difference in access suggests a real distinction between the two, and forms the basis for the argument from introspection for substance dualism. Having laid some groundwork, we are now in a position to formally erect the argument from introspection. Following Brandon Rickabaugh and J.P. Moreland, we may express the argument in a simple two-premise syllogism as follows. 1. My mental states are knowable by introspection. 2. My brain states are not knowable by introspection. 3. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, my mental states are not identical with my brain states. While Rickabaugh and Moreland's formulation of this argument does rule out identity theory, as stated, it doesn't quite get us to dualism. Fortunately, we can easily make some modifications which will get us there. The second premise can be generalized to any physical object. So by generalizing the second premise, and by adding a few more to draw out the implications of this, we get the following argument. 1. My mental states are knowable by introspection. 2. Physical states are not knowable by introspection. 3. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, my mental states are not identical with any physical states. 4. If my mental states are not identical with any physical states, then my mental states must be non-physical or immaterial. Therefore, my mental states must be non-physical or immaterial. But are the premises of Rickabaugh and Moreland's argument true? One would certainly hope that the first premise is not in question. If we could not know our own mental states by introspection, then it's difficult to see how we could determine our own thoughts, beliefs, desires, or emotions. A severe sort of skepticism appears to follow if premise 1 is rejected. But surely we can determine our own beliefs and desires and such. I suppose the skeptic might try to come up with other means besides introspection by which we might come to have knowledge of these things. For example, perhaps I could determine that I have a headache by looking at myself in the mirror while watching myself hold my head and scream. Not only would such a suggestion still rely on being able to introspectively determine the contents of their own visual field, but it is also just manifestly not how people determine that they have headaches. As Joshua Ferris puts it, a common sense set of data regarding pain includes the phenomenal and arguably private state of pain that is only accessible by the subject of experience. It appears very doubtful that the skeptic of the first premise can offer a more plausible explanation than introspection for how we come to have knowledge of our own mental states. And even if one could be given, I take it to simply be obvious from the first-person perspective that I do have access to my own mental states via introspection, even if there were some other way to come to know them. Thus, I conclude that the first premise is true. The skeptic is far more likely to challenge the second premise, but it's also far from clear how he could plausibly do so. We noted in the introduction to this series that physical objects are to be defined in part by reference to their extension in space. Yet it makes little sense to ask how far one of my mental states extends. My thoughts cannot be measured in inches. My experience of happiness cannot be calculated in ounces or in pounds. When I close my eyes and visualize a blue sky or a vast desert, I am seeing things which have properties which are not possessed by my brain or, indeed, by any other part of my body. The blueness I imagine in the sky, or the sandiness I imagine in the desert, are not to be found in my brain. And if these visual images have properties which are not possessed by any physical part of me, then they cannot be physical parts of me. As Joshua Rasmussen explains, we have a direct access to our thoughts that we do not have to material brain states. Consider a thought in your mind. Focus on it. See what it is about. By seeing what your thought is about, you can distinguish this thought from other thoughts that are about other things. Now consider, by contrast, bits of your brain. You do not have direct conscious awareness of third-person bits of your brain. These observations expose a salient difference between the first-person aspects of your thoughts and the third-person aspects of bits of your brain. The difference is in your means of accessing them. It seems to me that the reality of some aspects of thoughts can be as clear as anything. In particular, it seems to me that it is possible to be directly aware of certain aspects within my mind. Direct awareness creates clarity. By contrast, chemical aspects of brain matter are not within my direct awareness. For this reason, it seems to me that I have a clearer, more direct access to first-person contents within my own mind than to third-person chemical contents within my brain. So it appears that we also have excellent reasons to affirm the second premise of the argument. But if both premises are true, then the conclusion follows irresistibly. Another way to construe the argument from introspection focuses on the certainty of various mental states, which eludes our knowledge of physical objects. The basic principle at play in this version of the argument from introspection is, as Surendra Gangadine says, the most immediately known is the most certainly known. I would present the argument this way. 1. For every physical state of affairs, knowledge of it is fallible. 2. But knowledge of at least some of my own mental states is not fallible. 3. Therefore, at least some of my own mental states are not physical states. Premise 1 appears difficult to reject. Not only do general skeptical challenges, like the possibilities of dreams and hallucinations, apply to any experience of a physical object, but scientific discoveries likewise have repeatedly forced us to revise our understanding of the physical world, and will almost certainly do so again. It seems impossible to come up with any belief about the physical world which could not, in principle, be revised by some future advances in science. Thus, our knowledge of any physical state of affairs is subject to future revision, and is thereby known to be fallible. Nevertheless, mental states appear immune from this sort of mistake. It is unthinkable that I should be mistaken about what I believe on some particular topic, or about how I feel about some situation at a specific time, or about what I seem to see in my visual field. If I feel an intense pain in my head, and a doctor thoroughly examines me and informs me that nothing is wrong with my head, I will surely not conclude that I am not really feeling the pain. At least some mental states simply have immunity from error. They are incorrigible. The fallibility of our knowledge of physical objects and infallibility of our mental states points to a difference between the two, a difference which entails that the mental states are not themselves physical. As Richard Warner puts it, the idea is that a certain kind of mistake, possible in the recognition of physical things, is not possible in the case of certain mental items. To illustrate, suppose your ability to recognize foxes is completely unimpaired, and that, as a result of using this ability, you believe a particular item to be a fox. You might be mistaken. The animal might be a hologram, for example. Mistakes of this sort are impossible in the case of certain mental items. Pain, for example. That is, necessarily, if your ability to recognize pain is completely unimpaired and, as a result of using that ability, you believe that you are in pain, then you are in pain. This is a modal property of pain. No physical thing has this property. So there we have two different ways of developing the argument from introspection for substance dualism. Both versions of the argument identified things that were true of certain items within our mental lives, which were not true of any physical objects. And from this, it follows that these mental items cannot be identified with physical items. But since these items exist, it follows that they must be non-physical. The first version of the argument from introspection is, by far, the more commonly discussed in the literature. As such, we will explore objections to this version before we consider objections to the second version. Physicalists have, to say the least, not been impressed with this first version of the argument from introspection. They have found at least 3 different ways of challenging this sort of argument for dualism. The first strategy involves challenging the form of the argument by claiming that it commits a logical fallacy. The second challenge targets the second premise of the argument and argues that it is either false or unjustified. This strategy suggests that, contrary to appearances, we might actually be introspecting brain states. The third strategy, which strikes me as the most desperate of all, targets the first premise and suggests that we do not, in fact, know our own mental states by introspection. We shall consider each objection in turn. The eliminative materialist Paul Churchland defends the first line of response to the argument from introspection. He alleges that the argument from introspection commits the intentional fallacy. He explains, "This, in my experience, is the most beguiling form of the argument from introspection, seductive of freshmen and faculty alike, but it is a straightforward instance of a well-known fallacy, which is clearly illustrated in the following parallel arguments. 1. Muhammad Ali is widely known as a heavyweight boxing champion. 2. Cassius Clay is not widely known as a heavyweight champion. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, 3. Muhammad Ali is not identical with Cassius Clay. Or 1. Aspirin is recognized by John to be a pain reliever. 2. Acetylsalicylic acid is not recognized by John as a pain reliever. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, 3. Aspirin is not identical with acetylsalicylic acid. Churchland goes on to drive his point home, saying, "The problem is that the property ascribed in premise 1 and withheld in premise 2 consists only in the subject items being recognized, perceived, or known as something or other, but such apprehension is not a genuine property of the item itself, fit for divining identities, since one and the same subject may be successfully recognized under one name or description, and yet failed to be recognized under another description. Bluntly, Leibniz's law is not valid for these bogus properties. The attempt to use them as above commits what logicians call an intentional fallacy." Now, the first thing to note about Churchland's attack on the argument from introspection is that, if his criticisms work at all, they only apply to the first version of the argument we have considered. They are utterly forceless against the second version, for even if the phenomenal qualities of conscious experience can be explained by recourse to brain states manifesting in two different ways, the rational qualities of incorrigible beliefs cannot be explained in this way. This is because rational qualities like epistemic infallibility and incorrigibility are a matter of the strength of one's epistemic justification rather than a matter of appearance. So the second version of the argument from introspection which we have considered is simply not susceptible to the formal objection which Churchland expresses here. With that being said, how does the first version of the argument fare against Churchland's criticisms? There are a number of ways for the defender of the argument from introspection to reply to Churchland. In the first place, Churchland's parodies are not apt. They do not actually resemble the argument from introspection. In Churchland's parody arguments, one is failing to realize that two labels, presumably labels used primarily by other people, apply to the same person or thing. But we are not talking about labels in the argument from introspection. We are talking about facts directly known by us about our own mental states. As Rickabaugh and Moreland respond, "Here is a further reason to think that Ali Clay is not parallel to the argument from introspection. The source of error is obvious. We can easily understand how one could fail to know that whom they refer to as Muhammad Ali is also referred to as Cassius Clay. They could simply fail to know his personal history. This error is due to a lack of propositional knowledge regarding the reference of certain names. However, the source of error in the argument from introspection is not at all clear. How is it that when attending to and subsequently reflecting on my mental states, they seem to stand in relations to me that have certain properties that are not at all like the properties or relations of brain states? The only account Churchland could give assumes that we cannot know the basic nature of our own mental states by paying attention to them. But this kind of skepticism about introspection is absurd. If we cannot know the basic nature of our own mental states by introspection, then we cannot know which thoughts are our thoughts." And this leads us naturally to the second line of response open to the defender of the argument from introspection, namely that Churchland is confusing or equivocating between inferential knowledge and non-inferential knowledge. As Rickabaugh and Moreland conclude, Ali Clay equivocates between different types of beliefs and different types of knowledge when compared to arguments from introspection. Inferential knowledge involves making judgments from more basic knowledge, judgments which can sometimes be wrong. Our knowledge of other people, like Muhammad Ali, or of physical objects, like aspirin, is inferential, and our knowledge is limited in such cases to what we can infer. Non-inferential knowledge, by contrast, consists in infallible direct acquaintance with certain facts. We don't infer knowledge of our own mental states from other facts which we know more directly, for there is nothing that we know more directly than our own mental states. As such, this knowledge by acquaintance is not subject to the sorts of limitations and errors which can occur when we make inferences. Because the knowledge is direct and unmediated by inference, there simply are no fallible steps where an error can occur. The point is not that two different ways of knowing something implies that the thing known is different. Certainly some things may come to be known either inferentially or non-inferentially. Rather, the point is that non-inferential justification provides an immunity to error which is not present in most cases of inferential justification. Moreover, this immunity to error precludes the sort of mistake in reasoning which occurs in Churchland's counterexamples. Whereas it is possible for me to make labeling errors when it comes to applying names to people or products, it is not possible for me to make errors with respect to my own mental states. This is because these are known by direct acquaintance, whereas proper names like Muhammad Ali and aspirin are only known indirectly by inference. The problems which occur in Churchland's parity arguments are the direct result of the limitations of non-deductive inference. Since such limitations are not present in cases of non-inferential knowledge, and since knowledge of one's own mental states is non-inferential, these sorts of errors can simply not be present in introspection. Consequently, Churchland's parities are simply not genuinely parallel to the argument from introspection. To be genuinely parallel to the argument from introspection, Churchland's parities would have to look something like this. 1. The name Muhammad Ali is widely known to refer to the individual who can be described as the heavyweight boxing champion. 2. The name Cassius Clay is not widely known to refer to the individual who can be described as the heavyweight boxing champion. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, 3. The name Muhammad Ali is not identical with the name Cassius Clay. Or, 1. The label aspirin is recognized by John to refer to a pain reliever. 2. The label acetylsalicylic acid is not recognized by John to refer to a pain reliever. Therefore, by Leibniz's law, 3. The label aspirin is not identical with the label acetylsalicylic acid. Notice how when the parity arguments are made genuinely parallel to the argument from introspection, they no longer yield false conclusions. So Churchland's parity arguments, as he formulates them, are simply not parallel to the argument from introspection. When they are made parallel, they no longer yield false conclusions, which robs them of the very purpose for which Churchland created them. I have now argued that, contra Churchland's claim, the form of the argument is valid. The argument from introspection does not commit the intentional fallacy. But the skeptic of dualism is still free to challenge the truth of the premises. Churchland targets premise 2 of the argument. The gist of his response is to insist that one and the same physical object can appear in two different ways. So although our thoughts and experiences and emotions may seem different than brain states, they are, in fact, just brain states which are appearing in a different way. Just as a building which appears circular from a top-down view might appear square or rectangular from the ground level, perhaps brain states can appear differently upon introspection. As he says, if mental states are indeed brain states, then it is really brain states that we have been introspecting all along, though without fully appreciating what they are. And if we can learn to think of and recognize those states under their familiar mentalistic descriptions, then we can certainly learn to think of and recognize them under their more penetrating neurophysiological descriptions. At the very least, premise 2 begs the question against the identity theorist. Churchland then tries to challenge the first premise, casting doubt on the trustworthiness of introspection by offering alleged cases where we perceive things which appear essentially different than they really are. As he explains, but the argument is deeply suspect in that it assumes that our faculty of inner observation or introspection reveals things as they really are in their innermost nature. This assumption is suspect because we already know that our other forms of observation, sight, hearing, touch, and so on, do no such thing. The red surface of an apple does not look like a matrix of molecules reflecting photons at certain critical wavelengths, but that is what it is. The sound of a flute does not sound like a sinusoidal compression wave train in the atmosphere, but that is what it is. The warmth of the summer air does not feel like the mean kinetic energy of millions of tiny molecules, but that is what it is. If one's pains and hopes and beliefs do not introspectively seem like electrochemical states in a neural network, that may be only because our faculty of introspection, like our other senses, is not sufficiently penetrating to reveal such hidden details. Churchland's objection to the first premise depends upon a very skeptical stance towards introspection, which creates an interesting tension with his objection to the second premise. For the more skeptical one is of introspection, the more inclined they should be to accept the idea that brain states are not knowable by introspection, and therefore to accept the second premise as true. If we cannot know things by introspection at all, then it just trivially follows that the second premise is true. Yet Churchland's objection to premise 2 is that it begs the question against the identity theorist, insofar as it assumes that it is not brain states which we have been knowing by introspection all along, which seems to grant the first premise, which says that we can know our own mental states by introspection. But then which is it? Can we know our own mental states by introspection or not? If so, then Churchland loses his objection to the first premise. If not, then Churchland loses his objection to the second premise. He cannot have his cake and eat it too. His respective objections to each premise, if they succeed, tend to confirm the other premise. In other words, his objections are mutually inconsistent with one another. One cannot claim that we know our own brain states by introspection, but then also deny that introspection is a means of knowing. But leaving this tension aside, what are we to make of Churchland's skepticism towards introspection? We have already noted the problematic skeptical implications which arise from denying introspection as a means of knowing the content and nature of one's own mental states. But more fundamentally, Churchland's examples of reduction detailed in the quotations simply confuse the cause of one's sensory impressions with the sensory impressions themselves. While it may be true that, to take just one example, the sensation of seeing red may, in general, be caused by a matrix of molecules reflecting photons at certain wavelengths, it does not follow that this is what the sensation of red itself is. And indeed, it cannot be, because it is possible to experience a visual sensation of red even when there is no associated matrix of molecules reflecting photons at the required wavelengths, such as in a dream or in a case of hallucination. And for Churchland to assume that the physical stimulus of an experience is all there is to the experience is just for him to beg the question in the present context. As Stuart Goetz and Charles Taliaferro observe, the difficulty with Churchland's reasoning is that his seemingly straightforward claim that brain states and mental states are identical begs the question against dualists or anyone else who recognizes the irreducibly non-physical nature of mental states. Granted, seeing the redness of an apple may be caused by a matrix of molecules reflecting photons at certain critical wavelengths, but correlation is not the same as identity, and the same is true of the other examples. It is one thing to hold that a sinusoidal compression wave train in the atmosphere stimulates a subject's eardrum and brain and causes him to hear sounds, the experience of audition, but another to claim that the wave train and the hearing of the sound are identical. But even granting Churchland's examples, it wouldn't automatically follow from this that they are analogous to all of the mental items which we introspect. It is possible to identify certain types of mental states which do not admit of the appearance-reality distinction because appearance is all there is to them. As Rickabaugh and Moreland point out, suppose that Churchland's cases of reduction are accurate. One could still reply that they are bad analogies for mental properties. Consider heat and color. One could grant that there is a difference between what they are and how they appear. That is, heat and color pose both phenomenal properties and physical properties. However, such a distinction is not available for mental states like a sensation of pain. A pain sensation is just the way it appears to a subject, as hurtful. The nature of a painful feeling and the appearance of pain do not come apart. Imagine that an individual's brain is in a neural state normally correlated with a sensation of pain. It seems possible that they could be in such a state and not have a sensation of pain. However, it does not seem possible for an individual to have a sensation of pain and not experience it. Take away the experience of pain, and pain goes with it. These thought experiments show that the phenomenal texture of a pain sensation is essential to what a pain sensation is. Consequently, mental states like pain resist the type of reduction to which things like sound, light, and heat are vulnerable. And they add, Churchland could reply that all we have shown is that one cannot know the physical nature of a mental state by introspection, but it still has a physical nature. Even if we grant, for the sake of argument, that mental states have a physical nature, our arguments still show that there is an irreducible mental nature to them as well. This is all we need for our arguments to succeed. Julian Musolino develops an objection similar to Churchland's against the argument from introspection. He writes, "This line of reasoning is utterly fallacious. Just because something feels right, we certainly wouldn't want to conclude that it must therefore be right. Consider, for example, the Earth's orbit around the Sun. Consult your intuitions and tell me if it feels like the Earth is moving around the Sun at the speed of 67,000 miles per hour. It certainly doesn't feel that way. As far as we can intuitively tell, the Earth is perfectly immobile. So the proposition that the Earth is moving around the Sun at a very high speed doesn't agree with common sense, and yet there are very good reasons to believe it is true." But Musolino misunderstands the argument in at least two important ways. First, the argument is not strictly based on feelings or what feels right. The argument is primarily based upon a comparison between the properties of mental states knowable by introspection and the properties of brain states. A comparison of the two reveals that the two have different properties, and this, in turn, justifies the inference that the two are not identical, since identical states share identical properties. Second, Musolino's example of the Earth moving around the Sun at a high speed, despite the Earth seeming to be stationary, is misplaced. In this example, the discrepancy between what seems to be the case and what is the case is born out of the fact that experiential mental states can fail to accurately relay facts about the external world. But the argument from introspection doesn't dispute this. It doesn't suggest that mental states are exactly like the external facts which they represent. Rather, it suggests that mental states are exactly like mental states. It is one thing to point to the trivially obvious fact that a mental state can fail to accurately represent what it is about. It is quite another to suggest that mental states are different than the same mental states. As David Lund observes, there is no epistemic gap between what it seems to be and what it really is. what it seems to be is all there is to it, and introspection alone is sufficient for knowledge of what it seems to be. Consequently, when we seem to conceive of a pain in the absence of the associated brain process, the conceivability data accessible to us are epistemically transparent. We have assurance that our seeming to conceive is really conceiving. It is inconceivable that our conception of pain should turn out to be mistaken in the light of future empirical discoveries about the electrochemistry of the brain. I have now defended the first version of the argument from introspection at some length. But what about the second version? As a reminder, the second version went as follows. 1. For every physical state of affairs, knowledge of it is fallible. 2. But knowledge of at least some of my own mental states is not fallible. 3. Therefore, at least some of my own mental states are not physical states. It might be possible to object to the first premise in some way, but I have never yet come across any objection to it, let alone an account for how one might attain infallible knowledge of a physical object. Presumably, whatever knowledge we have of physical objects is mediated by sensory experience. But we know that sensory experience is sometimes fallible, and given the aforementioned possibility of skeptical scenarios, like a brain in a vat or a Cartesian demon, it seems that it will always be possible for there to be some way in which our senses could be deceived. And if that possibility cannot be eliminated, then there will always be some chance, however slight, that our beliefs about the physical world are wrong. If that possibility cannot be eliminated, then our knowledge of the physical world cannot be infallible, and the first premise of the argument is true. As I said, I have never found anyone who seriously disputes this line of reasoning, and it is generally agreed among contemporary epistemologists of all persuasions that we cannot have infallible knowledge of physical objects. However, this is because most epistemologists do not believe that we can have infallible knowledge of anything. So-called fallibilism, the idea that we could always be wrong about anything, reigns supreme in contemporary philosophy. As C. Stephen Evans observes, most philosophers today adopt fallibilist answers to questions about what counts as good evidence. That is, they admit that, at least in the vast majority of cases, human beings might be mistaken in the judgments we make. And while this is good news when it comes to the first premise of this argument, it is bad news when it comes to the second premise, for the second premise asserts that knowledge of at least some of my own mental states is infallible. Now, I have offered a thorough defense of the idea that certain types of knowledge about our own mental states is infallible in my video series on epistemology, so I won't go into detail on that here. Interested viewers are referred to those videos for a defense of this premise. However, I will consider a popular counterexample which is supposed to challenge the idea that we can infallibly know any of our own mental states. Paul Churchland explains, even if introspection is unmediated by second-order sensations, nothing guarantees that the introspective judgment, I am in pain, will be caused only by the occurrence of pains. Perhaps other things as well can cause that judgment, at least in unusual circumstances, in which case the judgment would be false. Consider the occurrence of something rather similar to pain, a sudden sensation of extreme cold, for example, in a situation where one strongly expects to feel pain. Suppose that you are a captured spy being interrogated at length with the repeated help of a hot iron pressed briefly to your back. If, on the 20th trial, an ice cube is covertly pressed against your back, your immediate reaction will differ little or none from your first 19 reactions. You almost certainly would think for a brief moment that you were feeling pain. Mistakes of this kind are called expectation effects, and they are a standard phenomenon with perception generally. Evidently, they apply to introspection as well. The reality of expectation effects provides us with a recipe for producing almost any misidentification you like, whether of external things or of internal states. We must be very careful here to be sensitive to an important distinction between different types of beliefs. There are beliefs about one's sensations, and then there are beliefs about what causes one's sensations, and Churchland collapses them together here. Obviously, beliefs about what causes one's sensations can be fallible, so one can be wrong in their belief regarding why they are feeling pain by attributing that feeling to a hot iron, even when said iron is not present. But that is very different than being wrong about believing that one does in fact feel pain. Once this distinction has been fully appreciated, it should become clear that Churchland's thought experiment poses no threat to the idea that we can infallibly determine the contents of our own mental states. The error regards the source or cause of the feeling of pain, but not the feeling of pain itself. That remains infallibly known. As Timothy McGrew observes, first, it is not obvious that the subject is really experiencing a mild cooling rather than a burning sensation. Psychosomatic experiences are hard to investigate, but there is some reason to believe that, especially under conditions of heavy and systematic suggestion, an individual's anticipations will play a major role in determining the type of sensation he experiences. We must not confuse the physical stimulus with the felt sensation. The two, though normally causally related, are not identical. Second, we must distinguish between the momentary sensation and the attempt to describe it. To bring the sensation under a descriptive category is normally to engage in an implicit comparison between it and other sensations, but such comparison, since it involves a judgment of memory, could be wrong. Perhaps the most accurate description of the subject's experience would be, "I feel a sudden shock," a description which involves less sophisticated conceptualization. Churchland anticipates this response, but insists that it cannot account for the change in belief about what has happened. As he argues, the incorrigibilist may try to insist that sensation number 20 was a pain after all, despite its benign cause, on the grounds that, if you took it to be a pain, if you thought it felt painful to you, then it really was a pain. This interpretation sits poorly with the fact that one can recover from the kinds of misidentification just explored. One's initial screech of horror gives way to, wait, that's not the same feeling as before. What's going on back there? If sensation number 20 really was a pain, why does one's judgment reverse itself a few seconds later? But the answer to Churchland's question appears all too obvious. The reason for the change in one's belief about what has actually happened is due to a change in the sensation. Whereas the initial moment of contact really did feel painful, the subsequent moments do not, thereby prompting a reconsideration of what caused the entire experience in the first place. There is no mystery for the infallibilist in explaining why there is a change in judgment which corresponds to a change in the felt sensation. Rather, the mystery only exists for the fallibilist in that some explanation is needed for why there was an initial judgment that the subject was in a pain state, if that's not genuinely what the subject initially felt. If there were no difference between the felt sensation at the initial moment of contact and the subsequent sensation, we would be at a total loss to explain the difference between the immediate reaction and the subsequent reaction. Presumably the belief that one initially felt pain has not changed in this scenario, for unless that belief were true, it would make no sense to suggest that the subject initially thought that they were in pain. What has changed is merely a belief about what caused the sensation of pain, but the cause is a physical state of affairs, and this version of the argument from introspection assumes that knowledge of physical states of affairs is fallible. So Churchland's thought experiment poses no challenge to the second version of the argument from introspection, and merely highlights the truth of the first premise. This video has explored arguments from introspection for substance dualism. We have examined two versions of the argument, and we have considered a wide array of objections to these arguments. The conclusion has been that none of these objections land, and that the arguments are, therefore, successful. Introspection thus provides us with information which reveals important differences between mental states and brain states or any other physical states, which licenses the inference to the conclusion that mental states are not brain states or any other physical states. If, as I have suggested, this argument works, then one important consequence of it is that one doesn't need vast knowledge of science or philosophy to know that the mind is immaterial. All one needs to do is pay careful attention to the deliverances of their introspective awareness of the nature of their own mind. In previous videos, I have introduced the subject of the mind-body problem and have begun detailing and defending various arguments for the truth of substance dualism, the idea that the mind is an immaterial substance distinct from the physical body or brain. In this video, I want to consider an argument for dualism which has always stood out from the rest to me. This argument is the modal argument for dualism. The argument asks us to consider certain modal facts about ourselves which we could only possess if the mind is immaterial, and from this, it concludes that the mind must be immaterial. The structure of this video is as follows. First, I will give some illustrations to prime viewers' intuitions for the argument which is to follow. After this, I will formalize the modal argument for dualism into a deductive syllogism. As we shall see, the third premise will be the most controversial premise. I shall offer 4 lines of defense for this premise. After this, I shall consider and dispel a variety of objections to it. And lastly, I shall consider and reject more general objections to the modal argument. In 1999, the Wachowskis released a popular science fiction film entitled The Matrix. The plot is set far in the future and follows the story of a computer programmer known as Neo. Throughout the course of the story, Neo comes to discover that all of humanity is unknowingly trapped by machines inside of a simulated virtual reality called the Matrix. The entire world which Neo had thought that he had inhabited does not actually exist. The film takes advantage of a very interesting philosophical thought experiment which goes back most famously to the 17th century French philosopher René Descartes. Descartes imagined a scenario in which everything appeared as it does to him, and yet he was actually being deceived by an all-powerful, malicious demon. More modern thought experiments of mad scientists deceiving brains in vats are similarly motivated by the idea that our senses might be deceived on a global scale. As Richard Swinburne says, Descartes' supposed principle about what is logically possible is that while he thinks and is aware of thinking, he can, compatibly with I am thinking, conceive that I have no body. For maybe Descartes just dreams that he has a body, so he claims that he can conceive, and so it is logically possible that I am thinking and I have no body. This premise certainly seems to those who first hear it immensely plausible. After all, in a dream, anyone can be mistaken about the nature and location of their body and the extent of their bodily powers. People often dream that they are flying, and no one can know infallibly that they are not dreaming. So surely, anyone can be mistaken about whether or not they have a body, and so reflecting on what is involved in his thinking, Descartes sees no incompatibility in I am thinking and I have no body. These sorts of thought experiments, indicate that it is possible for our minds to exist even in the absence of anything physical existing. But if this is possible, then it follows that our minds cannot themselves be physical, and so the mind must be an immaterial sort of thing. The point of highlighting the possible truth of these skeptical scenarios is not, of course, to cast doubt on our everyday beliefs about the reality of a physical world. Rather, the point is that because possibilities are grounded in actualities, the possibility that our minds could exist apart from anything physical tells us something about the actual status of our minds. As David Lund says, though modal facts are facts about circumstances other than those of the actual world, such facts nevertheless depend on how things actually are. And Marlene Rosemond adds, Descartes' first move is to introduce skeptical arguments that are meant to undermine the assumption that there are sensible qualities in the physical world. These doubts are meant to force one to set aside one's beliefs. They generate a need for arguments in favor of any entities one would wish to posit. The possibility of our minds existing apart from anything material entails that they are immaterial. This is the basic idea undergirding modal arguments for dualism. Again, Lund explains, a subject-agent seems to have modal properties that no physical particular can possess. In first-person terms, if it is metaphysically possible for me to exist as subject-agent in the absence of all physical particulars or in isolation from them, but not possible for any physical particular to exist under such conditions, then, as subject-agent, I am not a physical particular. Such an argument, if sound, would establish that I have, as subject-agent, the metaphysical status not only of a particular, but also of a non-physical particular as well. W.D. Hart puts the basic argument succinctly, saying, neither your mind nor your body is more basic than the other. Either could exist even if the other did not. This view is, or is like a version of, Descartes' dualism. The best argument for this view is also due to Descartes. What you can imagine is possible, and you can imagine being disembodied, so you could be disembodied. What I have just expressed is a very casual way of presenting the modal argument for dualism. But now let's attempt to formalize the argument into a syllogism. In its most basic form, the argument looks like this. 1. My mind is essentially either material or immaterial. 2. If it is logically possible for my mind to exist apart from anything material, then my mind is not essentially material. 3. It is logically possible for my mind to exist apart from anything material. 4. Therefore, my mind is not essentially material. 5. Therefore, my mind is essentially immaterial. A critical term used throughout the argument is the term mind. At the outset, I should say something about how this term is being defined within the argument, since the nature of the mind is the matter of the present controversy. In order to avoid presupposing any particular account of the mind, and thereby begging the question against the physicalist, I will be using this term in the most minimal sense. By the term mind, I will simply mean that which possesses thoughts and undergoes experiences. I take it that whatever other characteristics one wishes to attribute to a mind, they will at least include these two things. It's also important to understand that the designation of this mind as my mind in the argument is intended to include not just the thing which has my thoughts and experiences, but also the very same thoughts and experiences which I actually have at this very moment. In other words, the argument is not intended to say that it is merely logically possible that there should be some hypothetical immaterial mind. Instead, it is intended to say that it is logically possible that my own mind, complete with all of its past and present thought properties, could, at this very moment, exist in the absence of all physical things. The form of this argument appears to be impeccable. It is logically valid. In other words, the conclusion follows necessarily if the premises are true. But then we must ask, are the premises true? Let's consider each one in turn. Premise 1 appears to be pretty safe since it expresses a true dichotomy. I suppose that one could try to suggest a third option, namely that the mind is not essentially one thing, but rather a combination of both material and immaterial substances. However, this move will entail substance dualism, and so will be of little hope to those trying to escape the conclusion of the argument. Furthermore, in a previous video, I have offered numerous arguments to the effect that the mind is an irreducibly basic particular, a singular and indivisible entity. If these arguments hold, then the mind cannot be a combination or composite in any sense, and therefore, premise 1 does indeed express a true dichotomy. Premise 2 is analytically true. If my mind were essentially material, as the physicalist believes, then it surely could not exist if nothing material existed. The non-existence of all material objects would straightforwardly preclude the existence of a physical mind. Premises 4 and 5 follow deductively from the three preceding premises, so the real point of contention is premise 3. It's important to realize that the third premise is merely expressing a logical possibility, so it could be the case that, in fact, minds causally depend upon bodies or brains. The premise just asserts a logical separability between the two. As Charles Taliaferro says, the premise does not assert that I ever have existed or will exist without my body, but simply that such separability is possible. A defender of the argument may believe that at no time have persons existed or will exist without their bodies. All the defender need claim is that it is possible that I can exist without this body, or vice versa. The person may be envisaged as surviving the extinction of his or her body, either in an altogether disembodied state, or as re-embodied. If it is possible for me to have a different body switching as it were, then it follows that I am not identical with the body I have now. But here we arrive at the burning question, is it possible for my mind to exist in the absence of anything material existing? There are at least 4 distinct ways to support the truth of the third premise. These are 1. By appealing to the conceivability of one's disembodied existence, 2. By appealing to the conceivability of body switching or the gradual disassembly of the body, 3. By appealing to other areas of discourse where the idea of disembodied existence is regarded as intelligible, and 4. By defending an indirect realist theory of perception. We shall examine each of these 4 lines of argument in turn. Regarding the first line of defense, the third premise certainly has a great deal of initial plausibility due to thought experiments which are seemingly possible where one thinks of themselves as existing in a disembodied state. After all, scenarios like deception in the Matrix, or by Descartes' evil demon, have not only struck most philosophers as logical possibilities, but as genuine challenges. As Kevin McCain puts it, our experiences aren't perfectly reliable, i.e., they sometimes lead us astray. Realization of this fact led Descartes to worry. If our experiences sometimes lead us astray, how can we tell when they are leading us astray and when they're not? It's not clear that we can. But if we can't tell in general whether our experiences are leading us astray or not, then it seems possible that they always do. If there is some logical contradiction entailed by the notion that our sensory impressions don't accurately relay a physical world to us, it is certainly not obvious what it might be. One would think that all of the creative efforts by epistemologists over the past few centuries, which have been employed to rebut external world skepticism, would have uncovered a contradiction by now, if there were one. As Charles Taliaferro says, conceiving of disembodiment is not like imagining there is a square circle, or that something could be made up entirely of wood and not made up of wood at the same time. Rather, it is something we may positively grasp and not just weakly conceive. David Lund is somewhat more detailed in his explanation, saying, "Let us begin our critical examination of the third premise by noting the prima facie conceivability of my existing with exactly my mental and phenomenal properties in isolation from all material things." We might consider how easy it seems to be to enter into the thought experiment of Descartes' Meditations, in which he speculates that, although he believes himself to be awake and immersed in a world of material things, he might be dreaming, or the victim of a hallucination induced by an evil genius. He would exist in either case, but the body he experiences would be phenomenal, not the physical body he believes he has. In first-person terms, my existing with only my mental and phenomenal properties in a world that, though appearing to me like the actual world, is in fact a phenomenal world, is prima facie conceivable for me. Indeed, it seems easy to form a comprehensive, explicit, and detailed conception of my continuing to have a variety of experiences, including sensory ones, in apparent independence of all material things. Thus, thought experiments of this sort, which have struck most who have reflected upon them as being logically possible, yield some initial support for the third premise of the modal argument. If disembodiment is not logically possible, then neither are these hypothetical skeptical scenarios. But because, upon reflection, they do appear to be possible, the third premise appears to be true. The second line of argument for the truth of the third premise can be found in a different sort of thought experiment, namely thought experiments involving a person switching from one body to another. Such body switching features prominently in works of science fiction and appears to be perfectly intelligible. There is nothing obviously contradictory about someone occupying and controlling a body which previously belonged to someone else. But, of course, this sort of switching between bodies is not possible if the mind is an essentially material thing. Perhaps the skeptic could suggest that what we are actually imagining in these scenarios is not a complete switching of bodies, but rather something more like a brain transplant. That is to say, perhaps what we are actually imagining is the physical basis of a person being transferred to another body, and so there are no implications regarding the immateriality of the mind from these sorts of thought experiments. However, just on its face, it seems clear that the skeptic is describing a different sort of scenario here than the one originally put forward. Moreover, both hypotheticals seem logically possible. That is to say, we can imagine someone switching bodies either by having a brain transplant or without having a brain transplant. The skeptic is merely putting forward a different thought experiment than the one originally suggested. And in any case, it is far from clear that one can easily identify a person with their brain in this way. After all, neurosurgeons are capable of removing most of the brain, and yet presumably they have not thereby removed most of the person. If 25% of your brain were removed during brain surgery, presumably you would not be merely 75% of a person at the end of it. The skeptic could try to respond that as long as some of the original brain remains, then that is all that is needed to sustain a person's identity. But this causes the skeptic to face a further difficulty pertaining to the possibility of a neurosurgeon's transplanting both halves of a person's brain into two different bodies. While the science here is currently still in its infancy, everything indicates that this could really be done. And if it could be done, then which of the resulting persons is the original person, given that both have equal parts of the original brain? Richard Swinburne makes this point well, saying, "The removal of either the left or the right cerebral hemisphere seems to have little effect on memory or character, from which it follows that each hemisphere contains some of the brain traces physically necessary and, given that the hemisphere is functioning normally, sufficient for having many of the same memories and desires." Now suppose that the left hemisphere of some person, Alexandra, is put into the skull of another person, Alex, whose left hemisphere has been removed and is connected to the rest of Alex's brain, and that Alexandra's right hemisphere is put into the skull of a different person, Sandra, whose right hemisphere has been removed and is connected to the rest of Sandra's brain. Then both the two resulting persons would have some of Alexandra's brain, and should be expected to claim to remember quite a lot of Alexandra's actions and experiences. They could not, however, both be Alexandra, for if Alex is Alexandra and Sandra is also Alexandra, then Alex would be the same person as Sandra, but subsequently to the operation, their bodies and brains are formed of different matter, and they live different lives with different experiences, and so they could not both be Alexandra. So if the two cerebral hemispheres were taken out of the brain of Alexandra's skull, and one of these was put in the skull of Alex, from which the corresponding hemisphere had been removed, it would be logically possible that the resulting person is Alexandra, and also logically possible that the resulting person is not Alexandra. So if she is Alexandra, then there must be something about her which distinguishes her from the possible human who is not Alexandra. And if she is not Alexandra, there must be something about her which distinguishes her from Alexandra. And since they have all the same bodily, that is, physical parts, they must differ in the respect that one of them has a certain pure mental part, which the other lacks, which I will call their soul. The point is simply that people are not easily identifiable with any particular part of their body or brain, since any physical candidate for any given person can either be removed completely, with the person still existing, or else can be divided up among several people, with no obvious and non-arbitrary candidate emerging who retains the identity of the person. Consequently, these sorts of thought experiments likewise support the notion that the mind is a separate entity from the body, which could possibly exist apart from anything physical. In order to better appreciate this point, some viewers may find it helpful to imagine themselves without various parts of their body, and then gradually remove more of them. Along the way, consider if you would still exist as a thinking subject without that part of your body. W.D. Hart illustrates this exercise vividly. Suppose that one morning, still embodied, you awaken. Before raising your eyelids, you grope your way over to your mirror. Facing it, you raise your lids. You can see in the mirror that your eye sockets are empty, that your eyeballs are missing. The point is that you can visualize your face with empty eye sockets as it would look to you in the mirror. This is, of course, curious. So raising your hand, you probe an empty eye socket with one of your little fingers. You can visualize how that little finger probing the socket would look, and you can do for touch as visualizing is to sight, what that finger might feel like against the flesh of your empty eye socket. Growing more curious, you saw round the top of your head, peel back the top of your skull, and peer into your brain pan. It too is empty, and again, The point is that you can visualize how your empty brain pan would look to you in the mirror. But now we have a recipe for the visual experience you would have of yourself without eyes or a brain. These are most people's favored candidates for bodily organs essential to sight. You do not need hands, feet, or pancreas to see, so imagine them away. Indeed, for any one of your remaining organs, you can imagine visual experience of yourself without it. Moreover, you can visualize what you would see in the mirror even if all of the rest of your body were gone. To be sure, you see none of your body since that is gone now, but you see, from a certain point of view, the reflection in the mirror of the room behind you. So you have a recipe for visual experience of yourself disembodied. Alvin Plantinga makes a similar point, albeit somewhat more humorously. Let's think about it at the cellular level. It seems entirely possible that the cells of which my body is composed be rapidly, within a microsecond or two, replaced by other cells of the same kind, the original cells being instantly destroyed. It also seems entirely possible that this process of replacement take place while I remain conscious, thinking about dualism and marveling at some of the appalling arguments against it produced by certain materialists. The bottom line is that it is no easy task to identify persons with any particular physical part of them. The most promising candidate is the brain, and, as we have seen, that too leads to difficulties. These considerations support the truth of the third premise. If we cannot be identified with any particular physical item, then we are logically separable from any of them, and therefore we could exist apart from them. A third way of demonstrating the truth of the third premise is to point the skeptic to topics other than thought experiments or the modal argument, where disembodied existence seems possible. Viewers may recall that in my introductory video on the topic of the mind-body problem, I introduced a third alternative to physicalism and dualism, namely idealism, the idea that there is no mind-independent physical reality. While idealism is surely not a very popular theory in contemporary philosophy, virtually no one rejects it on the basis that it is logically impossible. The arguments against idealism treat it as at least being a coherent theory, which could possibly be true. But if that is the case, then it is at least possible that idealism is true. And if idealism is possibly true, then the third premise of the modal argument is also true. Charles Taliaferro makes this point rather well, saying, "You may find yourself in the same position as many philosophers who reject idealism as a false view of this life, and yet believe that it is only contingently, and therefore not necessarily, false. That is, idealism is not an incoherent philosophy, even if, as it happens, material objects exist, which are not themselves constituted by mental states and activities. If you think you could exist in an idealist universe, imagine that one day God made idealism correct, then you have reason to believe that you are not your material body, for no material object in this world, including your body, could exist under those conditions. Something would then be true of you, which would be false of all material objects in our physical world." A related point can be made concerning so-called out-of-body experiences. Such experiences are fairly commonly reported, and while all such reports may well be misinterpretations of what was actually happening, they do at least seem possible, which would support the truth of the third premise of the modal argument. As James Madden argues, some philosophers make much of near-death experiences as evidence for dualism. If consciousness continues even after the body, including the central nervous system, has succumbed to death, it would seem that the mind is a separate substance from the body and can exist on its own. My own view is that near-death experiences do not constitute much of a direct case in favor of substance dualism. Nevertheless, even if one denies, as I am inclined, that near-death experiences are literally cases of disembodied experience, the fact that they seem to be coherent as experiences might be enough to support premise 3. Notice that typical reasons for rejecting near-death experiences do not proceed from a presumption of the inconceivability of disembodied experience. When someone claims to have had a near-death experience, our reply is typically not to point out to him that he is obviously mistaken because such experiences are logically impossible or flatly inconceivable. Rather, we tend to reply by offering other explanatory hypotheses for how the experience may have come about. The point is that if disembodied existence were inconceivable, then we should reject claims to have had such experiences without bothering with any empirical investigation. Charles Taliaferro and Jill Evans make a similar point, saying, in fact, there is an impressive body of literature in which persons report out-of-body experiences when they are near death or have been pronounced dead and prior to resuscitation. Let's assume all such experiences are not accurate accounts of persons actually leaving their bodies. But even granting that the experiences are false or unreliable, don't they at least appear to describe a coherent bona fide possibility? If we have a reason to think a person can, even if she never does, survive the annihilation of her body, there is something true of her, but not true of her body. The fourth and final argument, which we will consider in support of the third premise, is also probably the most powerful. This move involves arguing for indirect realism, or the sense-datum theory of perception. In contemporary philosophy, direct realism, sometimes called naive realism, is the most popular theory of perception. Direct realism is the idea that our senses put us directly in contact with physical objects external to our minds. What we have in our perceptual field just is the physical objects which cause those perceptions. As Panayot Buchvarov explains, direct realism represents our common sense and phenomenologically firmly grounded view of sense perception, namely that at least seeing and tactual feeling are simply cases of being mentally confronted with, aware, conscious of, material objects. Direct realism contrasts with indirect realism. There are, of course, other theories of perception, but these two are, by far, the two most common. Indirect realism agrees with direct realism that there is a real world of mind-independent physical objects which cause our sensory impressions. But it disagrees with direct realism that we perceive the physical objects themselves. Rather, what we perceive is a wholly mental image or representation of those objects, in philosophical terminology, a sense datum, which is numerically distinct from the physical objects which cause the perception. There is an epistemic gap between what is perceived and what is there independently of the perception. In this way, perception is indirect, hence the name indirect realism. In what follows, I will take some space to make the case for indirect realism over against direct realism. Due to the already significant length of this video, I will attempt to make this section of the video no longer than it absolutely needs to be. But because this represents my primary defense of the most controversial premise of the modal argument for dualism, I must defend each point with some degree of thoroughness. Hence, after I present each line of argument for indirect realism, I will consider objections from Michael Huemer, who is, perhaps, the most popular and influential defender of direct realism today. Unfortunately, in order to keep this video of a manageable length, I simply cannot engage the literature surrounding the philosophy of perception more deeply than that. It would seem that in order to resist the third premise of the modal argument, that we could exist in the absence of anything physical, the skeptic would have to adopt direct realism as a theory of perception. After all, whatever knowledge we have of physical objects is presumably mediated by means of sensory perception. And if our sensory perceptions could possibly be exactly the same, even if there were no physical objects, then it will be possible for us to exist in the absence of anything physical, just as the third premise asserts. Unfortunately for the skeptic of the modal argument, direct realism faces insurmountable difficulties. For one, we know scientifically that there is a brief time lag between events in the external world and our ordinary perception of them, and this gap is increased by distance, which is why people on Earth can still see stars which ceased existing hundreds of years ago. But how can this be if we are supposed to be perceiving objects directly? As David Lund explains, the time lag between external event and subsequent perception brought about by it is sometimes very striking in the case of sound, when what is heard can be compared with what's seen. Suppose that several hundred yards away from us, a man is pounding a post with a sledgehammer. We see the hammer strike the post, but do not hear the sound of the impact until the hammer is rising for another blow. Clearly, the event which led to the auditory experience no longer exists at the time the experience occurs. But then, it cannot be what is directly perceived, unless we can either directly perceive what does not exist, or perception can somehow extend into the past. Michael Huemer, a defender of direct realism, has this to say in response to this argument. I see no reason why one should not be able to perceive something in the past. Obviously, the time at which your perceiving occurs cannot be before your experience occurs, but why must the time of the perceived state of affairs be identical with the time of the perceiving? But the answer to Huemer's question seems all too obvious. The past is different from the present with respect to its sequence. The past does not and cannot exist within the present, for that would be to destroy the sequential relation between past and present. One cannot directly perceive the past in the present for the simple reason that the past does not exist in the present. The past is not presently there in order to be perceived. To be sure, people can see a present representation of the past, but to accept this is just to accept the sense data theory of perception. As Lund observes, it is one thing to say that hallucinations and ghost sightings are cases of seeing what does not exist, and quite another to suggest, as a solution to the time lag problem, the view that in ordinary visual perception, what is seen is a physical object, state, or event which does not exist at the time it is seen. Since all perception involves physiological process and consequently time lag, this suggestion leads to the paradoxical conclusion that perception is always a matter of perceiving what no longer exists, that what is directly experienced in perception has no ontological status at the time it is experienced. This is hardly an improvement over indirect realism. We do much less violence to our fundamental conceptual framework by maintaining that we directly experience a present effect of what no longer exists. Consider also cases of double vision. This phenomenon can occur when one drinks alcohol or suffers head trauma, which results in a concussion. Less dramatically, you can experience double vision for yourself by taking something like a pen and looking straight ahead as you bring the pen right in front of your nose. At a certain point, the pen appears to split into two pens once it comes very close to your face. But surely the pen itself, as a physical object, has not divided in this way. Hence, what we are perceiving in the case of double vision cannot be the physical object itself. Again, Lund argues, consider a case of seeing double. I move a pen toward my eyes until it appears double. It is tempting to describe what I see as two images, but the direct realist would claim that it is one pen looking double. Though the pen cannot be double, it can look double. But is this satisfactory? Two colored expanses appear. Are both to be identified with the surface of the pen? If only one, then which one? And what is the ontological status of the other if there are no non-physical individuals? Hume responds to this argument by saying, the correct description of the case is this. There is a single physical object that you are seeing. However, that object seems to be in two places. That is, your visual experience incorrectly represents the pen in two different places. This is a case of a visual illusion. This does not require us to say that there actually is anything that is in two places, nor that there are two things in two different places. Now, I agree with Hume's description of what is objectively going on in cases of double vision, but I think he underdescribes it. We do not merely seem to see an object which appears to be in two different places, we actually have two different visual images before us. If that's not what's happening, then why does the experience merit the label of double vision? If Hume tries to respond by saying that we merely appear to have two visual images, he owes us an account of the difference between a visual image and the appearance of a visual image. What is an appearance if not just another term for a visual image? For my part, it is simplest to say that there is nothing more to the appearance of a visual image than a visual image. A visual image just is an appearance. Lund agrees, arguing, the obvious problem with this view is that, unlike indirect realism, it cannot provide a unified account of sensory experience. According to indirect realism, the immediate object of a visual perception is, in every case, a visual sensation or image. But this version of the theory of appearing needs these in addition to appearing. The appearings cannot be reducible to sensations and images, for then the theory would collapse into indirect realism. But if they are not reducible, then it would seem that they constitute another fundamental ontological type, in which case the theory would compare unfavorably with indirect realism in regard to simplicity. Moreover, there are cases of sensory experience with respect to which this theory, because of its lack of unity, yields very different accounts of the immediate objects of perception, even though the objects are indistinguishable from the subject's point of view. The most difficult problem for the theory of appearing lies in understanding how an appearing can be a direct perception of a physical object if the object appears to be other than it is, and if the appearing is, as it obviously is, a function of the conditions of observation as well as of the nature of the object itself. A defender of the theory of appearing, like almost everyone else, makes an appearance-reality distinction and conceives of a physical object as something in itself, independently of its appearing to us. Consequently, it can appear to be other than it is. But if something does appear other than it is, how can we be directly perceiving it rather than something else? And E.J. Lowe makes a further point, according to which the very language of appearance belies the indirect nature of these sorts of perceptions. As he says, we may reinforce this conclusion by the following consideration. When is it, quite generally, that we speak of things appearing, in the epistemic sense, to be in places in which they are not? Is it not precisely when we perceive them indirectly by perceiving other things that actually occupy the places in question? For instance, a man may appear to be standing directly ahead of me because that is where a mirror image of him is actually located. If I don't know that the mirror image is only a mirror image, I might well be led to believe that the man is standing directly ahead of me. What I do see tends to support this belief. But why shouldn't we analyze the double vision case in much the same way, as involving two differently situated objects, both of which are seen by me, but neither of which is the pen? How else, indeed, can we analyze it? The most common and the most powerful argument against direct realism is based upon the well-known fallibility of sensory perception. The reality of phenomenon like illusions, hallucinations, and vivid dreams cast doubt upon the idea that we are directly aware of physical objects. These sorts of experiences uncontroversially establish that our senses can be misled in at least some instances. They are fallible. They do not provide us a direct window to the external world in every instance. But if that is the case, there doesn't appear to be any non-question begging way to avoid the conclusion that our senses might always be deceived. And if they can always be deceived, something like a Cartesian demon scenario is logically possible. We really could exist in the absence of anything physical existing. We turn first to the phenomenon of illusions. The most famous example here involves a straight stick or pencil which is placed into a glass of water and, although remaining straight, appears to be bent. Another example would be the Hermann grid illusion, where spectral gray or black spots appear at the intersections of a white grid on a black background. The spots disappear when looked at directly, yet they reappear when attention is shifted to the black background. This challenges direct realism because, in cases like these, the objects we are perceiving appear to have characteristics which the objects actually lack. But that can't be the case if we perceive objects directly as they really are. The mind has added something to the object of perception in such cases. As Derek Brown argues, the fact that there is nothing in the objective stimulus that can help explain the illusory experience is important because it means that the bulk of our explanation should be subjective. One's mind is doing something peculiar. It is adding something to the experience that is in no way part of, suggested by, or even consistent with the stimulus itself. The curious thing is that one's mind is not merely adding something to the experience, it is adding features to the object of the perception. The existential import of such descriptions often make intentionalists cringe, but they are not the indirect realist construction. This is the phenomenon that needs explanation. That from one's perspective, one is experiencing an instantiated set of features, no member of which match up with anything in the objective stimulus. And the most reasonable starting place is to accept that these are instantiated perceived features that are subjective but projected, to accept the orientation afforded by sense datum theory. Indeed, the whole reason illusions are of interest is because they give evidence of our mind's capacity to add features that have no trace in the objective objects of perception. But the mind's creative capacities are not limited to merely adding things to veridical experiences, as in cases of illusion. The mind is also capable of generating entire experiences which are completely unlike one's physical environment, as in cases of hallucination or in dreams. Hallucinations provide even greater difficulty for direct realism than illusions, since illusions merely involve perceptual modifications of what is actually there, whereas hallucinations create a completely misleading, purely mental reality. They don't even involve a veridically perceived physical basis, as in an illusion. Some direct realists try to evade this sort of conclusion by insisting that phenomena like dreams and hallucinations are qualitatively different than cases of veridical perception. Dreams and hallucinations don't feel quite the same as veridical experiences. As R.J. Hurst says, naive realism can escape, however, by denying that having an hallucination is perceiving or perceptual consciousness. Despite subjective similarity, the mode and objects of consciousness in hallucination differ in kind from those in genuine perception. Now, it is debatable if this is really the case. If these sorts of experiences really are so manifestly different from veridical perceptions, one wonders why people are so often convinced that these experiences are perceptions of the real world. But this debate is really beside the point, for, as Richard Fumerton observes, the real point is that dreams and hallucinations could conceivably be indistinguishable from veridical experiences, even if they never actually are. As he explains, I am told that hallucinations can acquire extraordinary vivacity and complexity, but I certainly do not know whether hallucinatory experiences ever become quite as qualitatively rich as the day-to-day experiences we take to be veridical. Certainly in retrospect, it seems to me that my dream experiences were never as rich as the experiences I take to be veridical, but that could be as much a function of my being an unimaginative dreamer as anything else. In any event, even if it were true that no one has had vivid hallucinatory experiences, it would not affect the force of the argument from the possibility of hallucination, for that argument rests only on the possibility, the conceivability, of vivid, complex hallucinatory experiences. It is for this reason that the truth or falsity of naive realism is not a contingent question. If naive realism is an incorrect account of our relation to physical objects through sensation, it is a necessarily incorrect account. If false, naive realism is necessarily false. So having clarified what exactly the argument from hallucinations is asserting, let's present a formalization of it. Howard Robinson formalizes the argument as follows. 1. It is theoretically possible, by activating some brain process which is involved in a particular type of perception, to cause an hallucination which exactly resembles that perception in its subjective character. 2. It is necessary to give the same account of both hallucinating and perceptual experience when they have the same neural cause. Thus, it is not, for example, plausible to say that the hallucinatory experience involves a mental image or sense datum, but that the perception does not, if the two have the same proximate, that is, neural, cause. These two propositions together entail that perceptual processes in the brain produce some object of awareness which cannot be identified with any feature of the external world. That is, they produce a sense datum. There seems to be a reasonable amount of empirical evidence for one, and it also explains why veridical seeming hallucinations should occur. If it were not for the fact that perceptual processes, however stimulated, were sufficient to generate experience, it would be a mystery why such hallucinations should occur. The direct realist will typically try to respond to arguments from hallucinations by appealing to the principle that qualitative similarity does not imply ontological similarity. In other words, although a vivid hallucination may be indistinguishable from a veridical experience, it does not follow that the two experiences are ontologically the same. One can involve a sense datum, while the other involves a direct apprehension of a physical object. Though this move may work to circumvent some versions of the argument from hallucinations, Robinson's version is carefully crafted to remove this option from the direct realist, as he explains. The principle that qualitative similarity does not entail ontological similarity is accepted by most sense datum theorists, for representative realists assert that data and physical objects share some properties. It might also be true that we ought to give a different account of hallucinations as they in fact occur than we give of perception. But those who suggest that such hallucinations need separate treatment presumably do so because they believe that normal hallucinations are very different from perceptions in their immediate causes. That is, that they involve the activation of different brain mechanisms. But in the present argument, just the same brain state as is the immediate cause of the perception is the immediate antecedent of the corresponding hallucination. If the mechanism or brain state is a sufficient causal condition for the production of an image or otherwise characterized subjective sense content when the physical objects are not there, why is it not so sufficient when they are present? Does the brain state mysteriously know how it is being produced? Does it, by some extra sense, discern whether the table is really there or not and act accordingly? Or does the physical object, when present, inhibit the production of an image by some sort of action at a distance? That such ad hoc hypotheses are implausible is the rationale of 2. Surely difference of ontological status cannot plausibly be attributed to the sense contents in question if they are the upshot of the same proximate causes. Humer objects to arguments like Robinson's by simply denying that hallucinations involve perception at all. He says, fortunately, we do not need to accept the first stage of the argument. We do not need to accept that hallucinating is being aware of a mental image, nor do we have to find some physical phenomenon that one is aware of. For hallucination is not awareness at all. It is, so to speak, pseudo-awareness. That is, a mental state that seems like awareness of something, and in terms of its intrinsic properties, is just like perceptual awareness, but is not, in fact, the awareness of anything, for awareness is a relation between the subject and the world, and the hallucination fails to have the right relational properties. But surely the idea that one is not actually aware of anything in a hallucination is implausible, for if that were the case, what would differentiate a hallucination from a state of being unaware of absolutely anything at all, as in a dreamless sleep? If hallucinations do not involve awareness, as Humer claims, then it follows that in a hallucinatory experience, one is not actually aware of anything. If there are no sense data, then, in a hallucination, there is just nothing to be aware of. But this is so obviously wrong. There clearly is a difference between a hallucination and a dreamless sleep. Hence it seems better to distinguish, as philosophers traditionally have, between veridical awareness or perception and non-veridical awareness or perception, where the former involves awareness of something which either exists or at least represents something which exists outside of one's mind, and the latter does not. Now perhaps Humer doesn't mean anything as radical as that there is no difference between a hallucination and awareness of literally nothing as in dreamless sleep, and perhaps he is just stipulating a definition of awareness or perception which requires that they make reference to a relation between someone and the physical world. Humer is free to stipulate whatever definitions he likes, but I do think that the contrast between hallucinations and dreamless sleep serves as a defeater for the adequacy of his definition. Furthermore, the only reason for accepting this definition of perception or awareness seems to be a motivation to reject the sense-datum theory of perception. In any case, this really does nothing to address the argument. Humer tries to draw a distinction between awareness and pseudo-awareness, where awareness involves a genuine relation between a subject and the physical world, and pseudo-awareness involves merely seeming to be in that relation to the physical world. But whether we call it awareness or not, Humer has not explained why whatever relation a subject bears to that seeming state should not be considered a mental image or a sense datum. Presumably when someone has a hallucination, they stand in some sort of relation to that hallucination, otherwise there would be nothing to designate it as being their hallucination as opposed to anyone else's. And given the sort of experience a hallucination is, the label mental image seems wholly appropriate. The word mental highlights the fact that these experiences are restricted to the mind. The word image highlights the representational character of the content of these experiences. Were hallucinations not representational in nature, then they could not be hallucinations of things. But clearly hallucinations do represent things, and so identifying hallucinations as mental images seems quite right. Certainly, humor has utterly failed to give us any reason to think otherwise. The only reason for denying that hallucinations consist in mental images appears to be a question-begging assumption that the sense-datum theory of perception is false. If the sense-datum theorists are right, what exactly would awareness of a mental image be like, if not exactly what humor has classified as pseudo-awareness? It is simply not enough to stipulate that hallucinations are not perceptions by definition. Hallucinatory experiences need to be adequately distinguished from the sorts of entities that sense-datum theorists are positing. I submit that humor has not accomplished this task. Until direct realists do this, Robinson's argument from hallucinations against direct realism stands. We have been focusing on the metaphysics of hallucinations, but the argument can be made from the epistemology of hallucinations as well. Richard Fumerton, for example, presents the argument from hallucinations slightly differently than Robinson. Whereas Robinson focused on the proximate cause of the hallucination being the same as in a veridical experience, Fumerton instead focuses on the justificatory status of the resulting belief. He formulates his argument as follows. 1. Any sensation or sequence of sensations S I have is such that it is possible that I have hallucinatory experience so rich as to be phenomenologically indistinguishable from S. 2. My justification, if any, for believing some proposition P about the physical world as a result of my having S is the same as the justification I would have had were S a hallucinatory experience. 3. If S were a hallucinatory experience, my justification for believing P would not consist in my being directly acquainted with the fact that P, since, by hypothesis, the fact that P would not exist. It follows that 4. My justification for believing P, whether S is hallucinatory or not, is not my being directly acquainted with the fact that P. Michael Huemer responds to Fumerton's argument by granting the conclusion, but by insisting that direct realism can still be true. He says, I agree with Fumerton's argument, except that I don't think it refutes direct realism. It is an argument against a form of direct realism, but it is not an argument against my version of direct realism, because I do not say that our justification for believing in external objects consists in our being directly acquainted with them. I say that our justification for believing in external objects consists in the fact that, when we have perceptual experiences, external objects seem to us to be present, and there is no evidence in general against this. However, as I have argued in my video on the moral argument, seemings are not a sufficient source of epistemic justification precisely because they are fallible. When it seems to one that there is a physical object before them, there are two possibilities. Either that seeming is indicating a truth, or it is indicating a falsehood. To prefer the former possibility in the absence of a reason for doing so is simply to make an arbitrary assumption. As John DePoe observes, the direct realist approach is untenable since there is no way to distinguish between veridical experience and non-veridical ones, like hallucinations, dreams, and illusions. After all, it is possible for a person to have the exact same experiences of feeding ducks at the pond, whether the person is truly feeding ducks at the pond, the person is having a vivid and realistic dream of feeding ducks at the pond, or the person is having a vivid and realistic hallucination of feeding ducks at the pond. Since these experiences are indistinguishable, why assume the first is correct without some further reason? In direct realism, the position that relies upon inference from beliefs based upon sense experiences to arrive at contingent beliefs about the physical world provides a non-question-begging way to justify perceptual beliefs. The only way to terminate the looming epistemic regress of giving reasons to adjudicate between two possibilities is by reference to a belief which is epistemically certain. But our beliefs about the external world are simply not epistemically certain, precisely because it is always possible to think of situations in which we could possess the exact same evidence for our external world beliefs, and yet have those beliefs turn out to be false. Because the acquaintance theory of justification limits our certain empirical knowledge to our immediate sensory impressions, it is able to guarantee truth, and, consequently, it does not succumb to this problem in the way that Hume's theory does. Fumerton correctly concludes, perceptual beliefs about the physical world are based on sensation or experience in a way that precludes the possibility of knowing with absolute certainty propositions about physical objects. To know P with absolute certainty is to have justification that precludes the possibility of error. The argument from the possibility of hallucination should convince us that no sensation or sequence of sensations can preclude the possibility that those sensations are hallucinatory. In order for direct realism to be a viable theory of perception, I think that direct realists will need to show that a full-scale systematic deception of our senses is logically impossible. They will need to show indirect realism to be logically contradictory in some way. And as long as it remains possible that our senses are being systematically deceived, the possibility that nothing physical exists will remain. Some skeptics of the modal argument apparently feel that the theory of evolution somehow entitles them to reject the perceptual justifications we have been considering in support of the third premise. This is because evolution suggests that our abilities to perceive were shaped by the physical world, and since the physical world is responsible for our ability to perceive, we may safely ignore the threats posed by Cartesian external world skepticism. Paul Churchland expresses such sentiments, saying, "The view that the mind knows itself first, in a unique way and far better than it can ever know the external world, has dominated Western thought for over 3 centuries. But if one adopts a thoroughly naturalistic and evolutionary perspective on the mind, the traditional view quickly acquires a sort of fairy tale quality. After all, brains were selected for because brains conferred a reproductive advantage on the individuals that possessed them, and they conferred that advantage because they allowed the individuals to anticipate their environment, to distinguish food from non-food, predators from non-predators, safety from peril, and mates from non-mates. In sum, a brain gave them knowledge and control of the external world. Brains have been the beneficiaries of natural selection precisely because of that feature. Evidently, what they know first and best is not themselves, but the environment in which they have to survive." Churchland's remarks here come off as naive, to say the least. In the first place, his dismissive attitude towards the idea that we know our own minds more immediately than the physical world because of supposed advances in science ignores the fact that scientific advances presuppose that we can know our own minds directly. As Richard Fumerton points out, a great many philosophers today give their unswerving loyalty to a naturalistic worldview. Part of that worldview carries with it the presumption that we should let science settle fundamental metaphysical controversies concerning what kinds of things exist. We can engage in endless empirical study of the activity in the brain, scanning that activity in all sorts of exotic ways, all without ever discovering what fundamentally interests us. Insofar as we are interested in understanding mental states, we are going to need to correlate the empirically observed neural activity with a less exotic but absolutely indispensable source of information about the mind. In short, we will inevitably rely on the first-person reports of people concerning their mental life in trying to correlate observed neural activity with the relevant mental state. One moral to draw from the above platitudes is obvious. Don't pay the slightest bit of attention to philosophers who talk about ideal theories and methods of cognitive science, replacing our inadequate folk psychology, replete with its emphasis on the privileged epistemic position we occupy from the first-person perspective. The scientific discoveries that particularly interest us presuppose that we have a way of identifying mental states that is independent of, and at least as reliable as, the ways we have of studying changes that take place in the brain. But more fundamentally, Churchland's proposal is going to land him in epistemic skepticism. Of course, he may be right that natural selection has, in fact, shaped our perceptual faculties, but this does nothing at all to respond to the skeptical concern that it is epistemically possible that they did not, and that we are instead living in the matrix, or as victims of Descartes' demon. If Churchland intends for this to function as a justification for believing in a physical world, then it is just patently question-begging on Churchland's part. As Lawrence Bonjour responds, a second sort of defense of the general presumption in favor of materialism appeals to the general idea of naturalism. Here again we have a view, like materialism itself, to which many philosophers pay allegiance, while offering little by way of a clear argument or defense. Naturalism, for some of those who use the term, seems to just amount to materialism, which would make an argument from naturalism to materialism entirely question-begging. One cannot make use of the theory of evolution to justify their belief in an external world until they have already justified the proposition that there is an external world, inasmuch as the theory of evolution already assumes the existence of the external world. I am suggesting that without the sense-datum theory of perception, which I have already defended, one has no grounds for believing in an external world, and therefore no grounds for believing in the theory of evolution, or indeed for any other scientific theory. One must first have justified beliefs about sense data in order to validly infer the existence of a physical world. Otherwise, they are simply taking this proposition for granted. But since this mentalistic world of sense data is precisely what Churchland wants to deny, this avenue of justifying his belief in a physical world is not open to him, so he must find some other way to justify his belief in an external world. The appeal to evolution won't work. Scientific realism presupposes the existence of the physical world. Hence, to try to use the findings of science to support the existence of the physical world, as Churchland does, is simply an exercise in viciously circular reasoning. Timothy and Lydia McGrew argue, if epistemic internalism is indeed incompatible with metaphysical naturalism, and if there are reasons to accept internalism, this provides a reason to rethink naturalism. After all, the naturalist assumes that our faculties are reliable because they arose by way of the pressures of natural selection. This claim is itself an empirical one, intended to explain how our faculties came to be reliable and why we should trust them. But the attempt to ascend to the level of epistemology and defend that claim as justified bogs down, given an externalist reliability requirement, in the further empirical question of whether the belief-forming mechanisms used in that investigation are properly externally connected to truth. Why should an externalist be concerned about the entire argument of this section or troubled by epistemic circularity? Because if he does not do something about that argument, he will be unable to give a fully principled answer to the question of why he accepts principles about, say, sense perception as justificatory, but rejects those he finds repugnant. If a given externalist cannot find any problem in this scenario, he can go on his way undisturbed. But not everyone, not even every self-identified naturalist or externalist, will be able to shake the feeling that, in accepting arbitrariness at the level of epistemic principles, he has lost something valuable. To put this final point as forcefully as possible, we may ask the critic of the modal argument who wishes to maintain that there is some contradiction within a Cartesian demon scenario, what exactly that contradiction might be. And if he cannot produce a logical contradiction, then he is simply begging the question against the external world skeptic. Surely it is not admissible to simply presume that there is a contradiction within a position which one does not accept without having to actually produce that contradiction. For if this is to be allowed, then one can dismiss whatever position one likes on the basis of it containing a contradiction which one is neither obligated to discover or produce. Perhaps the more cautious skeptic of the argument will not claim that there is in fact a contradiction entailed within this scenario, but that we simply cannot say one way or the other. That is to say, we must simply withhold judgment on the matter as to whether or not such scenarios are possible. A scenario is logically possible if a full description of it does not entail any logical contradiction. But how can we know that the thought experiments which are used to support premise 3 of the modal argument are not contradictory? This brings us to the central question of modal epistemology. How is it that we can know what is possible? I have presented 4 different lines of argument for the third premise of the modal argument. All of them have, to one degree or another, implicitly relied upon the principle that conceivability is a good guide to possibility. We know that something is logically possible if we are able to conceive of it. But this principle is by no means uncontroversial. Critics of the modal argument have assaulted this principle with a battery of criticisms and counterexamples, all of which are intended to show that we cannot unproblematically assume that whatever is conceivable is also possible. It is to answering these objections to the principle that we now turn. The skeptic of the modal argument who wishes to challenge it by challenging the possibility premise can do so in broadly 2 different ways. He can either deny modal realism, the notion that there really are such things as possibilities. Alternatively, he can agree that genuine possibilities do really exist, but adopt a skeptical stance towards conceivability as a guide to possibility. We might refer to these options as modal anti-realism and modal skepticism, respectively. We shall consider both options in turn. Perhaps the most straightforward way out of the modal argument for dualism is to simply deny modal realism. Modal realism, in this sense, is the thesis that there really are such things as possibilities. Importantly, I am not here using the term modal realism in the way that philosophers like David Lewis have to mean that all possible worlds actually exist. I am instead using the term in a more minimal sense to merely mean that non-actual possibilities are real things. The modal argument crucially depends upon modal realism, since it takes the possibility that I can exist in a disembodied state as a premise. But if nothing is possible, then surely this state of affairs is not possible. Hence, modal anti-realism might appear to afford the skeptic a simple way around the modal argument for dualism. But modal anti-realism is an extremely unpopular position, and for good reason. There are no less than 3 serious objections to modal anti-realism, which make this a most unpromising route for the skeptic of the modal argument. First of all, modal anti-realism can hardly be said to have any initial plausibility. It seems that everyday human activity operates upon the assumption that possibilities are both genuine and knowable. For example, it is my belief that there is a real possibility that I could be run over by a car that motivates me to look both ways before crossing the street. It is my belief that there is a real possibility that I could lose my job that motivates me to be at work on time. Examples could be multiplied, but the major point is just that, from a purely pragmatic point of view, modal anti-realism appears to be unsustainable and unlivable. We have to act as though possibilities are real. As David Lund says, we commonsensically assume that a good deal of what is actually occurring at any moment might have turned out differently. For example, that though I am not grocery shopping now, I might have been. This belief has great practical utility as it is central to planning for the future. Thoughtful planning consists largely in trying to identify and then actualize certain possibilities and to prevent the actualization of others. Our everyday efforts to direct our lives in a reflexive, considered manner, trying to survey the range of unactualized possibilities for future actuality, would be totally misguided if there were no such possibilities. Second, modal anti-realism has more far-reaching consequences than merely making nonsense of our everyday reasoning. It also creates problems for our philosophical reasoning as well. It makes thought experiments and consideration of counterfactual situations more generally utterly impossible. Again, Lund explains, the roots of modality extend deeply into our sophisticated philosophical thought about the world. Many of the fundamental issues in philosophy turn on what is or is not a non-actual possibility. The role of non-actual possibility in our views about personal responsibility is evident. When we make the moral judgment that some person ought to have acted other than he did, we assume that he could have acted differently. That is, that he failed to actualize a possible course of action that he could have actualized. But the modality eliminationism we are now considering would have us believe that alternative actions are not even metaphysically possible. The problems for modality eliminationism certainly do not end here, however. One would have to give up the belief that concrete particulars, all persons and material objects, exist only contingently rather than as a matter of necessity, for necessity and contingency, of course, have modal implications. Yet the belief that one's non-existence now, though not actual, was metaphysically possible seems unshakable. We would have to wonder how compelling a philosophical theory of modality would have to be to render credible the rejection of such a belief. Not surprisingly, no one has laid out the theoretical basis of a credible form of modality eliminationism, let alone a compelling one. Third and most damaging of all, modal anti-realism appears to be self-defeating. To understand why, we must reflect on the relationship between truth and belief. By almost all accounts, truth is the aim of belief. The idea is that truth is independent of belief. Merely having a belief is not sufficient to make the belief true. And when we engage in intellectual inquiry, we are attempting to get our beliefs to align with what is true. It has to be possible for our beliefs to be true or false. As W.D. Hart says, for truth to be objective, it must be possible that the world be otherwise than we think it to be. But, of course, if possibilities are not real, then it is not possible for our beliefs to be true. And if that is the case, then it follows that it is not possible for the modal anti-realist belief that there are no possibilities to be true either. And so his position ends up defeating itself. As Lund explains, the modality eliminationist must also be prepared to give up what one would have thought is absolutely fundamental, the objectivity of truth. The possibility of our being unaware of or having mistaken beliefs about what is objectively true is inseparable from the very idea of objective truth. Such a possibility must be acknowledged for truth to be independent of our knowledge and belief. But, of course, the collapse of objective truth takes a great deal down with it. Thus, even if the denial of the objectivity of truth were the only wildly implausible consequence the modality eliminationist had to embrace, modality eliminationism would still be intolerable. Consequently, I conclude that denying the reality of possibilities is not a viable way to circumvent the modal argument for dualism, and it is a small wonder that this remains among the least popular objections to the modal argument for dualism. While modal anti-realism is not favored as a means of evading the conclusion, modal skepticism is much more pervasive. The difference here is that whereas modal anti-realism challenges the very existence of possibilities, modal skepticism merely challenges our ability to know what is possible, or at the very least, it challenges our ability to know what is possible along the lines offered by the proponent of the modal argument. Such skepticism is rarely thoroughgoing, that is to say, those who take a skeptical attitude towards modal knowledge when faced with the modal argument for dualism are not questioning our ability to have any modal knowledge. Rather, they are skeptical of our modal knowledge when it comes to the bigger questions of life, such as if we possess an immaterial soul. Peter van Inwagen explains, "My own view is that we often do know modal propositions, ones that are of use to us in everyday life and in science and even in philosophy, but do not and cannot know, at least by the exercise of our own unaided powers, modal propositions like the crucial modal premises of possibility arguments." I have called this position modal skepticism. There is, of course, an initial difficulty for this sort of modal skepticism, namely that it appears to be objectionably selective. In other words, there seems to be no principled reason to accept that we have modal knowledge in everyday cases, but then deny that we likewise have modal knowledge when it comes to the bigger questions of life, such as the existence of the soul. It looks very much like this sort of skepticism is only being deployed when it is convenient for evading an undesirable conclusion, but clearly that's not acceptable. One cannot unproblematically help themselves to double handfuls of modal knowledge when they please, but then become extremely skeptical when modal propositions begin to indicate unpleasant conclusions. Some reason must be given to motivate the idea that our modal knowledge is restricted to just those instances where modal knowledge connects to everyday life. It is rather revealing that when van Inwagen himself addresses this seeming inconsistency, he can find no principled reason to restrict our modal knowledge in this way. He says, "Although I do not doubt that we have some modal knowledge, I regard much of this knowledge as mysterious. Some modal statements, I have said, we know by reasoning from what I have called basic modal knowledge, simple, obvious modal statements whose truth we are somehow in a position to know, together with some facts about how the world is constructed. But how do we get started in this reasoning? How do we know the simple, obvious modal statements to be true? What is the ground of basic modal knowledge? I do not know how to answer these questions." If this is truly the best the modal skeptic can do, then the arbitrariness objection stands. There is not, in fact, any reason to restrict our modal knowledge to everyday affairs. But with all that being said, this merely serves to show that restricted modal skepticism is not a viable path. What if the skeptic of our modal argument chooses to bite the bullet and denies that we have any modal knowledge whatsoever? What can the defender of the modal argument say in response to this absolute form of modal skepticism? Defenders of modal arguments for dualism have traditionally appealed to conceivability to justify the idea that one's disembodied existence is indeed possible. In other words, we are able to conceive of ourselves as existing in a matrix-like scenario, or as the incorporeal victims of a Cartesian demon. Rarely is this fact challenged by skeptics. Instead, critics of the modal argument tend to object to the idea that our being able to conceive of existing in a disembodied state yields justification for believing that this is genuinely possible. In other words, they question the principle that conceivability is a reliable guide to possibility. For example, James Madden says, "The general connection between conceivability and logical possibility is equally contentious. It's not that there is any overwhelmingly good reason to doubt that conceivability is sufficient for logical possibility, but there isn't any overwhelmingly good reason to accept this claim either. Similarly, Thomas Nagel expresses some skepticism about conceivability as a guide to possibility, saying, "The migration of the self from one body to another seems conceivable, even if it is not in fact possible. What I imagine may be possible so far as what I know about my nature is concerned, but may not be possible as far as my actual nature is concerned. In that case, I will not have imagined myself surviving the death of my brain, but will merely have confused epistemic with metaphysical possibility." Elsewhere, Nagel seems inconsistent on this point. In another context, we find him saying, "Unless it has been shown positively that there cannot be such things, that the idea involves some kind of contradiction, we are entitled to assume that it makes sense, even if we can say nothing more about the members of the class." So in some cases, Nagel seems willing to allow us to affirm that something is possible until a contradiction has been demonstrated. But for some reason, he doesn't apply this same principle when it comes to the possibility of existing in a disembodied state. Obviously, this inconsistency on Nagel's part doesn't prove that conceivability is in fact a good guide to possibility, but it does highlight a tension present in the thought of many critics of the modal argument for dualism. They are happy to allow themselves unproblematic access to modal knowledge in other contexts, but suddenly adopt a very skeptical attitude when it comes to the modal argument for dualism. Possibility comes cheap, as the saying goes. Yet all of a sudden, possibility becomes quite expensive when it starts supporting conclusions which contradict physicalism. Physicalists typically readily admit that it surely seems possible that we could exist in a disembodied state, but they are simply unwilling to let that belief achieve a justified status when faced with the modal argument. For example, Colin McGinn writes, "The reason we feel the tug of contingency pulling consciousness loose from its physical moorings may be that we do not and cannot grasp the nature of the property that intelligibly links them. The brain has physical properties we cannot grasp, and variations in these correlate with changes in consciousness, but we cannot draw the veil that conceals the manner of their connection. Not grasping the nature of the connection, it strikes us as deeply contingent. We cannot make the assertion of a necessary connection intelligible to ourselves. There may be a real necessary connection, it is just that it will always strike us as curiously brute and unperspicuous. We may thus, as upholders of intrinsic contingency, be the dupes of our own cognitive blindness." Similarly, David Papineau says, "Indeed, I would say that there is a sense in which even professed philosophical physicalists, including myself, cannot fully free themselves from this intuition of distinctness. Of course, we deny dualism in our writings, and take the theoretical arguments against it to be compelling, but when we aren't concentrating, we slip back into thinking of conscious feeling as something extra to the brain." So McGinn and Papineau admit that consciousness appears to be the sort of thing which could exist independently of anything physical existing. But for some reason, McGinn at least, just assumes that there must be some unknown identity relation between the two. It seems to have escaped McGinn that the most obvious explanation for why consciousness seems distinct from anything physical is that it just is distinct from anything physical. As Charles Taliaferro points out, isn't the simplest explanation for why we feel the tug of contingency and even feel that there is a deep contingency between person and body, that the relation truly is contingent? The ground for thinking a relation is contingent is typically the conceivability, or ideally the actuality, of the relation failing to hold. We can, so I believe, strongly conceive of the person-body relation being radically altered, and, on this basis, I propose that the reason why we do not grasp the necessary tie between person and body is that it is not there. Some critics of conceivability as a guide to possibility do more than merely adopt a skeptical stance towards the principle. Some have tried to actually argue against it by putting forth examples of things which are allegedly both conceivable and also impossible. A popular example here is Goldbach's conjecture, the idea that every even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 primes. The objection asserts that it is conceivable either that Goldbach's conjecture is true or that it is false. But if Goldbach's conjecture is true, it is necessarily true, and if it is false, it is necessarily false. And since we can conceive of it being either true or false, it follows that we can conceive of something which is not true. Consequently, we may not conclude that something is possible just because it is conceivable. As Barry Stroud argues, it seems easy to conceive of Goldbach's conjecture being proved one day, although that is not to say that it is easy to believe that it will be proven. But I can also conceive of its being disproven, of someone's proving its negation, perhaps by finding a very large even number that is not the sum of 2 primes. I can conceive of a computer's coming up with one tomorrow. If I conscientiously try, then I sincerely find that I can conceive of Goldbach's conjecture being proved and its being disproved. But it is either true or false, and if true, necessarily true, and if false, necessarily false. If it is true, then in conceiving of its being disproved, I have conceived of something that is necessarily false, and therefore impossible. And if it is false, then in conceiving of its being proved, I have conceived of something that is necessarily false, and therefore impossible. In one case or the other, I must have conceived of something that is actually impossible, so conceivability is not an adequate test of possibility. However, we must ask what we are really conceiving of in this example. When it is asserted that we can conceive of Goldbach's conjecture being false, are we really conceiving of any particular number which is not the sum of 2 primes? Surely not. Instead, we are conceiving of the sort of significance such a discovery would have on the world. But that is very different than actually conceiving of the falsehood of Goldbach's conjecture. As Timothy and Lydia McGrew respond, in the two situations envisaged above, we are not really conceiving of the truth and falsehood, respectively, of the Goldbach conjecture. In fact, the situations described by Stroud are, in their clearly imaginable aspects, both conceivable and logically possible. It is both conceivable and logically possible that there should be such headlines and that mathematicians should say such things. But it is obviously fallacious to slide from these readily visualizable and conceivable phenomenon to a cognitive grasp of the Goldbach's conjecture's truth or falsehood. Nor does anything significant follow from our ability to tell a priori that the discovery of some large even number that is not the sum of 2 primes would falsify the conjecture. This schematic description of a potentially falsifying number cannot plausibly be advanced as a proof that we conceive the falsehood of the conjecture itself. At most, it indicates that we have enough understanding of the conjecture to be able to tell that it is logically incompatible with something else. And this falls well short of a grasp of its falsehood. And Stephen Yablo adds, conceivability in the sense relevant to possibility is a different thing from believability, and neither Goldbach's conjecture nor its negation is conceivable in the relevant sense. Another supposed counterexample to conceivability as a guide to possibility comes from the relationship of water to H2O. Supposedly, water is necessarily identical to H2O, and yet we can conceive of water as something other than H2O. So the objection concludes that we can conceive of a necessary falsehood, and consequently, conceivability cannot be a guide to possibility. As Dirk Pereboom explains, the factor that gives rise to complex mechanics in the argument is that not all conceivable scenarios are metaphysically possible. Sometimes one can conceive of a scenario only because one is deficient in reasoning. Conceiving is, then, less than ideal. Sometimes what is really being conceived is misreported or mischaracterized, as when someone reports conceiving of water that is not H2O, but is really conceiving of something that merely appears to be water, or only has the evident causal role water has in our world. Hilary Putnam makes the same objection with a bit more vigor, saying, "We can perfectly well imagine having experiences that would convince us that water isn't H2O. In that sense, it is conceivable that water isn't H2O. It is conceivable, but it isn't logically possible. Conceivability is no proof of logical possibility." Popular though this objection may be, I don't think that it is successful. An initial difficulty with using water's supposed logical identity with H2O as a counterexample to conceivability as a guide to possibility is that the objection itself makes a modal claim, namely that water is necessarily H2O. But if conceivability is being rejected as our guide to modal knowledge, then how has the critic himself come into possession of this bit of modal knowledge? The critic cannot simply unproblematically assume that water is necessarily H2O. He must give us some reason to believe this, which does not make any reference to conceivability, since conceivability is the very thing which this objection is intended to undermine. As David Lund observes, our initial response to this objection might be to wonder about the grounds for the claim that water is essentially H2O. Of course, we have discovered by empirical investigation that the chemical constitution of water is H2O, but the claim that water is essentially or necessarily H2O is a modal claim whose justification must involve, at some point, an appeal to the epistemology of modality. This brings us to the second difficulty with attempting to use water's supposed identity with H2O as a counterexample to conceivability as a guide to possibility. For this objection certainly seems to be question-begging against the proponent of conceivability, inasmuch as it just takes for granted that water is necessarily H2O, despite the contrary being conceivable. But if conceivability really is a guide to possibility, then this fact simply demonstrates that water is not, in fact, necessarily H2O. As Charles Taliaferro argues, I think if you believe that you can conceive of water and not H2O, and have carefully reviewed the counter-evidence available to you, then you do possess prima facie warrant in believing there to be a distinction between the two. Presumably there could be stages in one's education when it seems unlikely that the liquidity of water is due to its microparticles, and this initial judgment would not be unwarranted. The judgment is, of course, overridden by scientific findings, but the point is that there was some warrant to override. I believe that the apparent conceivability of non-H2O water, if it is conceivable, may result from some important truths about water and aspects of the physical world. For example, it is possible, or so I believe, for us to experience many of the sights and sounds associated with water without water itself being present. There can be mirages, dreams, and hallucinations in which we may think water is present when it is not. Moreover, even when water is present, it has effects which are not identical with its substantive H2O structure. Timothy and Lydia McGrew build on this general point, saying, it may be the case that, given extant physical laws, no other underlying chemical structure would give rise to the manifest properties of water, an odorless, tasteless fluid that quenches thirst and is good for the garden. But the relationship between the structure and the manifest properties here is a matter of contingent physical law, not of logical necessity. This fact cannot be circumvented by insisting that it is of the essence of water that its structure is H2O, for the notion of essence here invoked does not carry the requisite logical weight. The statement, water is H2O, is not a matter of logical necessity. there is no particular reason to doubt that H2O supports a unique set of manifest characteristics, but even to discover this chemical fact, it was necessary to have a means of identifying water prior to chemical investigation, a description such as the clear, odorless, potable fluid that makes my plants thrive. And the means whereby we identify it there is the same as the means whereby we conceive of its existing in the absence of that underlying structure. And as a final point, I would just remind viewers that ancient people had no concept of hydrogen and oxygen molecules since science had not yet discovered these entities. Yet presumably the ancients knew what water was. But if critics of conceivability as a guide to possibility are correct that water is necessarily H2O, then this would seem to lead us to the paradoxical conclusion that ancient people didn't actually know what water was after all. And that seems to me to be a far more perplexing conclusion than that water is not logically identical to H2O. Another supposed counterexample to the idea that conceivability is a good guide to possibility comes from the planet Venus. Venus becomes visible from Earth twice each day, once in the morning and once in the evening. It is referenced as Phosphorus, or the morning star, when it is visible in the morning, and it is referenced as Hesperus, or the evening star, when it is visible in the evening. Long ago, humans thought that these were two different stars, but astronomy has since revealed that they are both the same. Obviously, it is not possible that these are two different stars, because that would mean that the object is distinct from itself. However, it is conceivable that the two are different because people believed this for a long time. So the proposition, the morning star is not the evening star, is impossible, but it is conceivable. And so the objection concludes, conceivability cannot be a good guide to possibility. As Takashi Yagasawa puts it, it appears that it is conceivable that Hesperus is not Phosphorus. Were astronomers not conceiving of some such world before the discovery of the identity of Hesperus and Phosphorus with Venus when pondering over the identity of Hesperus and Phosphorus? The answer to such questions is intuitively and overwhelmingly in the affirmative. However, in this case, we are not in fact conceiving of an object being distinct from itself. We are, rather, conceiving of being convinced that two different labels apply to two different objects. We're imagining acquiring evidence that convinces us that the morning star is distinct from the evening star. But to conceive of acquiring evidence that convinces us that they are not the same is not to conceive of this actually being true. It might just be the case that the evidence acquired is misleading. It's conceivable for a person to be persuaded of almost any proposition, but this fact doesn't pose any difficulties for the conceivability criterion because it's also possible for a person to believe almost any proposition. We can conceive of believing in impossibilities, and it's also possible to believe in impossibilities. Not only is this possible, it's actually the case that certain individuals believe in impossibilities. The bottom line is conceiving of people coming to believe something that is impossible is different than conceiving of an impossibility. Stephen Yablo makes this point well. To conceive a proposition in this sense is to imagine acquiring evidence that justifies you in believing it. Either the evidence is imagined to be disclosive of how things in the imagined situation really are, or it is imagined as, for all its persuasiveness, misleading, or whether the evidence is misleading is left unspecified. Speaking for myself, I can imagine being rationally persuaded of almost anything, provided I am allowed to imagine that the thing I am persuaded of is true, false, or of unspecified truth value as I please. To imagine a situation in which P is false, though, or one leaving P's truth value unspecified, is not a way of having it appear to me that P could have been true. So the only relevant case, the only one where I am in danger of conceiving an impossibility, is the one where I imagine myself believing P justifiably and truly. Can't I imagine truly believing that Hesperus is distinct from phosphorus? To imagine myself truly believing that Hesperus and phosphorus were distinct, I would have to imagine them being distinct, and that I cannot do, no more than I can imagine Venus's being distinct from Venus. Remember, though, that Hume's maxim claims evidential import only for the kind of conceivability that portrays P as possible, and the kinds mentioned do not. The appearances they convey are rather that you could have been justified in believing that P, and that you could have believed some truth or other via the thought you actually used to believe that P. What we can do is imagine believing them justifiably and believing related propositions truly. What we cannot do is imagine believing them truly. We have now examined each of the major proposed counterexamples to the conceivability criterion. There are others, to be sure, but to exhaustively explore all of them would make this video much longer than it already is. Furthermore, that task is unnecessary since the examples we have already examined are widely considered to be the strongest counterexamples. If these putative counterexamples fail for the reasons already offered, the others will fail for similar reasons. As David Chalmers concludes, in each case, the claim that there are strong necessities rests on very controversial assumptions. One might more plausibly argue in reverse. In each of these cases, the elsewhere unbroken link between conceivability and possibility provides an argument against the assumptions in question. In any case, there are no clear counterexamples to the conceivability-possibility thesis. Having answered the major objections to conceivability as a guide to possibility, I want to also say something in defense of the principle. My explanation for how conceivability yields modal knowledge is largely dependent upon my overarching theory of knowledge, which I have defended in other videos. Obviously, I cannot offer a full defense of my own theory of direct acquaintance in this video, so I will have to content myself with merely explaining how acquaintance theory serves this justifying role for me, and then let skeptics of acquaintance theory make of this account what they will. In brief, I believe that conceivability guides us to possibility by appropriately connecting our minds with the logical consistency relations among our concepts. In other words, the act of conceiving directly acquaints our minds with the logical possibility of a scenario. In this way, modal knowledge is both non-inferential and infallible. It is important to highlight that my account of conceivability as a guide to possibility requires acquaintance with distinct concepts. The aspect of distinctness is important because it is this fact which enables us to ascertain the consistency present among our concepts, and therefore the logical possibility of their being instantiated together. As Lund explains, distinctness requires a conception in which what is seen with clarity is intelligibly seen as possessing all of its whatness specifying properties, all those needed to constitute what it is to be that item. Distinctness is achieved if the clearly conceived individual or situation can be seen as self-contained without implicit incoherence or inconsistency. Thus, distinctness rules out any incoherence or inconsistency that would become manifest through an examination of the consequences of viewing what is clearly conceived as self-contained. In other words, it would rule out deep or unobvious incoherence. I have proposed an infallibilist account of modal knowledge, an account which suggests that when we are able to conceive of a scenario involving distinct concepts, we cannot be wrong about the scenario being possible. But then, how can my account explain cases of modal error? After all, don't people sometimes wrongly judge certain scenarios to be possible? And if so, then how can I claim infallibility for certain modal beliefs? It will be helpful here to distinguish between positive conceivability and negative conceivability. Negative conceiving involves imagining some parts of a scenario and merely not seeing a contradiction. A good example here is conceiving of infinite sets of things. We might imagine an infinite row of dominoes stretching endlessly into the distance, and we may not detect any logical contradiction within this scenario. However, we are not really conceiving of an infinite number of dominoes in this case because, as finite beings, we cannot really comprehend an infinite number of objects. So in this case, we are negatively conceiving of something. We have some idea of what we're talking about, and we cannot detect any logical contradictions on the surface. However, deeper investigation of the idea of infinitely many dominoes may yield a contradiction. Negative conceiving fails to satisfy the distinctness condition I set forth in my infallibilist account of modal knowledge. Positive conceivability, by contrast, involves a full understanding of the ideas being imagined within a scenario. In this case, one has not merely failed to grasp a contradiction between two concepts, one actually grasps the consistency relation which holds between two concepts by direct acquaintance. And it is in virtue of this that the knowledge is infallible. Chalmers explains the difference thusly. Negative notions of conceivability hold that S is conceivable when S is not ruled out. The central sort of negative conceivability holds that S is negatively conceivable when S is not ruled out a priori, or when there is no apparent contradiction in S. Positive notions of conceivability require that one can form some sort of positive conception of a situation in which S is the case. One can place the varieties of positive conceivability under the broad rubric of imagination. To positively conceive of a situation is to imagine, in some sense, a specific configuration of objects and properties. It is common to imagine situations in considerable detail, and this imagination is often accompanied by interpretation and reasoning. When one imagines a situation and reasons about it, the object of one's imagination is often revealed as a situation in which S is the case for some S. When this is so, we can say that the imagined situation verifies S, and that one has imagined that S. This distinction helps to explain cases of modal error. When someone wrongly believes that some proposition or hypothetical scenario is possible, it will be seen that they have only negatively conceived of the proposition's truth or of the scenario's obtaining. They will have merely failed to detect a logical contradiction, while also failing to detect a relation of logical consistency because the distinctness condition was not met. This is how my account of modal epistemology explains cases of modal error while still retaining a commitment to infallibilism. In addition to the distinction between positive and negative conceivability, we may add a further distinction between primary and secondary conceivability. Primary conceivability refers to it being conceivable that something is actually the case. For example, given all of the evidence presently available to us, it could really be true that the Celtic warrior queen Boudica never really existed, as some historians think. This could actually be the case. This scenario is conceivable in the primary sense. By contrast, secondary conceivability refers to something which hypothetically could have been the case, even if we know that it is not, in fact, actually the case. An example here would be my own non-existence. It is conceivable that I never existed, but given that I am the one conceiving of this possibility, it absolutely cannot really be true that I don't exist. Therefore, my own non-existence is only conceivable in the secondary sense. Again, Chalmers explains, we can say that S is primarily conceivable, or epistemically conceivable, when it is conceivable that S is actually the case. We can say that S is secondarily conceivable, or subjunctively conceivable, when S conceivably might have been the case. This corresponds to two different ways of thinking about hypothetical possibilities. epistemically, as ways the world might actually be, and subjunctively, as counterfactual ways the world might have been. Secondary conceivability is more speculative than primary conceivability, and tends to be more prone to being merely negatively conceivable. This consideration also goes some way towards explaining cases of modal error because there is less information involved in secondary conceiving. As it happens, my defense of the third premise of the modal argument has employed both types of conceivability. My second argument from disassembly and my third argument from out-of-body experiences depended upon secondary conceivability. However, my first argument, and to a lesser extent my fourth argument, utilized primary conceivability. Whereas split-brain thought experiments and the possibility of out-of-body experiences are interesting hypotheticals, I never suggested that either case could ever actually obtain. Hence, the relevant sort of conceivability at play in these arguments is only secondary conceivability. But a Cartesian demon scenario, or a matrix-like scenario, could actually obtain given all the evidence available to us. Such possibilities might be actualities, and, as such, these arguments depend upon primary conceivability, which, as I have noted, is stronger than secondary conceivability, and, in my view, does not admit of cases of error. Skeptics of conceivability as a guide to possibility are quick to dish out objections to this proposed means of securing modal knowledge. They are considerably less swift to offer any sort of alternative, despite, as we have seen, helping themselves to modal knowledge whenever it is convenient to do so. If modal knowledge is attainable, conceivability appears to be the best means of securing it. And while it is difficult to directly argue for conceivability being a guide to possibility, in this section of the video, I have at least tried to give an account of how conceivability justifies belief in possibility. Furthermore, I have answered the major counterexamples which are supposed to show that conceivability is not a guide to possibility. The upshot of this section has been to show that almost everyone agrees that we do have modal knowledge, that conceivability appears to be the best account for how this is so, and that there are no good reasons to believe that conceivability is not a good guide to possibility. Lund concludes the matter rather nicely. We must acknowledge secunda facie conceivability to be an extremely reliable guide to non-actual possibility, unless we are willing to deny that any form or level of conceivability provides any epistemic access to such possibility. But the implications of such a denial would be intolerable if, as seems clear, conceivability is our only basic access to non-actual possibility. And U. Meixner adds, it is unlikely that the intuitions in favor of the premises of the first Cartesian modal argument are arbitrary, since they seem to be natural intuitions. This indicates where the burden of proof lies, not with those who accept the premises, but with those who deny them. We have now considered the truth of the third premise of the modal argument at some length. Ample reasons have been offered to support it on the grounds of conceivability. Skepticism regarding conceivability has been seen to be both unwarranted and untenable. Moreover, the specific objections to conceivability as a guide to possibility have been seen to fail. So having defended the most controversial premise of the modal argument in some detail, let us turn to consider more general objections to the modal argument. Even if none of the foregoing objections to the modal argument are promising, many skeptics of the modal argument have objected that it is circular. More specifically, they claim that one must already know that they are an immaterial mind in order to know that the third premise of the argument, that it is possible to exist disembodied, is true. For unless one already knows that they are immaterial, then they cannot possibly know this premise to be true. But if one must depend upon the assumption that they are immaterial in order to argue that they are immaterial, then the modal argument is patently question-begging. As James Van Cleve objects, no one could be sure that his thinking did not entail his being extended unless he already knew that he was not a body. If so, Descartes' argument would be epistemically circular. It would contain a premise that he would not be in a position to affirm unless he already knew that the conclusion was true. One must know whether he is extended before he can know whether his thinking entails his being extended. Likewise, Erik Olson objects, the argument asserts that it is possible for us, but not for any material thing, to survive in a disembodied state. But why suppose that we can survive in a disembodied state? If we already knew that we were at least partly immaterial, that might give us a reason to suppose that we could survive disembodied. But suppose that for all we know, we are entirely material. Then, for all we know, we can't survive disembodied. If there were material thinkers, they would have the same grounds for supposing that they could survive in a disembodied state as we have for supposing that we could, yet they would be mistaken. How can we be sure that we are not mistaken in this way? Only by ruling out the possibility of our being material ourselves, but that is what we were trying to establish in the first place. Olson's claim that there could be material thinkers who have the same grounds as we do for thinking that they could exist disembodied is, of course, question-begging against the modal dualist. If the sorts of considerations we have considered in support of the third premise of the modal argument do indeed entail the possibility of our existing disembodied, then it trivially follows that a purely material thinker, if such entities are even possible, could not have these same grounds for thinking that they exist in a disembodied state. But we shall consider this and Van Cleve's more general objection that the modal argument assumes what it purports to prove more fully momentarily. Finally, Stuart Goetz, himself a committed substance dualist, similarly criticizes the modal argument along these same lines, saying, the modal argument is valid, but it is doubtful that one can justifiably believe or know that the crucial premise is true without already justifiably believing or knowing that the conclusion is true. So the argument is epistemically circular. To understand why it is plausible to believe that knowledge of the crucial premise assumes a knowledge of the conclusion, consider the crucial premise, which entails that there is a contingent relation between my physical body and me. According to the modal dualist, my reason for believing that the crucial premise is true is that, though embodied, I can conceive that I exist without my physical body, where what I can conceive is my most reliable test for what is possible. It is plausible to suggest that if I can strongly conceive my possible disembodiment, what I grasp is the distinctness between myself and my physical body, where this grasped distinction is based in an actual awareness of the distinctness of the two entities. At this point, the burden for the modal dualist is to specify the properties he exhibits and positively grasps, properties that ground his ability to conceive his possible disembodiment strongly, but do not presuppose an awareness of being distinct from his physical body. It will not help the modal dualist avoid this standoff to say that instead of my grasping the properties involved in the contingency relation between myself and my physical body, I grasp the absence of the property of being necessarily related to my physical body. The problem with this answer is that a grasping of this absence entails a grasping of the contingency relation between my physical body and me, and this generates the problem of epistemic circularity all over again. Elsewhere, Goetz says, if I am aware of the contingent nature of the embodiment relation, then a problem of circularity arises for the proponent of the modal argument. Although it is true that I can conceive of my disembodiment in virtue of being aware of the contingency of the embodiment relation, my being aware of this contingency requires that I be aware that I am a substance that is distinct from my physical body. In other words, Awareness of my being contingently related to my physical body presupposes that I am aware that I am a soul. Thus, this awareness of myself as a soul that exists in a contingent embodiment relation with my body sustains a strong form of conceivability of disembodiment, but it does so at the price of presupposing that the soul exists, which was supposedly the conclusion of the modal argument, not its starting point. Stuart Goetz is a careful thinker, and as such, I hesitate in charging him with a basic error in reasoning. But it surely appears to be the case that Goetz is here confusing premise 3 entailing the conclusion with premise 3 assuming the conclusion. He insists that the modal dualist must be grasping something other than a distinction between the mind and the body when he conceives of himself as existing in a disembodied state in order to avoid circularity. But on the contrary, I wish to affirm that this distinction is precisely what the dualist grasps, while also denying that this renders the argument circular. The conceivability of disembodied existence is what makes the dualist aware of the distinction, and this awareness is what justifies the third premise. The rest of the argument merely draws out the entailment of the distinction which the thought experiment revealed. As Rickabaugh and Moreland point out, if the conclusion of a syllogism is to be grasped as a conclusion, it must be drawn from the experiences of each premise singularly and then together. The skeptic is free to dispute that the modal dualist is actually conceiving of disembodied existence, or grasping a distinction between the mind and body, but this is just to dispute the justification for premise 3 of the argument, which returns us to the issues we have already considered heretofore. But even if premise 3 of the argument is false or unjustified, this does not render the argument circular. As David Lund responds, a critic may charge that our modal argument is epistemically circular, claiming that I must be justified in believing that I am essentially non-physical, prior to my being justified in believing that my disembodiment is metaphysically possible. However, such a charge seems quite unjustified and rather easy to meet. It is probably true that the motivation to engage in the thought experiment has its source in the apparent difference between the mental and the physical. That there is at least a prima facie difference seems undeniable, for without it, one would have to wonder how the mind-body problem could have arisen in the first place. The thought experiment, in which I try to conceive of being in a disembodied state, is a way of exploring this apparent difference, but it does not assume at the outset what the investigation seems to reveal. More specifically, when I try to conceive of myself existing with exactly my thought properties, I acknowledge at the outset that I also have physical properties, and that my thought properties are grounded in my physical nature. No assumption is made about how that grounding is to be understood. Initially, I neither affirm nor deny that I have any of these physical properties essentially, or that I am essentially a physical organism. The matter is to be decided, or at least informed, by the thought experiment. Another concern here is that if the modal argument is question-begging, then so is any other argument in contemporary philosophy which depends upon a thought experiment to motivate one of its premises. One can always just reject as question-begging any thought experiment which suggests a position contrary to one's own. But such a characterization is really terribly unfair. Thought experiments are intended to make us vividly aware of our own ideas and what follows from them, and sometimes they make us aware of consequences or implications which we had not previously recognized. Such is the intent with the thought experiments which support the modal argument for dualism. As Rickabaugh and Moreland explain, the purpose of a thought experiment expressed as a scenario is to add a deeper focused awareness to surface intuitions that we know such and such. It is not to show how we have such knowledge. That is the task of developing theories of modal knowledge. Certainly skeptics of the argument can reject these thought experiments as inconceivable or illogical if they wish, but surely there is nothing circular about merely asking the skeptic to try to enter into these thought experiments in order to see what follows from them, if they are genuinely conceivable and therefore possible. Ironically enough, no one has made this point in defense of the modal argument better than Stuart Goetz himself. For in a more recent book, co-authored with Charles Taliaferro, Goetz makes this very point in response to the supposed circularity of the modal argument, saying, "The charge of begging the question against the modal argument might lead to a rejection of what appears to be the legitimate use of thought experiments in virtually all domains of philosophy. In philosophy today, it is standard practice to use what is called the example-counterexample method, which involves thought experiments. Imagine we are in a dispute about utilitarianism. We think that utilitarianism is an ethically valid position, whereas you think it is unjustified because it conflicts with what both of us grasp as the virtue of justice. In the example-counterexample method, we each use examples, real cases or imaginary ones, called thought experiments, in order to test and clarify our respective positions. One can object to this whole project as question begging because, for example, if we are utilitarians, we might claim that whatever examples you use to persuade us that we are undermining the virtue of justice, they obviously beg the question. We might reply to you, if our theory leads to the conclusion that it is just for us to torture the innocent, so be it. But in practice, in ethics and other domains of philosophy, what is more common is that a good counterexample causes a philosopher to rethink his or her theory. In terms of the modal argument, then, the apparent conceivability of persons without bodies and vice versa does count as a reason for materialists to try to explain away the seemingly evident contingency of person and body. The modal argument thus provides one reason for materialists to seek to somehow overturn what appears to be possible. While I have not been able to find any definitive statement as to whether or not Goetz has officially retracted the circularity objection from the two papers cited earlier, this passage certainly appears to give strong evidence that he has. The presence of the pronoun we in the text most naturally includes both authors of the book, which obviously includes Goetz. To sum up, then, the circularity objection to the modal argument is misplaced for at least three reasons. First, it ignores the crucial role of thought experiments in the argument. These, rather than an assumption of the conclusion, are doing the heavy lifting in justifying premise 3. Second, it appears to confuse the entailment of becoming aware of a distinction between the mind and body via thought experiments with assuming the conclusion of the argument. And thirdly, it would seem to lead to a wholesale rejection of thought experiments in philosophy, since any deployment of a thought experiment could simply be rejected as question begging. Almost all modal arguments are vulnerable to being reversed upon themselves. This is because the contrary of the possibility premise also often seems equally possible. So if possibility proves one thing, then it is just as likely to prove the opposite. As Peter van Inwagen explains, it is not always possible to invert a possibility argument, but it is always possible to replace the crucial modal premise of a possibility argument with the denial of its conclusion, and to replace its conclusion with the denial of its crucial modal premise. The resulting argument will, of course, be valid if the original argument was valid, and those who reject the conclusion of the original argument will invariably claim to find the resulting contrapositive argument at least as plausible as the original argument. The modal argument for dualism is no exception to this rule. As a result, one popular response to the modal argument for dualism attempts to effectively cancel it out by making an equivalent modal argument for physicalism. The basic thought is that just as it seems possible that the mind could exist in the absence of anything physical, it likewise seems possible that the mind should be identical to the brain and, as such, could not exist apart from it. As Dean Zimmerman puts it, it is conceivable that I be identical with my body or some part of it. This is a state of affairs I can imagine easily enough, and with as much clarity and detail as the dualist's favorite alternative. We might formulate the reverse modal argument this way. 1. My mind is essentially either material or immaterial. 2. If it is logically possible for my mind to exist apart from anything immaterial, then my mind is essentially material. 3. It is logically possible for my mind to exist apart from anything immaterial. 4. Therefore my mind is not essentially immaterial. 5. Therefore my mind is essentially material. This argument is just as logically valid as the modal argument for dualism, and according to the physicalist, the third premise is equally plausible. As Van Inwagen concludes, whatever merit the crucial modal premise of your argument may have, you can't expect the philosophical world to accept it unless you can show why it is somehow better or more reasonable than the crucial modal premise of the argument for the opposite conclusion that I have presented. And I don't see how you can do that. At any rate, until you have done it, the two arguments, so to speak, cancel each other out and are, therefore, both without any force. I think that Van Inwagen is on the right track here. If the modal argument for dualism is to succeed, then there need to be better reasons for thinking that the third premise of my modal argument is true than for thinking that the third premise of this counter-argument is true. I offered 4 different lines of defense for the third premise of my modal argument, which all traded on the idea that it is conceivable that our minds could exist apart from our bodies. So the question is just this: is it equally conceivable that our minds could not exist apart from our bodies? Unlike the thought experiments which undergird the modal argument for dualism, it's not at all clear what exactly we are supposed to be conceiving of in the modal counter-argument for physicalism. The argument for dualism takes us outside of our own reality and places us in vivid imaginary scenarios, such as being imprisoned in the Matrix or as the unwitting victims of Descartes' evil demon. It asks us to imagine ourselves in sufficiently detailed, non-actual scenarios, which help us to see that our idea of ourselves can be completely detached from any physical object. By contrast, physicalists offer us nothing in the way of thought experiments, which would help us see that our idea of ourselves is inextricably linked to any physical object. So then in what sense is the physicalist really claiming to conceive of himself as an essentially physical being? Charles Taliaferro puts the challenge for the proponent of the reverse modal argument this way. In the dualist modal thought experiment, I imagine existing disembodied, or switching bodies, and this involves imagining that something is present and that something is absent. I am present and my former body is not, or at least, it has ceased being my body and has become a corpse, for example. Such a state of affairs is not indeterminate between dualism and physicalism. To imagine such a state of affairs is to imagine something positive, clear, and determinate, and one which we can specify in terms that exclude the presence of my former body. The materialist's imagining his body and the falsehood of dualism is more problematic. How are we to picture the absence of a non-physical being? For the materialist to describe fully a state of affairs which is on par with the dualists, the materialist must imagine that what the dualist proposes is impossible. Is the dualist really at an advantage here? The advantage, I propose, is that the identity theorist's modal experiment is underdescribed unless it ranges over imagining a host of cases that must be judged impossible, while the dualist advances a positively described state of affairs which requires that we judge it to be possible. If we must weigh with Zimmermann which seems easier to imagine, I propose the latter. The identity theorist is saddled with a bigger task, for his imagining that he is his body must involve his imagining that the dualist views are impossible, for otherwise he is not imagining a state of affairs that excludes dualism. Taliaferro's latter remarks here highlight a further difficulty for the proponent of the reverse modal argument. The fact that modal arguments can be constructed for both the material and immaterial nature of the mind demands that one of these positions is necessarily false. One of them is actually impossible. If, as I have argued, conceivability is our guide to possibility, then the proponent of the reversed modal argument cannot content himself with merely regarding the modal premise of his argument as possible. He will need to undercut whatever grounds have been offered for thinking that the opposite premise is possible. In other words, the proponent of the reverse modal argument will need to show that the possibility of our existing disembodied is not conceivable. He must show some flaw in the aforementioned thought experiments, which otherwise indicate that our disembodied existence is possible. Otherwise, the reasons we have considered in favor of the third premise of our modal argument likewise give us reasons to reject the third premise of the reverse modal argument. David Lund puts the challenge this way: it is surely not enough to focus on one's body, or some part of it, and then assent to the proposition, I am identical to it. Of course, we are embodied, but what must be shown is that our embodiment is necessary. Since conceivability is our guide to modality, this task will require argumentation to the effect that the conceivability considerations of the sort that we have adduced are faulty. The identity theorist also must appeal to conceivability considerations in defending the modal claim that we are necessarily embodied, and this appeal cannot be effective without addressing in some detail the powerful modal intuitions we invoked in constructing the argument that our disembodiment is secunda facie conceivable. The prospects for success in this would now seem very dim. Now, one could turn around and argue that I have the same burden. I must show that the thought experiments which undergird the possibility premise of the reverse modal argument are flawed in some way. But just here we see the advantage of the modal argument for dualism. There are no thought experiments which support the possibility premise of the reverse modal argument. We have been offered the bare claim that it is possible that minds are identical to brains or bodies, or can't exist apart from them, but we have been denied any grounds for thinking that this is true. No thought experiment comparable to the ones canvassed at the beginning of this video has yet been offered on behalf of the reverse modal argument. Until that is done, the modal argument for dualism has the advantage. Physicalists rarely, if ever, dispute that we can conceive of ourselves in a disembodied state, but this concession alone raises serious difficulties for the prospects of the reverse modal argument. If the modal premise of the reverse modal argument is true, and if we can conceive of ourselves as disembodied, then this entails that a necessarily embodied person can nevertheless conceive of themselves in a disembodied state. But this implies a contradiction. If we are conceiving of a necessarily embodied being as conceiving of himself as disembodied, then we would have to be conceiving of the same being as both necessarily embodied and disembodied. But that is a straightforward contradiction, since conceivability entails possibility, and a being which, ex hypothesi, is necessarily embodied cannot possibly be disembodied. As Lund puts it, the materialist modal claim implies that I am a person who, though necessarily embodied, can conceive of himself as disembodied. But this is an implication that apparently fails the conceivability test. Contrary to this implication, we cannot conceive of a person who is necessarily embodied conceiving of himself as disembodied. For to succeed in conceiving of this person conceiving of himself disembodied, we would need to conceive of the matter as it would appear to him, that is, as it would seem from his point of view, conceiving of himself as disembodied. But this is precisely what we cannot do, for he is, by hypothesis, necessarily embodied, and we cannot conceive as disembodied a being who is necessarily embodied. Even if we can think the thought that he conceives of himself as disembodied, we cannot conceive of him conceiving of himself disembodied, for we cannot conceive of him disembodied. To summarize, then, the reverse modal argument fails for three reasons. First, it is not clear that we actually can conceive of ourselves as essentially embodied. Minimally, there have been no thought experiments proposed which would support this idea heretofore. Second, because the reverse modal argument entails the impossibility of the modal premise of our modal argument for dualism, some flaw must be shown in the reasoning which was offered in support of the modal premise of our modal argument, but that has not been done. And finally, if the proponent of the reverse modal argument concedes that disembodiment is conceivable for a being which is necessarily material, then their position implies a logical contradiction. In short, the modal argument for dualism enjoys strong advantages over the reverse modal argument, which answers Van Inwagen's challenge and thereby breaks the symmetry between the two. Perhaps the most popular objection to the modal argument, at least among philosophers, is known as the de dicto objection. Before I explain this objection, I must give a little explanation of the difference between de re statements and de dicto statements. De dicto statements employ indirect references to things, whereas de re statements employ so-called rigid designators, words which pick out one specific thing. We can illustrate the difference in the two following sentences. 1. Someone is the tallest man in the world. 2. Robert Wadlow is the tallest man in the world. The first sentence is de dicto because the term someone is vague and need not refer to anyone in particular. The second sentence is de re because the term Robert Wadlow denotes a single and specific person. The second sentence utilizes a rigid designator, while the first sentence does not. The de dicto objection to the modal argument for dualism suggests that something similar is going on in the modal argument. Perhaps we can indeed conceive of the possibility of someone existing in a disembodied state, and perhaps it follows from this that their disembodied existence is possible. But it doesn't follow from this that my disembodied existence is possible, nor indeed would it follow that any actual person's disembodied existence is possible. All that we have shown is that there could be a disembodied person, but that doesn't tell us whether we ourselves could be disembodied, and therefore that we are immaterial beings. The argument only establishes a de dicto possibility with respect to some hypothetical person, but it does not establish a de re possibility about ourselves. As Jaegwon Kim explains, there is a problem with using epistemic, or more broadly intentional properties, to differentiate things. Consider the property of being known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver. The man who sped away in the black SUV is being known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver. The man who drove away in the black SUV is identical with my neighbor, and yet my neighbor is not known to the police to be the hit-and-run driver, or else the police would have him in custody already. In Kim's example, there is a duality of concepts with a single referent. There is the concept of the hit-and-run driver, and then there is the concept of my neighbor. Both concepts refer to the same person, even though the police do not know this. And so, the objection is that perhaps the same sort of thing is going on in the context of the modal argument. Perhaps there are two different concepts, the concept of the self and the concept of the body or brain, which both refer to the same thing, but we simply don't realize this fact. As Dirk Pereboom objects, when Descartes represents his mind as not requiring extension to be a complete existing thing, it might well be that his taking mental properties as primitive is doing the work. If he is ignorant of the inaccuracy in his taking mental properties as primitive, this ignorance will explain why it appears possible to him that his mind, an entity characterized solely by such properties, exists without being spatially extended, while this is, in fact, impossible. John Perry makes a similar objection, saying, "At the level of information flow, it is not difficult to see the difference between believing in this identity, withholding assent from it, or believing in some other identity. We can see what changes would constitute a change from the states to belief in the identity. We cannot find a real possibility for the thought that pain is not stimulated C fibers at the subject matter level, but we can find real possibilities at the reflexive levels of content that give us a grip on how the mind and the world it represents might fit together in a way that makes the thought true and explain the sort of internal coherence it has, even in the face of its necessary falsity." But just on its face, this objection appears entirely misplaced, for my version of the modal argument does not make use of didicto statements. It explicitly makes use of de re statements. The third premise does not say that it is logically possible for someone's mind to exist apart from anything material. It specifically says that it is possible for my mind to exist apart from anything material. This is a rigid designator. Furthermore, the reasons offered in support of this premise, ranging from the primary possibility that everything we experience could, at this very moment, be a simulated reality stemming from the Matrix, to the possibility that our experiences are illusory or hallucinatory, pertain to our actual situation. These aren't possibilities for some hypothetical person, they are possibilities for us. As such, the didicto objection appears forceless against my version of the modal argument. As David Lund responds, "But the version of the modal argument that we are examining avoids such criticisms because it is of the more direct de re type, employing direct reference to an individual in making an assertion about the modal status of an individual's instantiation of a property, rather than an indirect reference by way of a diction or description whose referent varies from world to world. In the modal argument we are evaluating, I have referred to myself in a de re manner, using I as a rigid designator. It is intended to refer directly to me as subject-agent, independently of dicta or descriptive phrases that may apply to me. It is the form of reference that would track what I am as subject-agent from world to world, if there is anything to track." Regarding Pereboom and Perry's suggestion that we could be failing to realize that our concept of ourselves shares a referent with our concept of our body or brain, I appeal to the fact that we know the reference of these concepts directly by acquaintance, which is not subject to the sort of fallibility required for this possibility to obtain. As Rickabaugh and Moreland reply, "Our modal argument employs rigid designators. They involve de re beliefs and are epistemically grounded in de re knowledge by acquaintance. Kim-style counter-arguments exhibit didicto beliefs and often non-rigid designators. So the counter-argument is importantly disanalogous to the relevant premises in our modal argument. It is clear that the problem surfaced in Kim-style arguments is based on a lack of knowledge of something relevant, and it's easy to see how one could have that lack of knowledge. But it isn't easy to see where the source of error is in our modal argument. If we do, in fact, have direct awareness of ourselves, and find it to be essentially simple, non-extended, and constituted by mental properties, And if we have a pretty good third-person set of descriptions of physical objects, including one's body, where does the error come from? We see no non-question begging identification of modal error involved in the argument. Concepts within true propositions pick out or refer to facts within the world, and, as I've argued elsewhere, awareness of this correspondence between truth-bearer and truth-maker plays a critical role in non-inferential justification. I agree with Kim, Paraboom, and Perry that there are two different concepts of a body and mind. But what's more, I take myself to be aware of those concepts picking out or referring to facts, and I further take myself to be aware of the facts to which my mind and body concepts refer. But they do not refer to the same facts, which is how I know that there is a difference between the mind and the body. There is simply no room here for the sorts of errors which this objection requires to occur. As David Lund points out, doubts about the target object of one's conceptual fix can have grounds only if that object is not exhausted in what it seems to be. We observed earlier that if what my thought properties and my having of them are is exhausted in what they seem to be, then the conceivability data I have concerning them would be epistemically transparent. That is, the range of target items that are exhausted and what they seem to me to be includes not only the properties I am directly aware of having, but also myself as the subject having them. Given the epistemic transparency of the conceivability data I have with respect to these items, there cannot be, with respect to them, any epistemic gap between my seeming to conceive and my really conceiving, whether the item is a thought property of mine or myself as the subject having that property. So to summarize, the de dicto objection fails for two reasons. First and foremost, the modal argument which I have developed in this video employs de re beliefs rather than de dicto beliefs. And because these beliefs are known by direct acquaintance, which does not admit of errors, it is not possible that we are merely failing to realize that two distinct concepts are referring to the same thing. As a final objection to the modal argument, let us consider so-called contingent physicalism, or the idea that a material being might be able to transform into an immaterial being, or might not be essentially material. If this were possible, then the possibility of our being immaterial wouldn't tell us that we are not actually material. Few critics of the modal argument have thought that this was a good objection to it. For example, Jaegwon Kim bluntly says, if anything is a material object, being material is part of its essential nature. It cannot exist without being a material object. But there have been critics of the modal argument who have questioned this assumption. Trenton Merricks, for example, rejects this idea, saying, the a priori dualist arguments claim that if two things are identical, then they are necessarily identical, that it is possible that mental states exist, but no physical thing exists, and therefore that the mind is not identical to the brain. However, the dualist arguments need the additional premise that the body is essentially a physical thing. The premise that the body is essentially physical should be rejected because it has less support, and rejecting it requires less revision of belief. Andrew Brenner offers a similar objection, saying, I also suspect that thought experiments where we become non-physical do not automatically show that we possibly exist in circumstances in which our bodies do not exist. They may simply show that it is possible that our bodies become non-physical. Of course, if a body becomes non-physical, then it may no longer be a body, if bodies are, by definition, physical objects. But what I am proposing is that bodies may not be essentially physical, and so may not be essentially bodies. I am sure that many readers will reject this idea out of hand, They will be sure that physical objects, such as bodies, are essentially physical. But what is the source of this conviction? It's not obvious to me that physical objects are essentially physical, and I'm not aware of any serious argument for this thesis. At a first pass, and as Brenner tacitly acknowledges, a satisfactory answer to this objection seems to be that it is simply analytically true that bodies are physical objects. What else would a body be if not a physical object? If a body were to become immaterial, whatever it has become, it is just not a body anymore. Merrickx and Brenner both anticipate this response, but they offer slightly different objections. Brenner's suggestion is that bodies may not, in fact, be essentially physical things after all. But then it seems that Brenner is simply operating upon a different concept of a body than I, and most other people, are employing. My conception of a body is that it is essentially physical, such that, were it to become something non-physical, it would not exist, at least not as a body. Brenner seems to think that I have the burden of proof to show that bodies must always be physical things, but on the contrary, I suggest that he has the burden to explain what it is that he thinks a body is. Whatever it is, if he thinks it can become non-physical, then he is simply not using the term in the same way as proponents of the modal argument. He's just talking about something else. As David Lund puts it, the central and apparently insuperable difficulty facing compositional theorists is to provide a coherent account of what persons are and of what constitutes personal identity over time, especially throughout possible material to immaterial transformation. If I am composed of my body, yet not identical with it, then in what does my identity consist? What constitutes me at a time as well as across time? Merrick's response is similar but a bit more tricky. Unlike Brenner, he does not suggest that bodies may become non-physical things. Instead, he objects that bodies may instead simply be something over and above physical objects, which are merely contingently physical. As he explains, the objector says, for M is essentially a physical thing, is evident, obviously true, analytically true, such that any thinking person could see that it just must be true. After all, M is a body, and part of what it means to be a body is to be a physical thing. 4 has the epistemic standing of a claim like, all bachelors are unmarried, or perhaps 1 + 2 = 3. Since this is the case, no amount of argument can persuade us. The rational person must stay committed to 4, come what may. But is this line of thinking correct? Note that this objection relies on the following claim. 7. It is necessarily true that a body is a physical thing. I do not deny 7. 7 is evidently true. Part of what it means to be a body, or a brain state, is to be a physical thing. 7 can be known to be true in much the same way that all bachelors are unmarried can be known. 4, however, does not follow from 7. To see this, consider a parallel example. The President of the U.S. is a member of the executive branch of the American government, is necessarily true. Part of what it means to be the President of the U.S. is to be a member of the executive branch. It does not follow from this that Bill Clinton is essentially a member of the executive branch, for he is not essentially president. The president could have failed to be the president. Likewise, a body is a body, or a body is a physical thing, may be necessarily true. It does not follow from this that my body, M, is essentially a body. As with Brenner, it's just unclear what Merrickx might mean by a body. Seemingly, his conception of a body is radically different than that of most philosophers, and certainly of those who defend the modal argument for dualism. Again, Lund says, since the question of whether material things are essentially material is a modal question, And since conceivability is our guide to modal truth, if a material thing were not essentially material, then the possibility of it ceasing to be material without ceasing to exist is something we might expect to find conceivable. In fact, however, this seems inconceivable. One might hold that a material object can survive the replacement of all of its parts, provided that the replacement process has been sufficiently gradual, maintaining that the ship of Theseus, for example, is still in existence after all of its planks have been gradually replaced by other planks over a considerable length of time. But what could it be for this ship, or any other material thing, to exist after all its parts have been removed but not replaced? One draws a blank in trying to conceive of something that might remain. And even if something did remain, what could make it the particular ship of Theseus? Indeed, any ship, or indeed any material thing. But more fundamentally, Merrick's position, even if intelligible, seems incapable of avoiding dualism. If bodies, in Merrick's sense, are something over and above their contingent physical properties, and can be identical to themselves in worlds where no physical objects exist, then we don't appear to have escaped the conclusion that there is an immaterial part of the human constitution after all. That is to say, once the entailments of Merrick's position are made clear, it seems that he has simply co-opted the concept of an immaterial soul and applied the label body to it. In other words, it looks precisely like substance dualism with different terminology. As Rickabaugh and Moreland argue, it seems unintelligible how complex objects X and Y could be identical if they share no proper constituents. How could the angel Gabriel in one world be a frog's body in another when they share no proper constituents? To clarify, a complex object is one with two or more proper constituents. A proper constituent of some object X is an entity that would be included in an ontological assay or inventory of all and only those entities that are within or enter into the being of or that make up X. Proper constituents include parts, properties, property instances, intrinsic relations, relation instances, structure, structure instances, and events or processes. For Merrick's, one's body in the actual world is a physical object, and in another world, a simple soul. There is nothing shared between a physical object and a simple soul that could ground or account for their identity. If a physical object is wholly physical constituently, then physicality is accidental to it, to one's body. But if a proper constituent, or structural arrangement of such, is accidental to an entity E, then E could exist without it. Drawing insights from other relevant cases, we conclude the object has the accidental proper constituents in the actual world, and thus, in another world, where the proper constituent is lacking, the object exists, yet lacks the accidental proper constituent. Thus, the object is what has, and is not identical to, that constituent. The same would be true of an accidental proper constituent cluster. So the object must be something over and above that cluster. It has different clusters in different worlds, and it retains identity in both worlds. The object's identity is independent of its contingent features, since it can't exist without those features. Applied to one's body, if it is to retain identity in different worlds, and not merely involve counterparts, then there is more to one's body than physicality or immateriality. It cannot be a physical object or simple soul. One's body has physicality and then immateriality accidentally. But one's body must have its essential identity located in something additional to each accidental aspect in order to be the same entity in each of the relevant possible worlds to make sense of what remains the same and has one and now the other accidental proper constituent clusters. This video has developed and extensively defended the modal argument for substance dualism. It is, in my opinion, the most decisive argument for substance dualism. We saw that the most controversial premise is the third premise. I have laid out 4 lines of evidence for the truth of this premise and answered a variety of objections to them. We have considered several objections to the argument, according to which it is circular, it is reversible, it confuses different concepts, and that it fails by assuming the falsity of contingent physicalism. I have concluded that none of these objections succeed, and that Descartes is, therefore, vindicated. It is indeed possible for us to exist in a disembodied state, which entails that our embodiment is contingent, and that we are, for that reason, essentially immaterial beings. The modal argument stands unscathed. So far, in this series, I have argued for substance dualism in a number of ways. I have argued that the self both exists and must be simple. I have argued that various mental phenomenon can be seen to be immaterial upon introspection. And I have argued that the self possesses certain modal properties which material objects cannot possess. Now I want to argue that knowledge itself, at least of certain kinds, must also be immaterial. This is based upon the observation that knowledge of all physical facts does not suffice for having all propositional knowledge, and this, in turn, requires that there are some immaterial facts. This video will present and defend the knowledge argument for dualism. The knowledge argument goes back most famously to Frank Jackson, who made it popular by giving the following thought experiment. Mary is a brilliant scientist who is, for whatever reason, forced to investigate the world from a black and white room via a black and white television monitor. She specializes in the neurophysiology of vision and acquires, let us suppose, all the physical information there is to obtain about what goes on when we see ripe tomatoes or the sky, and use terms like red, blue, and so on. What will happen when Mary is released from her black and white room or is given a color television monitor? Will she learn anything or not? It seems just obvious that she will learn something about the world and our visual experience of it. But then it is inescapable that her previous knowledge was incomplete, but she had all the physical information. Ergo, there is more to have than that, and physicalism is false. Independently of Jackson, and in the same year, Howard Robinson developed a nearly identical thought experiment arguing in favor of dualism. Except for where Jackson had used color vision as an example, Robinson used sound. As he explains, imagine that a deaf scientist should become the world's leading expert on the neurology of hearing. Thus, if we suppose neurology more advanced than the present, we can imagine that he knows everything that there is to know about the physical processes involved in hearing from the eardrum in. It remains intuitively obvious that there is something which this scientist will not know, namely what it is like to hear. While Robinson's argument is as interesting as Jackson's is by far the more widely discussed. Consequently, we will use the Mary thought experiment for the remainder of this video. Both of these thought experiments highlight that something appears to be missing in a purely physicalist picture of the world, namely the phenomenal character of certain sensory experiences. As John DePoe explains, no matter how much physical information Mary possesses, she is never going to be in a position to figure out what it's like to be appeared to readily. In other words, physical information alone is not sufficiently robust to deduce the truths that characterize conscious experience. And Daniel Stoljar and Eugen Nagasawa go on to suggest that the knowledge intuition presents us with a prima facie modal truth, a truth about what is possible. What it says is that it is possible for someone to know all the physical truths about, say, smelling a rose, without knowing what it is like to smell a rose. The issue is not about what, in fact, anybody does know. Perhaps nobody knows all the physical truths about smelling roses. And the issue is not whether it is psychologically possible to know all the physical truths of this sort without knowing the phenomenal truths. Perhaps this is not psychologically possible. The issue is, rather, logical. Knowledge of the physical sort does not suffice logically for knowledge of the phenomenal sort. Having explained the basic motivation behind the knowledge argument, we are now in a position to erect it formally. Following John DePoe, we may express the argument through the following syllogism. 1. If complete possession of all knowledge of physical truths isn't sufficient to provide all propositional knowledge of the actual world, then physicalism is false. 2. Complete possession of all knowledge of physical truths isn't sufficient to provide all propositional knowledge of the actual world. 3. Therefore, physicalism is false. This argument is logically valid, so the only way for the physicalist to reject the conclusion is to reject one of the premises. Physicalists have, of course, developed numerous creative objections to each premise. But before we get to those, let's consider a little more carefully the reasons in favor of each of the premises. The first premise is probably the less controversial of the two. After all, if we define physicalism as the thesis that all facts are physical facts, then it's not immediately obvious why knowledge of all physical facts would not suffice for all propositional knowledge. Propositional knowledge is just the sort of knowledge which can be expressed as a declarative sentence. It's the sort of knowledge which can be true or false, as opposed to knowledge of persons or knowledge of how to perform certain tasks. So if all truths are about physical facts, then knowledge of all physical facts should suffice for knowledge of all truths. This is especially so if we adopt one of the most popular definitions among physicalists for what it means to say that something is physical. Viewers will recall that in the first video in this series, I noted that it's not actually all that easy to define what exactly the word physical is supposed to mean. This is due, in part, to a philosophical puzzle known as Hempel's dilemma, according to which the language of physics, as used to describe reality, is either empty or false. The dilemma argues that physicalism is problematic because it relies on a notion of the physical that is defined by current physics, which is always subject to revision and is incomplete. The intricacies of that puzzle need not concern us in this video, but suffice it to say that the most popular response to this dilemma among physicalists has been to say that the physical just refers to those things that would be directly described by an idealized, completed physics, whatever they may be. The relevance of this to the first premise of the knowledge argument is that if physical facts are just being defined as those facts which could be described by an idealized, incompleted physics, then physical facts can, by definition, be described in propositional form. This means that if all facts were physical, and one were to know all physical facts, then they could, by definition, describe them, which would straightforwardly entail that they had all propositional knowledge. This, of course, entails that the first premise of the argument is true. As DePoe concludes, as I have characterized it, if physicalism is true, then everything that exists is either a fundamental constituent of physics or reducible to fundamental constituents of physics by being causally realized by them. The upshot of this analysis is that there is nothing over and above the fundamental constituents of physics. So, being a rock is nothing over and above the functional state that causally realizes being a rock. Likewise, physicalism implies that being in pain is nothing over and above the functional state that causally realizes being in pain. All of this lends credence to the notion that if physicalism is true, then knowing all the fundamental physical truths about the world is sufficient for knowing all the truths about the world. More could be said in defense of the first premise, and I will say more in defense of it when we consider objections to this premise. But for now, I think that the basic plausibility of the first premise has been established. It would appear to be almost definitionally true. The second premise is where the Mary thought experiment becomes important, for it is cases like these that appear to support the truth of this premise. If it is possible for one to know every physical fact about a phenomenal experience without, thereby, possessing all propositional knowledge, then there must be some fact or facts about phenomenal experience that are not physical. And it appears all too obvious that a colorblind neuroscientist in possession of all the physical facts pertaining to color vision would still come to know a new fact if their color vision were restored to them. As Richard Fumerton puts it, there is a world of difference between thinking of an experience and actually being directly aware of the qualities of that experience. If that weren't true, we could save a great deal of money on our wine bill. We could get the wonderful flavors and aromas of the expensive Cabernet just by concentrating our imagination on the relevant experience. But is this really propositional knowledge that Mary comes to possess, as opposed to, say, experiential knowledge? Propositional knowledge is the sort of knowledge that can be expressed as a declarative sentence and can bear the value of truth. And there are good reasons to believe that Mary would indeed acquire propositional knowledge as a result of acquiring color vision. To see why, consider an example from John DePoe regarding Mariana. He says, Mariana is a woman who has never experienced color for whatever reasons, although her vision is normal and she believes so justifiably. Mariana agrees to participate in a psychological experiment where she is placed in a house where everything is colorfully and arbitrarily decorated, which is where she experiences color for the first time. Mariana, however, is not taught the names of these colors, nor is she allowed to see objects that she knows to be a certain color from testimony alone, such as that the sky is blue, ripe tomatoes are red, bananas are yellow, grass is green, etc. At the end of the experiment, she is presented with 4 slides of clear examples of red, yellow, blue, and green, and she is asked which color sample she thinks corresponds with the color normal-sighted people see when they look at the sky under ordinary daytime conditions. We can imagine that after deliberating about the description she has heard of the beauty of the clear blue sky, Mariana points to the red slide and proudly says, I believe it is this one. Of course, she is wrong. It is not until Mariana leaves the psychological experiment that she finally comes to know the truth that the sky appears to be blue in the phenomenal sense. From this insight, we can conclude that both Mary and Mariana don't merely come to know this is what it's like to experience redness for the first time. What is more important is that both Mary and Mariana come to know new propositional truths about phenomenal properties. Minimally, they come to know the truth that phenomenal redness is exemplified. When Mariana believes that the red slide corresponds to the color of the sky, it shows that even though she has the concept of phenomenal blueness, she lacks knowledge as to which phenomenal concept corresponds to the way the sky appears. And it can be shown that Mary's knowledge would be propositional in other ways as well. Again, DePoe explains, Mary also comes to know some new truths about her sensations. For instance, Mary comes to know that sensations of red are more like sensations of green than they are like sensations of sourness. Intuitively, Mary has no grasp of these truths until she has the relevant experiences. Hence, we have excellent grounds for concluding not just that Mary comes to know something new, but that this would be a type of propositional knowledge. This gives us all the reason we need to affirm the second premise of the argument. Now, cases like Mary and Mariana are, by far, the most popular way of defending the second premise of the knowledge argument. There is, however, another lesser-known way to support this premise, namely by defending a particular account of empirical knowledge based upon the theory of direct acquaintance. Because this theory of empirical knowledge is controversial, this method of justifying the second premise is seldom employed. But I have the luxury of having already defended this theory of knowledge in prior videos. See my series on epistemology and my video on the modal argument for dualism for details. Hence, I can simply lay out how this line of reasoning supports the second premise without having to defend the details. Skeptics of acquaintance theory are referred to the aforementioned videos for a more substantial defense of the overall theory. As a brief reminder, acquaintance is a direct relation of awareness which obtains between a mind and a thought, fact, property, or sense datum. A good example here might be the sort of relation one stands in to their pain when they have, say, a headache. There aren't any inferential steps one needs to undertake to determine that they are in pain. They are simply directly confronted with this fact. That's the sort of relation I'm talking about by the term acquaintance. My theory of epistemic justification follows Richard Fumerton in claiming that non-inferential justification consists in three distinct acquaintance relations obtaining. These are 1. Acquaintance with a thought, 2. Acquaintance with the fact which makes the thought true, and 3. Acquaintance with the correspondence relation which obtains between the thought and the fact. When all three relations obtain, then one is in possession of everything which makes his belief true, and needs nothing more than that by way of justification, for the truth of the belief is guaranteed. It is epistemically certain. Okay, so that is as brief an explanation of acquaintance theory as I can give. But how exactly does this theory, if true, support the second premise of the knowledge argument? Well, the reason is that direct acquaintance yields an indirect realist theory of our relationship to physical objects. Again, indirect realism was defended in detail in my video on the modal argument for dualism, but in the present context, it is of interest to us because it suggests that our knowledge of physical objects is indirect and based upon sense data, which is independent of the existence of physical objects, as John DePoe explains. Direct acquaintance epistemically privileges the phenomenal character of consciousness over knowledge of physical information. Recall that my position is a foundationalist one, where the basic beliefs cannot be arbitrarily selected, otherwise the epistemic regress could not be stopped. The non-arbitrary stopping point for this regress is with a belief where one is directly aware that it is a truth. In turn, this motivates how the triad of acquaintances can non-arbitrarily provide non-inferential knowledge. The upshot is that our knowledge of qualia does not, and given this way of acquiring knowledge, cannot be deduced from our knowledge of physical truths alone. One cannot be directly acquainted with physical objects because, recall that justification by acquaintance guarantees the truth of the beliefs which are justified in this way. But beliefs about physical objects are never guaranteed to be true because of the possibilities of distortions, illusions, dreams, hallucinations, and even more extravagantly, the possibility of Descartes' all-powerful, all-deceiving demon, or even the Matrix. Given that we can never rule these possibilities out with certainty, we can never be certain of the existence of any physical objects. So what we know non-inferentially by direct acquaintance cannot be known with certainty. Hence, knowledge of the mental has a sort of privilege over knowledge of the physical world. Again, DePoe explains, since I have committed myself to epistemological indirect realism, it follows from my position that one cannot non-inferentially know that physical objects exist. One's knowledge of the physical world is mediated by those mental states whose phenomenal content appears to be the same in both veridical and non-veridical experiences. Consequently, our knowledge of the physical world comes primarily from our knowledge of the phenomenal qualities that the physical world causes us to experience. When we think about physical objects, on my account, we always do so in terms of the causal effects they produce in us. Thus, my understanding of strawberry as a physical object is something like the cause, whatever it is, that produces the phenomenal experiences of redness, sweetness, firmness, etc. What we come to know about physical objects, then, is only what we can legitimately infer from the phenomena they cause us to have. With regard to the knowledge intuition, the upshot for this view of physical objects is that we would not expect to be able to infer any new knowledge about the phenomenal character of consciousness from physical information alone. In fact, it is the exact opposite. What we know about the physical is epistemically dependent on our knowledge of the phenomenal. Now again, I realize that all of this is incredibly controversial, but I also think that each of these points is defensible, and I have defended them in considerable detail elsewhere. What's more, these points further support the truth of the second premise. But if both the first and the second premises are true, then the conclusion must also be true, and so physicalism must be false. Of course, philosophical controversies are never settled quite that easily. Physicalist philosophers have proposed numerous objections to each premise of this argument, and it is to answering those objections that we now turn. We will begin by considering objections to premise 1. Objections to this premise cluster around the idea that the same facts can be described in two different ways, and as a result of this truth, one might know the same fact in two different ways. Hence, the Mary thought experiment establishes only an epistemic gap, but not an ontological gap. There is indeed an epistemic gap between knowledge gained from our sensory impressions and knowledge gained through other means, but that does not imply an ontological gap between the mental and the physical. As Tim Crane explains, given that there can be genuinely different facts in the object of knowledge sense, without this difference corresponding to any ontological difference, it follows that physicalism, as an ontological thesis, is not a thesis about facts in the object of knowledge sense. Physicalism can be true, and yet Mary in the room can be ignorant of certain facts. The knowledge argument does not refute physicalism. Now, the most popular way of cashing out this line of defense is known as the phenomenal concepts strategy. The basic idea is that some concepts require experience in order to be possessed by someone. These are so-called phenomenal concepts, and as this applies to the Mary thought experiment, the idea is that once her color vision is restored, Mary gains these phenomenal concepts. These new concepts enable her to form new thoughts, which account for her new propositional knowledge. Since two conceptually independent descriptions can pick out the same property, the defender of physicalism might claim that it is possible for Mary's experience of color to provide the opportunity for her to acquire different propositional knowledge than she knew while she was colorblind. Nonetheless, both propositions will pick out the same property or fact that she knew about when she could only see black and white. This is thought to say physicalism because, supposedly, the existence of phenomenal concepts does not imply that there are any non-physical things. There are just different ways of thinking about physical things, and this would falsify the first premise of the knowledge argument. Now, one popular criticism of the phenomenal concepts strategy among physicalists is to deny that phenomenal concepts exist at all. For example, Alex Grzankowski and Michael Tai say, because concepts are easy to possess and very shareable, there don't seem to be any concepts in principle off limits to Mary in her room. Mary spends time out in the world discussing at length color and color vision. Mary is able to discuss colors in detail and engage in disagreement over them. She gains concepts in the usual way by interacting with others and reading books, and she thinks thoughts about experiences, colors, and brains. Looking for thoughts Mary cannot have starts looking like a dead end. As a substance dualist, of course, I do not agree with Grzenkowski and Tai that phenomenal concepts do not exist. But I think that they make an important point, namely that if one is a physicalist, then there doesn't appear to be any reason why phenomenal concepts should exist. It's not clear why it is that one should have to undergo any particular type of phenomenal experience to acquire the relevant concepts to think the relevant thoughts. Indeed, the whole point of the knowledge argument is to highlight the fact that certain properties about experience require a special way of being known precisely because they are not physical. So one might think that the phenomenal concept strategy doesn't save physicalism, it merely draws our attention back to the difficulty which generated the argument in the first place. As Thomas Raleigh observes, of course, for this appeal to phenomenal concepts to count as a physicalist strategy, one must be able to give a purely physical account of what it is to acquire and deploy a phenomenal concept. That is, one must be able to give an account of what it is to think of a putatively neural property in a special, distinctively sensory way that does not just take for granted the existence of a special phenomenal aspect to the property. Giving such an account is by no means easy to do, for the very idea that there are concepts which one would need to undergo a specific type of experience to acquire seems antithetical to physicalism. As Howard Robinson observes, it used to be the case that dualists were the only people who believed in these phenomenal concepts because accepting them seemed to commit one to accepting special reference of a logically private or privileged access kind that fall outside the range of the public physical world. The qualities which can only be ostensibly defined, it was thought, belong to an inner Cartesian world. But then a strange thing happened. Physicalists discovered phenomenal concepts, and in the context of the phenomenal concept strategy, began to talk as if they had discovered some previously ignored conceptual phenomena, recognition of which enabled one to understand why physicalists appeared to have problems accommodating the apparent privacy of experience. This is very strange in at least two ways. First, it is strange because, as traditionally understood, phenomenal concepts have their content because of the experiential qualities that they designate, and it is precisely these qualities that seem to fall outside the physicalist's remit. One challenge, therefore, facing the phenomenal concept strategy as a physicalist strategy is to explain how these concepts work and why they are needed if they do not designate special private qualities. But more fundamentally, it seems to me that the phenomenal concept strategy depends entirely upon the sorts of theories of reference which underlie semantic externalism. Without going too deeply into philosophy of language, semantic externalism is roughly the thesis that the reference of words or concepts, in other words, the things which concepts pick out, are not determined by the intention of the one who possesses the concepts, but rather is determined extramentally by the class of objects to which the concepts extend. In other words, intention does not determine extension. As Jesper Kallestrup explains, the upshot is that meaning is determined, at least in part, by external factors, possibly beyond speakers' ken, or so semantic externalists contend. The externalist strategy is, again, to let two internally identical speakers inhabit two environments identical apart from some imperceptible microphysical or sociolinguistic difference. Unbeknownst to them, their usage of the terms will thus pick out different natural or social kinds, and so what they express will be externally fixed in different ways, possibly behind their backs. So why think that the phenomenal concept strategy depends upon semantic externalism? Well, the whole idea behind the phenomenal concept strategy is that Mary can acquire new propositional knowledge about physical facts while learning no new facts. And this is supposed to be due to Mary previously lacking phenomenal concepts to form certain types of propositional thoughts about facts, even though she could form other propositional thoughts about these facts. But this would only be possible if the meaning of propositional thoughts is independent of our awareness of it, which entails semantic externalism. As Depot explains, given semantic externalism, it is no surprise that two propositions under conceptually independent modes of presentation could rigidly designate the same referent without the subject being aware of the modal truths that hold for these propositions. If one grants semantic externalism to the physicalist is permitted to say that our grasp of the meaning of beliefs expressed by phenomenal concepts is not transparent. In other words, simply because it seems like the phenomenal mode of presenting beliefs about pain directly rigidly designates its meaning, and it seems like the physical functional mode of presenting beliefs about pain indirectly rigidly designates its meaning, it doesn't follow that we are in a position to know the directness of either mode of presentation. All that the physicalist needs is the claim that it is possible for both meanings to directly rigidly designate the essence of the property to which they refer. And since semantic externalism is the thesis that our introspective awareness does not give us access to the meanings of our beliefs, it is the perfect means for averting this sort of anti-physicalist argument. Now, I'm going to resist the temptation to get bogged down in a lengthy debate about the various motivations for semantic externalism and the objections to them. Instead, I will briefly canvass a few decisive objections to semantic externalism. The upshot will be that if this theory of reference is false, then the phenomenal concept strategy is doomed to failure from the start. Perhaps the most serious problem facing semantic externalism is that it apparently leads to a viciously infinite regress. Consider why it is that I am able to indirectly refer to something like my grandfather's favorite movie. Even though I have no idea what particular movie might be my grandfather's favorite, the reference is still meaningful because I do have a direct understanding of things like my grandfather and of movies. But semantic externalism denies this, since it denies that meaning is grounded in my own awareness. My knowledge of meaning is mediated only by thoughts. And of course, knowledge of the meanings of those thoughts depends on further thoughts, and so on infinitely. As John Depot argues, the first problem is that if meanings are not grounded in virtue of the subject's being directly acquainted with its fundamental constituents, then there is no ground for the subject to understand the content of his own thoughts. The basic idea is that many of our thoughts succeed in picking out their reference and are meaningful because of our acquaintance with the properties and other predicate expressions that single them out. Suppose now that, contrary to Russell's theory of descriptions, that there is no foundational thought which grounds meaning and reference by being known directly. If this were the case, it would be impossible to think about or refer to anything. Without some foundational thought, we would be forced to say that all thought is meaningful by virtue of our grasp of other thoughts, all of which are also meaningful by virtue of our grasp of other thoughts. A little reflection on this supposition shows that it leads to a vicious infinite regress, which would prevent the possibility of anyone's having a thought that is meaningful. A second problem for semantic externalism, or more precisely for the causal theory of reference upon which it depends, concerns its ability to grant reference even when it seems clear that it should not. To illustrate, consider how the island of Madagascar came to have its name. As John Depot explains, when Marco Polo named the East African island Madagascar, it appears that Polo misunderstood that the name was a native word that originally referred to a larger region of the continent of Africa that included Madagascar. Although Polo received the name Madagascar from a causal chain that is linked to the initial use of the same, he mistakenly applied the name to refer exclusively to the largest East African island. Since on the causal theory of reference, it is only necessary for a name to satisfy the right sort of causal chain to its referent, and Polo acquired the name Madagascar from a causal chain that originally referred to a larger continental region of Africa, it seems that the name Madagascar should refer to, and thereby have its meaning as the land that constitutes the larger continental region of Africa, despite all appearances to the contrary. Depeau gives further examples where semantic externalism, if taken to its logical conclusion, yields bizarre consequences, according to which many terms do not actually refer to the things which modern people typically take them to reference because the proper external causal conditions are not met. Some semantic externalists try to salvage the theory by adding further conditions, such as that there must be an intention on the part of the speaker to keep the reference the same. But as Depeau notes, this concession by itself is a serious blow to a purely causal theory of reference, and it invites those who wish to salvage some aspects of the theory to adopt a theory that is a hybrid between the causal theory and the theory of descriptions. Even worse, it isn't clear that these cases can be resolved in favor of the causal theory by showing that the speaker did not intend to use the words according to their predecessors. In Marco Polo's case, he intended to use Madagascar in accordance with the native reference. Of course, what is needed to prevent reference change of this sort, and what the causal theory of reference rejects, is that to secure reference across its ancestral links, the meaning of a name must consist of its descriptive content, which remains essentially the same. In other words, it isn't enough to give the linguistic users in the causal chain of a name the right intentions to avoid reference change problems. Unfortunately for the causal theory of reference, some roads to reference change can be paved with good intentions. A third problem for semantic externalism is the inverse of the second problem which we have just explored. For not only does semantic externalism appear to grant terms the ability to refer to things which they should not, but it also appears unable to grant any meaning whatsoever to terms when it clearly should. This is especially clear in cases involving the proper names of people who may have never existed or of fictional characters. Again, Depeau says, does Robin Hood pick out a person who existed in history, or is he just a fictional legend? If Robin Hood existed, does the name Robin Hood refer exclusively to him, or does it refer to a fictional legend whose meaning can significantly diverge from the alleged historical figure? Finally, let's consider how the new theories of meaning and reference treats the names of pure fictional characters like Sherlock Holmes, Othello, and Captain Kirk. Recall that on the causal theory of reference, names refer to the entity that they rigidly designate, and according to semantic externalism, the meaning of a name is its referent. So, on the new theories, to whom do these names refer? It is deeply implausible to suggest that we attach no meaning with the names of characters of pure fiction. Much more could be said in detailing the full case against semantic externalism and in favor of semantic internalism, but I think that I have provided enough information for viewers to see that semantic externalism has serious difficulties in providing an adequate account of reference, and if this fails as a theory of reference, then the phenomenal concept strategy fails as a defeater for the first premise of the knowledge argument. As already noted, the first premise of the argument is called into question less frequently than the second premise. So with that, we will turn to dispel objections to the second premise of the argument. Daniel Dennett has published a widely discussed objection to the second premise of the knowledge argument in his influential book, Consciousness Explained. He essentially objects that if Mary really were to possess knowledge of all physical facts, then she would know what it's like to experience color, as he explains. The crucial premise is that she has all the physical information. That is not readily imaginable, so no one bothers. They just imagine that she knows lots and lots. Perhaps they imagine that she knows everything that anyone knows today about the neurophysiology of color vision. But that's just a drop in the bucket, and it's not surprising that Mary would learn something if that were all she knew. My point is not that my way of telling the rest of the story proves that Mary doesn't learn anything, but that the usual way of imagining the story doesn't prove that she does. It doesn't prove anything. It simply pumps the intuition that she does. It just seems obvious, by lulling you into imagining something other than what the premises require. So in short, Dennett proposes that there is no reason to suppose that if Mary really knew absolutely all physical facts, then she would not know what it is like to experience color. Consequently, we should not be too quick to believe the second premise of the argument. Now, in the first place, my defense of the second premise has not merely made an appeal to a bare intuition about Mary. On the contrary, I also supported it by appealing to what I take to be the correct analysis of empirical knowledge. Given the indirect realist theory of perception which I have articulated, there would simply be no way to know the phenomenal character of color experience through knowing any number of physical facts, for the simple reason that our knowledge of the physical world depends critically upon our prior knowledge of the phenomenal world. Nothing Dennett has said would address this second line of argumentation for the second premise. But secondly, Dennett also appears to be misunderstanding the Mary thought experiment. He appears to think that Mary is envisaged as being omniscient with respect to every physical fact, including those pertaining to her own immediate experience at every moment. But this is not what the thought experiment claims. It only claims that Mary knows every physical fact about the general function of visual perception. Howard Robinson clarifies, this expression should not be taken to mean that she knows every particular physical thing that is going on, only that she knows all the relevant physical science. It is the general scientific knowledge, the anti-materialist says, that ought to be enough to give knowledge of the nature of experience, if physicalism is correct, and this is consistent with not being omniscient about particular physical goings-on, such as what is happening to the rods and cones in one's own eyes at a given moment. Her perfection as a scientist will not tell her, especially not immediately and directly, about current particulars. Dennett's implication that Mary could, through physical knowledge, acquire the ability for direct recognition of colors is mistaken. As a third point, observe that Dennett also appears to be conflating two different types of knowledge. He is conflating third-person descriptions of human reactions to color stimuli with first-person experiential knowledge. As DePoe points out, Dennett's story attributes to Mary the knowledge of the intrinsic features of color experience somehow from her knowledge of the physical properties of colored objects and the dispositions of human psychology toward those properties. The problem is that Dennett is open to the charge of confusing knowledge of two different sorts of things. There is a difference between possessing knowledge that enables her to pass a behavioral test involving color identifications and knowing what it's like to experience phenomenal redness. But Dennett is running these together. In fact, Dennett explicitly claims that this difference, which most people readily grasp, does not exist. In a footnote discussing the distinction between knowing what one would say and how one would behave and knowing what it's like, he writes, if there is such a distinction, it has not yet been articulated and defended. Thus, in order to accept Dennett's alternative account of Mary as equally plausible as Jackson's, it would require accepting something incredible, namely that there is no distinction between a person's knowing the dispositions to behave to certain stimuli and a person's knowing what it's like to undergo certain phenomenal experiences. But we can go further than merely expressing incredulity about Dennett's proposal that there is actually no difference between these two types of knowledge. We can actually argue that there is and must be a difference between them. One way to do this is to point out that it is logically possible that a person can have the typical external dispositional behavioral states of experiencing phenomenal redness without knowing what it is like to experience redness. Consider the inverted spectrum thought experiment as detailed by John DePoe. It is logically possible that tomorrow Brett wakes up and discovers that all of his color experiences are inverted. That is to say, that objects that typically cause normal-sighted people to see them as green now appear to Brett as though they are red. Given a complete systematic inversion of his color experiences, there is no contradiction in supposing that Brett would, given enough time, behave with the exact same dispositions as normal-sighted people. In other words, Brett exemplifies all the external dispositional states of seeing red when a red object is put in front of him, but the object appears phenomenally green to him. The logical possibility of the inverted spectrum thought experiment shows that there is a difference between having the external dispositions to behave toward colored objects and knowing the intrinsic character of phenomenal experiences of color. Given this difference, Dennett's response to the knowledge argument fails because it presumes that there is no difference. And we don't even have to rely on hypothetical cases like this one to establish this point. It is well documented that people with type 1 blind sight have no awareness whatsoever of any visual stimuli, and yet can still accurately report information that is normally acquired through vision, such as the location or movement of an object. Similar conclusions follow from examining the results of tactile vision substitute systems in blind people. The point is that the difference between these two types of knowledge is not only utterly obvious, but is also well confirmed empirically. As a result, Dennett's response to the knowledge argument is a complete failure. But perhaps the skeptic of the knowledge argument need not follow Dennett in saying anything as extreme as that Mary does not learn anything at all when she experiences color for the first time. As Richard Fumerton notes, virtually every philosopher discussing the knowledge argument agrees that something rather dramatic changes in Mary when she experiences color for the first time. They don't agree, however, on how to characterize the change, and in particular, they don't agree on how to characterize the dramatic change in Mary's epistemic position. Perhaps the skeptic can get around the second premise of the argument by granting that what Mary learns is not a truth or a proposition, but she nevertheless still learns something. If so, then the thought experiment does not show that the second premise of the argument is true. The most popular route for the physicalist to take here is the so-called ability hypothesis. The basic idea is that rather than learning a new fact or a new truth when she experiences color for the first time, Mary simply gains a new ability. As David Lewis explains, the ability hypothesis says that knowing what an experience is like just is the possession of these abilities to remember, imagine, and recognize. It isn't the possession of any kind of information, ordinary or peculiar. It isn't knowing that certain possibilities aren't actualized. It isn't knowing that, it's knowing how. Therefore, it should be no surprise that lessons won't teach you what an experience is like. Lessons impart information. Ability is something else. Knowledge that does not automatically provide know-how. And Lawrence Nemiro adds, underlying the ability hypothesis is the observation that, although the knowledge argument professes to display knowledge of what it's like to see red that is not expressible in physical terms, the knowledge argument merely assumes that such knowledge is on par with knowledge of physical information. That is, that the former, like the latter, is propositional knowledge. The ability hypothesis counters the knowledge argument by adducing reasons against the soundness of this assumption and by arguing that knowledge of what it's like to see red is nothing but practical knowledge. Now let's be clear from the start that Mary unquestionably does acquire a new ability in the thought experiment. There can be no serious dispute about that. The question we want to answer regards if that is all Mary acquires, or does she actually acquire knowledge of a fact or a truth as well? Is merely acquiring a new ability sufficient to account for the change in Mary? There are good reasons to think that it is not. In the first place, observe that the ability to remember, imagine, or recognize a color is independent of the ability to experience it. We can rather easily imagine someone who, for whatever reason, is incapable of remembering, imagining, or recognizing the color red, and yet can experience it visually. As Brie Gertler argues, being able to visualize a particular color is neither necessary nor sufficient for knowing what it's like to see that color. It is not necessary, since a subject with no visual imagination could nonetheless know what it's like to see red, at least while attentively considering a current experience of that color. It is not sufficient, since a subject who has never experienced cherry red, and so does not know what it's like to experience it, could yet know how to imagine cherry red, namely by visualizing a hue midway between burgundy red and fire engine red. Now, Gertler's point here isn't sufficient to show that there is no version of the ability hypothesis which could explain what happens to Mary. It's just to point out that the typical abilities which are generally thought to account for Mary's new experience are neither necessary nor sufficient to explain the phenomenon. But, as Howard Robinson argues, it appears unlikely that any abilities one might wish to posit are going to be sufficient without offering a plausible physicalist account of experience. As he explains, it looks as if, from the ability hypothesis point of view, Mary's deficit when still in her room must consist in the fact that she cannot reactivate a state she does not yet possess, but of which she has total scientific knowledge. Is this a plausible account of what Mary is lacking by never seeing a color? Perhaps Mary cannot waggle her ears as some people can, though she knows exactly the physiology of how they do it. This does not seem to threaten physicalism, because it would not occur to anyone to think that this was a form of factual ignorance. There must be lots of states that Mary cannot activate because she has never had them in the first place, and these would not even seem to present themselves as factual ignorance, because they do not involve anything being revealed in experience. If the claim was that Mary did not know what it felt like to waggle her ears, then we would be back to the original problem. A non-tendentious abilities account would have to make explicit how the abilities in question are purely functional. The fact that we cannot say what Mary acquires is the ability to discriminate chromatic colors leaves us with no obvious abilities characterization that does not leave an untreated experiential element. The question remains, what abilities, purely functionally conceived, you acquire when you exercise a perceptual discriminative capacity for the first time. John DePoe goes even further. He does not merely suggest that it is unlikely that Mary's new state can be explained purely in terms of abilities, but rather that such an explanation is not possible even in principle. This would entail that no version of the ability hypothesis will ever be able to explain what Mary comes to know. As he explains, to see that knowing what it's like is not explained in a non-trivial way by the know-how that accompanies the right abilities, compare the following two explanatory statements. A. I possess certain abilities to recognize, remember, and imagine the phenomenal character of color experiences because I know what it's like to experience the phenomenal character of color experiences. B. I know what it's like to experience the phenomenal character of color experiences because I possess certain abilities to recognize, remember, and imagine the phenomenal character of color experiences. If the ability hypothesis is correct, then B should be seen as a non-trivial explanatory claim. However, B only appears to be true when the word because is taken in an evidential sense, not an explanatory sense. Instead, proposition A appears to be true when the word because is taken in an explanatory sense. This means that A and B have different truth conditions and different meanings. Thus, even if the possession of certain abilities perfectly correlated with knowing what it's like, we would still have good reasons to think that having certain abilities is not the same as knowing what it's like. The upshot, then, is that Mary's new knowledge of what it's like to experience phenomenal redness is properly understood to explain her abilities, not the other way around. To sum that up, the ability hypothesis has two major shortcomings. First, the possession of certain abilities is neither necessary nor sufficient for knowing what it's like to experience something, which implies that the two kinds of knowledge are not the same. And second, having the right abilities fails to explain one's knowledge of what it's like to experience something. Indeed, a person's abilities to recognize, remember, and imagine are better explained by one's knowing what it's like to have the conscious experience. Because of this, the ability hypothesis is not a promising reply to the knowledge argument. The other way in which physicalists might try to maintain that Mary does learn something new, but that it is not a fact or a truth, is by reference to something which I introduced earlier, namely the notion of acquaintance. According to the acquaintance response, Mary's epistemic change is consistent with physicalism because her newfound epistemic status does not involve acquiring any new propositional knowledge. Although Mary possesses all the propositional knowledge of what it's like to experience red from her complete account of physical truths, she still isn't acquainted with the experience of redness until her color vision is restored. But since the relation of acquaintance by itself does not constitute any sort of belief or truth, it's possible for Mary to really come to learn something new without coming to know a truth. As Alex Grezenkowski and Michael Tai explain, we will argue that there is a kind of non-propositional knowledge by acquaintance, that it cannot be reduced to propositional knowledge, and that Mary, before experiencing red, doesn't have it. As in my response to the ability hypothesis, let me begin by granting that, upon regaining her color vision, Mary does indeed become acquainted with the phenomenal properties of colors. But once again, the question that interests us regards whether or not this is all that happens to Mary. As Tim Crane observes, to deny premise 2, you have to deny that what Mary learns is a fact, but it is plain that acquiring ability knowledge or acquaintance knowledge is compatible with learning a fact. What these physicalists have to show, then, is that Mary only acquires ability knowledge or acquaintance knowledge and no propositional knowledge. There is a lot that can be said here, but I will rest with the significant observation that most physicalists make no explicit attempt to do this. And beyond this, we might well wonder whether or not the very notion of acquaintance is at all friendly to a physicalist picture of the world. I shall argue that the answer to both questions is negative. Regarding the first line of defense, it's very difficult to maintain that when Mary becomes acquainted with color experience, she does not thereby learn a new truth, and thereby come to have propositional knowledge. Recall the Mariana thought experiment detailed in my defense of the second premise. There I showed how Mariana came to know new propositions. And of course, similar considerations apply to Mary. As DePoe explains, the Mariana case helps show the difficulty for the acquaintance hypothesis because it allows Mariana to be acquainted with the phenomenal properties, yet it illustrates that her mere acquaintance with phenomenal color concepts does not adequately account for her epistemic change. Both Mary and Mariana now can discover new propositions about the world because they now possess phenomenal concepts. Michael Tye protests against this sort of objection to the adequacy of the acquaintance hypothesis by saying, "What needs to be appreciated is that knowledge by acquaintance of an entity is a kind of non-conceptual, non-propositional thing knowledge. I know the shade red simply by being directly acquainted with it via my consciousness of it. In the case of the phenomenal character of the experience of that shade, I know it in just the same way, by acquaintance. Our consciousness of things, both particular and general, enables us to come to have factual knowledge of them, but that consciousness is not itself a form of factual knowledge at all." Unfortunately, Tye appears to be confusing or equivocating between two different things. The acquaintance relation itself, which as Tye correctly observes, is a non-conceptual and non-propositional sort of thing, is one thing, and then knowledge by acquaintance is another. In this quotation, Tye appears to be running these two things together. Putting this confusion aside, it remains unclear how Tye's proposal can avoid the conclusion that Mary acquires new propositional knowledge when she experiences color for the first time. As Depeau explains, when Mary is acquainted with phenomenal redness, she is acquainted with a new property, and she learns, if nothing else, that the new property is exemplified. She also learns that the property of phenomenal redness is correlated with certain physical properties she knew in the black and white lab. For Tye to deny that Mary comes to know a property when she is acquainted with phenomenal redness for the first time is tantamount to claiming that Mary is not acquainted with anything when she is acquainted with phenomenal redness for the first time. Turning now to the second line of argument against the acquaintance response to the knowledge argument, what makes physicalists so confident that they can unproblematically appeal to the notion of acquaintance in the first place? There are good reasons to think that physicalists can make no use of acquaintance because the stringent demands of a physicalist view of the mind would preclude the very possibility of acquaintance. As Thomas Raleigh puts the challenge, one obvious worry about the strategy of appealing to acquaintance as a way of defending physicalism is that this special relation of acquaintance that we can allegedly bear to our own conscious states is prima facie just as mysterious and difficult to explain for a physicalist as the qualia of phenomenal redness with which we started. This problem can be seen very starkly by asking a simple question. Why is it that the phenomenal qualities of experience, as opposed to ordinary physical objects, can only be known by acquaintance? Or, as Brie Gertler puts the question, why is it that, in contrast to other objects of knowledge, we can know phenomenal qualities only by experiencing them? Remember, the whole point of knowledge arguments for dualism is to demonstrate that certain mental items are ontologically different than physical items. Hence, by suggesting that these mental items are known in a way that ordinary physical objects are not, the physicalist does not save physicalism. He only highlights the difficulty for physicalism, namely that the epistemic difference between certain mental states and physical states points to an ontological difference between the two, suggesting that mental states are not themselves physical. As Depeau puts it, this objection notes that the acquaintance hypothesis fails to explain why optimal knowledge of the phenomenal can only be attained directly, whereas optimal knowledge of typical physical truths does not require direct acquaintance. This prompts the obvious question: what is ontologically different about phenomenal states that explains why, in order to know these truths optimally, the subject must be acquainted with them? The property dualist, however, explains that the epistemic difference is a result of an ontological difference. Unlike physical truths, phenomenal knowledge is about the properties that essentially characterize the ontologically irreducible and subjective character of consciousness. The epistemic dissimilarity cries out for a metaphysical difference to explain it. Without an explanation for why acquiring optimal knowledge between the physical and the phenomenal is essentially different, the acquaintance hypothesis actually highlights the main reason the knowledge argument leads to property dualism. A second problem with the physicalist attempt to employ the notion of acquaintance is that this is liable to undercut one of the major motivations for physicalism. A significant driver for the physicalist project is the idea that it presents a much simpler and slimmed down ontological picture of the world. In contrast to dualism, which posits both material and immaterial things, the physicalist supposedly claims only one type of thing: physical things. But acquaintance, and the sorts of things with which we are thought to be acquainted, are radically unlike the typical examples of physical objects. So it appears that physicalism really is allowing for two fundamentally different types of things, and then just claiming that both are physical despite the radical differences. If physicalists wish to countenance entities within their ontology, which are nominally physical, despite not appearing to easily fall within that category, then it seems that physicalism must abandon any claim to be simpler than dualism. This undercuts one of the chief motivations for preferring physicalism over dualism. As Brie Gertler explains, it seems hard to deny that physicalism is more parsimonious than dualism. After all, physicalism is the thesis that all of concrete reality is, or is metaphysically necessitated by, entities that belong to a single kind, the physical. Dualism rejects this monism, taking the mental to be an additional basic kind, so physicalism seems clearly more parsimonious. It recognizes fewer basic kinds of entities. However, the situation is not as clear as it seems. Physicalism is a genuine monism only if the physical names a single kind, but it is far from obvious that there is a principled, non-ad hoc way of individuating kinds so that all physical entities belong to a single kind. And if the physical comprises numerous fundamental kinds, physicalism may not be significantly more parsimonious than dualism. If the set of physical kinds is highly heterogeneous, then dualism may be just as parsimonious as physicalism. To sum that up, then, the acquaintance response to the knowledge argument is plagued with difficulties. First, acquaintance is not incompatible with Mary coming to learn a new fact. It needs to be shown that acquaintance by itself is sufficient to account for the change in Mary, and the Mariana thought experiment challenges the adequacy of acquaintance by itself to account for the change. Second, there are a variety of reasons to think that the very notion of acquaintance is not particularly friendly to physicalism in the first place. I have concluded that none of the foregoing objections to the knowledge argument is successful, and that, therefore, the argument succeeds. Physicalism is false, and some sort of immaterialism about the mind must be true. But which sort? It is widely thought that the knowledge argument merely supports property dualism, the idea that the mind has immaterial properties, but not substance dualism, the idea that the mind is an immaterial substance. For example, in his ringing defense of the knowledge argument, we find John DePoe saying, "The kind of dualism that the knowledge argument supports is property dualism, which should be understood differently from predicate dualism and substance dualism. The knowledge argument does not directly argue for the truth or falsity of substance dualism." But is property dualism actually a live alternative to substance dualism? Well, in a recent book entitled The Mind-Body Problem in Metaphysics, Ralph Steven Weir argues that if one accepts all the major motivations for property dualism, then these same commitments will lead them to substance dualism. As he explains, the usual response to the knowledge argument and the conceivability argument is to posit non-physical phenomenal properties, but to resist any suggestion that there exist non-physical substances. However, it is not clear that such responses are coherent. The intuitive problem here can be seen by reflecting on the standard property dualist position. Standard property dualist views say that the world is largely as physicalists picture it. Breaking with physicalists, however, property dualists add that human organisms also have non-physical phenomenal properties. A conscious human being, on this picture, can be thought of as a composite of a philosophical zombie and some phenomenal properties. There is a sense, of course, in which the physical component is not a zombie when the phenomenal properties are present. Equally, however, there is a sense in which the physical component, considered in itself and abstract from any phenomenal properties it might have, remains a zombie. In this sense, property dualism says that everyone has a zombie just as everyone has a skeleton. Weir highlights the fact that the property dualist constitution of the human person, as well as the typical arguments which are used to support it, commit property dualists to things like the independence of immaterial mental properties and the conceivability of philosophical zombies. For viewers who may be unfamiliar with this concept, a philosophical zombie is not an undead person who roams the earth in search of brains to eat. Rather, a philosophical zombie is someone who is physically identical to and outwardly indistinguishable from a living human person, but who has no mental life. These commitments, he argues, should also commit the property dualist to substance dualism. He makes this case by way of three arguments. The first he calls the symmetry argument. He formulates it as follows. 1. Physical things are metaphysically complete. 2. Metaphysical complementarity is a symmetric relation. 3. Therefore, if there are non-physical things, there are non-physical substances. Anyone who accepts the conceivability argument for standard forms of property dualism is under pressure to accept 1, and 2 is intuitively appealing and gains abductive support from its explanatory power. If 1 and 2 are true, then no non-physical thing could have a physical-metaphysical complement. Hence, as 3 says, non-physical things would have to be non-physical substances if they exist at all. Weir then presents what he calls the compresence argument. The basic idea here is that property dualism would require the strict compresence of both physical and non-physical properties in a physical substance, but it's unclear that such a state of affairs is actually intelligible. As he explains, there is no intuitive problem with physical and non-physical phenomenal properties being loosely compresent. There is no reason why something massive like a brain and something phenomenal like a pain should not be or belong to different parts of a composite. But it is not clear that physical and non-physical phenomenal properties can be strictly compresent. To see this, picture a zombie on the one hand and a non-physical phenomenal state on the other. Then try to picture these things coalescing in the way that strictly compresent properties do. This is difficult to achieve. It is not clear what such coalescing would consist in. At best, it is possible to think of the conscious experience as occurring where the zombie is, to tell yourself that it is present in the same region. But this is not enough, for the shape and size of an object are not just in the same region. Rather, they interfuse and compenetrate, so that the shape is a shape of that size, the size is a size of that shape. The properties appear immiscible. It should be emphasized that this problem arises only if we assume, with property dualists, that phenomenal properties are non-physical things that answer to our pre-theoretical concepts of them. There is no parallel problem for physicalist positions on which phenomenal properties are functional in neurological states. Neither is there any problem for substance dualist or idealist positions, for on these positions, physical and phenomenal properties are not strictly compresent to start with. This is a special problem for property dualism. And he formulates this basic line of reasoning into an argument for substance dualism as follows. 1. Physical and non-physical phenomenal properties cannot be strictly compresent. 2. If anything has physical properties and non-physical properties, these properties belong entirely to different parts of that thing. 3. Therefore, if anything has physical and non-physical properties, it is a composite of a physical and a non-physical substance. And finally, Weir puts forward what he calls the parity argument, essentially arguing that if popular conceivability-based arguments for property dualism are accepted, then so should conceivability-based modal arguments for substance dualism, like the one explored in my last video. As he explains, proponents of the conceivability argument conclude that consciousness is something over and above the physical. However, there is a further conclusion that we might draw. If the physical facts do not necessitate the existence of conscious experience, it seems to follow that the physical things, taken together, could exist by themselves, and hence that physical reality is a substance or has substances as parts. Suppose for now that the existence of physical substances is indeed a collateral outcome of the conceivability argument. This is not in itself a problem for property dualists, but the fact, if it is a fact, that this conclusion follows from the conceivability argument is a serious problem. This is because it will then be possible to formulate a disembodiment argument for the existence of non-physical substances by transposing references to the physical and the phenomenal in the conceivability argument. He goes on to formalize the argument as follows. 1. If you accept the conceivability argument, you must accept the phenomenal disembodiment argument. 2. If you accept the phenomenal disembodiment argument, then you must accept the existence of non-physical substances. 3. Therefore, if you accept the conceivability argument, then you must accept the existence of non-physical substances. So we have ample reasons to believe that property dualism is not really a live alternative to substance dualism. And if that's true, then the knowledge argument is not merely an argument for property dualism, but it is actually an argument for a more robust substance dualism. This video has put forward the knowledge argument for dualism and addressed the many objections which it faces. I have argued that the objections to the first premise fail because they assume an untenable theory of reference. I have argued that objections to the second premise either misunderstand it or else fail to establish that the Mary thought experiment does not show that Mary acquires new propositional knowledge. And lastly, I have argued that the argument does indeed support substance dualism rather than mere property dualism. The case for substance dualism is now complete. All that remains is to dispel the arguments against it. Throughout this series, I have presented and defended numerous arguments for substance dualism, the idea that mind and matter are fundamentally different substances. The purpose has been to construct a positive case for believing in dualism, thereby taking the offensive against mind-body physicalism. However, I have, for the most part, left the case against dualism untouched until now. While this series has established that the objections to the major arguments for dualism fail for numerous reasons, dualism remains a minority position among contemporary philosophers. Why is that the case if the objections to the arguments for dualism are so weak? The reason is that there are also a battery of arguments against substance dualism, which are used as an excuse for effectively dismissing the case for dualism out of hand. This video will critically assess the most influential of these arguments and critique them. The upshot of this examination is to vindicate dualism from the idea that it succumbs to crushing objections, and together with the arguments we have already considered, render dualism even more plausible. As noted, substance dualism is widely seen as an outdated, unscientific, and long-refuted position within contemporary academia. Daniel Dennett is fairly representative of the contemporary climate when he says, "Dualism, the view that minds are composed of some non-physical and utterly mysterious stuff, has been relegated to the trash heap of history, along with alchemy and astrology, unless you are also prepared to declare that the world is flat and the sun is a fiery chariot pulled by winged horses, unless, in other words, your defiance of modern science is quite complete, you won't find any place to stand and fight for these obsolete ideas. John Heil is less harsh, though no less dismissive, when he says, "If we accept Cartesian dualism, then we must suppose that immaterial minds sometimes intervene in the operation of the material world. This conflicts with a fundamental presumption of modern science, a presumption we have every reason to accept. To the extent that we regard the intervention of non-material minds in the material world as implausible, we should regard Cartesian dualism as implausible." And finally, Jose Musacchio declares, "Many people also believe that consciousness is a manifestation of a hypothetical soul or spirit, as taught by most religions. However, this view has been discredited not only by the neurobiological and scientific perspectives, but also by common sense observations." The impression is apparently very strong that substance dualism is quite indefensible. One would expect that such strong confidence in the falsity of dualism would be supported by strong objections. But how compelling are the objections really? In this video, I will discuss and critique the 6 most common objections to dualism. Some common themes will turn up. For example, most of these objections will exclusively target interactionist versions of dualism, leaving other versions unscathed. Most objections can also be turned right back around onto physicalism. But in all cases, I hope to show that these arguments against dualism are miserable failures and lack any serious rigor. As Ralph Steven Weir puts it, "I think that the mind-body problem has become a nexus of bad scholarship, feeble argument, and general wrong-headedness, mainly because of the strange horror present-day theorists have of anything resembling an immaterial soul." The first objection to substance dualism which we will consider is fairly uncommon, but also probably the most serious. This objection asserts that the very notion of an immaterial substance, such as a soul, is just straightforwardly unintelligible or incoherent. As Gary Rosenkrantz and Joshua Hoffman explain, it has been objected that upon closer examination, souls can be shown to be unintelligible. The first objection alleges that Cartesian souls are unintelligible because the nature of such souls cannot be described unless they are described negatively. The second objection is that Cartesian souls are unintelligible because they lack a principle of individuation. Bodies, it is argued, are individuated by their occupying different places at the same time, but Cartesian souls do not occupy places. Now, I actually preemptively anticipated the first part of this objection towards the end of the first video in this series. There, I developed and defended a particular account of what it is for a substance to be immaterial, and I showed that it could be described in positive terms. This, I think, answers the charge that the very idea of an immaterial substance is unintelligible. But for the purposes of this video, we might well add the consideration that it is unclear that the idea of a physical or material substance is actually any better off. For it turns out that it is actually quite difficult to give a comprehensive and uncontroversial account of what it is for something to be physical. As James Madden observes, "I do not deny that it is very difficult to articulate what we mean by non-physical substance, and life for the substance dualist would certainly be easier if we could do so. This concession, nevertheless, need not be a deal-breaker for substance dualism. First of all, the fact that we lack an informative definition of non-physical substance is not a strike against the substance dualist, because our concept of physical substance is no better off. What it is for something to be material or physical, whether it is a property or a substance, is a matter of contentious philosophical debate for which no resolution is in sight. Indeed, This seems to be not a matter of mere disagreement, but an apparent case of our just not having a clear-cut sense of what we mean by physical at all. The identity and differentiation of physical objects is one of the perennial problems of philosophy, regarding which there is no consensus view, even among contemporary philosophers. Thus, when asked, what is a physical object, unless we are willing to beg important philosophical questions, it seems that our best answer is, I don't know exactly, but I know one when I see one. But if we are willing to allow promissory notes or appeals to disputed first principles to bolster a notion of physical substance, I see no problem in likewise allowing similar maneuvers for the dualist with respect to the notion of non-physical substance. The substance dualist may admit that she cannot give a clear positive definition of non-physical substance, including criteria for identity and differentiation, but she nevertheless knows one when she sees one. Now, as we have seen, some physicalists have thought that there is a clearer notion of what it is for a substance to be physical than for it to be immaterial, because, if nothing else, otherwise identical material objects can be distinguished from one another based upon their different spatial locations. Immaterial objects, on the other hand, are not spatial, and so there is no way to differentiate otherwise identical immaterial objects from one another. 2 points may be raised in response to this concern. In the first place, the dualist can plausibly suggest that while two otherwise identical immaterial souls are not distinguishable from a third-person point of view, or from the outside as it were, the difference is transparently clear from a first-person point of view, or from the inside as it were. In other words, from the perspective of each particular immaterial soul, the other identical soul can be easily differentiated from itself. As David Lund explains, it may be tempting to suppose that different physical objects are better off than subjects with respect to individuation, for two qualitatively indistinguishable objects can be individuated at a given time by their different places, though two such subjects cannot be individuated at a time in that way. Nor does it become apparent what could ground the individuation of such subjects so long as they are contemplated from an objective third-person viewpoint. This external viewpoint is the one to which we are confined in viewing physical objects and other items that are neither subjects nor states of subjects. But since one has an immediate first-person access to oneself as subject, one may thereby have an access to what ultimately grounds the individuation of subjects, even though that ground is not accessible from the external viewpoint. That we do have a first-person access to what grounds subject individuation seems clear from a first-person viewpoint. When I think about two qualitatively indistinguishable subjects, S1 and S2, from an external third-person viewpoint, no difference appears that would justify the claim that I am thinking about two instead of one. But when I imaginatively suppose that I am, say, S1, the difference seems transparently clear. I am one subject, and S2 is someone else, who, remarkably, has a mental life as similar to my own as it can conceivably be. S2 now appears to me to be just as clearly and absolutely someone else as does some third subject who is not like me at all. As a second point, it's not actually all that clear that identical physical objects are actually any better off than identical immaterial souls when it comes to distinguishing them from one another. The appeal to the physical objects occupying different spatial locations is insufficient to explain the difference because being different physical objects is actually a prerequisite for occupying different spatial locations. Being different objects is, therefore, explanatorily prior to the occupation of different spatial locations. Again, Lund says, what distinguishes two qualitatively indistinguishable objects is supposed to be clear and unproblematic because, Not being coextensive, they occupy different places. Their being in different places grounds their distinctness. Having distinct spatial locations is not merely what enables us to know that they are distinct, it is that in virtue of which they are distinct. It makes them distinct. But how can this be? Don't two objects already have to be distinct for them to be in different places? Consider two different places, P1 and P2, leaving aside the question as to what makes them distinct. An object at P1 would be distinct from a qualitatively indistinguishable object at P2, but P1 and P2 clearly do not have occult, causal, or metaphysical powers to make the objects occupying them distinct. What makes two such objects distinct is surely not rendered more intelligible by trying to view their distinctness as grounded in the presupposed distinctness of different places. Even if distinct physical objects are always distinguishable by reference to their distinct places, we need not, and indeed should not, infer that their having distinct places is what provides the metaphysical ground of their distinctness. It seems more plausible to maintain that the distinctness of such objects is not grounded in or reducible to anything else, but is primitive and unanalyzable. Their distinctness is metaphysically fundamental. If Lund is right, and the difference between qualitatively indistinguishable physical objects must be primitive, then the dualist can make the same move with respect to immaterial entities. And it won't help the physicalist to bite the bullet by asserting that different spatial locations really do somehow ground the differences between indistinguishable physical objects, for this simply raises the question of how the different spatial locations are to be distinguished. Again, it seems that such differentiation must be primitive, and if that answer is allowed for spatial locations, then it is allowed for immaterial entities as well. I conclude, then, that the existence of immaterial substances like souls are no less intelligible than the existence of physical substances. So to conclude this section, I have offered three responses to the claim that the very notion of an immaterial substance is unintelligible. First, I have contended that the concept may be positively defined along the lines presented in my first video in this series. Second, I have argued that the concept of a physical substance is no better off than that of an immaterial substance. And third, I have responded to the supposed problem of individuating indistinguishable immaterial substances by asserting both that the difference is obvious from the first-person point of view, and also by arguing that the problem equally afflicts the idea of physical substances. A far more popular objection to dualism regards the empirically well-established correlations between mental states and brain states. The thought is that if the mind is a separate substance from the body, then, for example, brain damage shouldn't have any effect on the operations of the mind. And yet, clearly the capabilities of the mind can be affected by brain damage. The most widely discussed example of this is Phineas Gage. Gage was an American railroad worker who was the survivor of an accident in which a large iron rod was driven completely through his head, destroying much of his brain's left frontal lobe. The accident cost Gage one of his eyes, but more importantly, it radically altered his personality. Whereas he had once been regarded as a decent, hard-working man, after the accident, he became vulgar and selfish. The objection asserts that if the mind and brain are so profoundly linked, then the mind cannot be an immaterial substance distinct from the body. As Antonio Damasio puts it, while other cases of neurological damage that occurred at the time revealed that the brain was the foundation for language perception and motor function and generally provided more conclusive details, Gage's story hinted at an amazing fact. Somehow, there were systems in the human brain dedicated more to reasoning than to anything else, and in particular, to the personal and social dimensions of reasoning. Gage's example indicated that something in the brain was concerned specifically with unique human properties. John Searle adds, according to substance dualism, our brains and bodies are not really conscious. Your body is just an unconscious machine, like your car or your television set. Given what we know about how the world works, it is hard to take substance dualism seriously as a scientific hypothesis. We know that in humans, consciousness cannot exist at all without certain sorts of physical processes going on in the brain. And Jose Musacchino gives the most detailed explanation of this argument, saying, today we know that emotions are physical states that process information about the organism in its relation to the environment. Unknown through subjective perspective, all emotional processes are realized in specific neural circuits, which are mediated by changes in neurotransmitters, hormones, and other cellular messengers. The effects of drugs, electrical brain stimulation, and anatomical liaisons, as well as electrophysiological and fMRI studies, clearly indicate that emotions are physical processes taking place in the brain. Now, the first point which I want to raise in response to this argument is one which will recur throughout this video, namely that this objection only applies to interactionist varieties of dualism. Interactionist dualism says that the mind and body causally interact with one another, and while most dualists, myself included, absolutely believe that this sort of interaction occurs, the point remains that a substance dualist could believe that the soul is completely dependent upon the body via something like epiphenomenalism or emergent dualism. I'm not interested in defending either of these theories, but the point is just that this is a significant limitation within the argument from psychophysical correlation. It's not an objection to substance dualism as a whole, but rather only to one type of dualism. With that being said, I and most other dualists are interactionists. After all, it does appear rather obvious that our minds do causally affect our bodies. So what can the interactionist dualist say in response to this objection? In the first place, Searle, at least, incorrectly interprets substance dualism as a scientific hypothesis. Substance dualism is first and foremost a metaphysical hypothesis intended to explain various metaphysical data points, which are mostly drawn from a combination of introspection and reasoning about what is required for things like perceptions, knowledge, personal identity, and persistence. Substance dualism is typically presented as a way of making sense of these sorts of philosophical data points, rather than as a scientific or neurological hypothesis. As Matthew Owen puts it, most dualist philosophers are not dualists because they think dualism is the best theory for explaining neural correlates of consciousness or any other neuroscientific data. Typically, the rationale for dualism is strictly or principally philosophical and not empirical. Since the non-physical mind of substance dualism is not presented as a neuroscientific theory by dualists or argued for as if it were, it should not be evaluated principally on how good of a neuroscientific theory it is. In the second place, Searle and Musacchio are stepping beyond what the scientific data reveals when they claim that we know that consciousness cannot exist at all without certain physical processes occurring in the brain. It may be true that certain physical brain processes are required for certain types of conscious experience or for embodied conscious experience, but this leaves open the possibility that one can continue in a disembodied conscious state apart from their body or brain. We have already explored several lines of evidence for this possibility in the video on the modal argument for dualism. In light of this, how can Searle and Musacchio claim to know that consciousness cannot exist at all in the absence of certain brain processes, or even in the absence of a brain? Science does not and absolutely cannot establish this. We might more charitably interpret these critics as merely saying that we know that certain types of conscious experience cannot exist apart from certain types of brain processes, or more accurately still, we know that certain types of mental states are predictably correlated with certain brain states, but such a conclusion is perfectly compatible with the truth of substance dualism. Virtually all dualists believe that the body and brain causally interact with one another, so such correlations are perfectly expected given substance dualism. As Andrew Brenner observes, but this way of developing the objection to substance dualism is far too strong, since obviously no substance dualist thinks that our mental states are totally unconnected with what occurs in the brain. Everybody knows that when you are bopped on the head, this will cause a change in your mental state, a loss in consciousness, or at least some pain. Similarly, everyone knows that drugs can modify what happens in the brain, and thereby modify our mental states. Substance dualists do not deny these obvious and widely recognized facts. And Matthew Owen adds, from correlation alone, we could not infer that the mental state caused the neural activity dependent on it was identical to it or reducible to it. If a physicalist assumed physics is fundamental before mapping the correlation between the mental activity and the corresponding neural activity, she would likely conclude that the correlation implies that the mental activity depends on the neural activity. She would be justified in doing so to the degree that her assumption was well justified, but she would not be arriving at this conclusion merely on the basis of the correlation. Rather, she would be justifiably arriving at the conclusion on the basis of the correlation coupled with her pre-experimental assumption. Similarly, a dualist could justifiably conclude that immaterial minds stood in some type of causal relation with the neural correlates if she justifiably assumed that their mental states are not reducible to physical states. In short, correlations don't entail causation, dependency, identity, or reducibility. Further philosophical argumentation beyond the empirical data of neural correlates of consciousness is required to arrive at a justified conclusion about the nature of the mind. Some materialists, such as J.J.C. Smart, Christopher Hill, Ned Block, and Robert Stalnaker, acknowledge that correlation between mental states and brain states is insufficient to establish that the mental is itself physical or causally dependent upon physical processes. However, they have argued that the empirical data of psychophysical correlation can be paired with an appeal to parsimony to generate an argument in favor of materialism. The argument would go something like this. Given that we know that mental states are correlated with physical states, and given that we want as simple an ontology as possible, it is simplest to just identify mental states with the physical states with which they are correlated. As Smart puts it, why do I wish to resist this suggestion? Mainly because of Occam's razor. It seems to me that science is increasingly giving us a viewpoint whereby organisms are able to be seen as physiochemical mechanisms. It seems that one day, even the behavior of man himself will one day be explicable in mechanistic terms. There does seem to be, so far as science is concerned, nothing in the world but increasingly complex arrangements of physical constituents, all except for in one place, in consciousness. So sensations, states of consciousness, do seem to be the one sort of thing left outside of a physicalist picture, and so for various reasons, I just cannot believe this to be so, that everything should be explicable in terms of physics, except the occurrence of sensations, seems to me frankly unbelievable. 2 points should be raised in response to this version of the argument from psychophysical correlation. In the first place, to the extent that this is a successful argument against substance dualism at all, it applies regardless of the empirical data. In other words, it's not actually necessary to make any appeal to the empirically detected correlations between mental states and brain states in order to argue that physicalism is a simpler hypothesis. This can be seen just by considering that physicalism is only committed to the existence of the material body, whereas the dualist is committed to the existence of both the material body and the immaterial mind. So physicalism has a parsimony advantage over dualism regardless of the empirical data. In short, then, this is not really an extension of the argument from psychophysical correlation at all. It is a wholly different argument based purely on theoretical concerns pertaining to the explanatory simplicity of physicalism. But as a second point, while it is true that physicalism has a parsimony advantage over dualism, parsimony is not a decisive indicator of truth all by itself. Simpler hypotheses are only more likely to be true if all other things stand equal between competing hypotheses. But the substance dualist need not and should not agree that all other things stand equal between dualism and physicalism. Specifically, the powerful arguments for the truth of dualism, which we have already considered in this series, weigh strongly in favor of dualism over physicalism. As long as these arguments stand, the relative simplicity of physicalism over dualism is not a sufficient reason to believe that physicalism is true. As Matthew Owen concludes, one weakness of the simplicity argument is that it rests upon one, and only one, theoretical virtue. Simplicity is significant, but it's not the only theoretical virtue. There are additional theoretical virtues to consider, such as explanatory power, explanatory scope, fertility, internal coherence, and consistency with widely accepted theories and background knowledge. If identity theory is the simplest theory, that's a significant point in its favor. However, by itself, simplicity is not conclusive. If simplicity itself were conclusive, then we should go with a view like solipsism and conclude that there is just one mind that exists. It's hard to think of a simpler theory, but given that there is more to consider than simplicity, we need not commit ourselves to solipsism simply because it is simple. Likewise, simplicity itself is not enough to establish that dualism is false and the identity theory is true, unless, of course, all else is equal and the identity theory is on par with dualism on every other score. If that's the case, then simplicity can act as an epistemic tiebreaker, tipping the balance in favor of the simplest view. In other words, the simplicity argument requires another premise affirming the conditional mentioned in premise 1, which reads, all else being equal, the simplest explanation of a data set is the best explanation. However, this additional premise is not obviously true, but questionable given the apparent differences between consciousness and neural correlates, and I think there are good arguments offered by leading philosophers for dualism. As a final point, Andrew Brenner convincingly argues that the argument from psychophysical correlation is completely reversible. He says, a better way to put the objection to substance dualism is that the observed correlations between mental states and brain states are more surprising on the assumption that substance dualism is true than on the assumption that substance dualism is false. However, an analogous objection can be made against the view that we are composite physical objects. If we are composite physical objects, then our properties are robustly correlated with the properties of our parts. If we are composite physical objects, then our mental states are closely correlated with the properties and relations exhibited by the parts of our brains. These correlations should surprise us, just as the correlations between the properties of immaterial souls and the properties of brains should surprise us. If, by contrast, only the parts exist, and they fail to compose a composite physical person, then it would not be surprising that the mental properties would be systematically correlated with the properties of the parts. In this case, the mental properties would be properties of the parts, in which case properties of the parts would simply be correlated with the properties of the parts, which is hardly surprising. By contrast, if the parts compose a composite physical person, then we should not expect the mental properties of the composite physical person to correlate so systematically with the properties of the parts. The view that we are composite physical persons is compatible with those correlations, but it does not predict them. And the reason it does not predict them is the same reason why substance dualism does not predict the systematic correlations between the properties of souls and the properties of brains. Composite physical persons are not numerically identical with their parts, and so we lack any antecedent reason to think that their properties would be so systematically correlated with the properties of those parts. So to summarize this section, the argument from psychophysical correlation fails for at least 5 reasons. First, it is only an objection to one type of dualism. Second, it incorrectly interprets substance dualism as a scientific hypothesis intended to explain the empirical data gathered from neuroscience. Third, it makes an unjustified inference from mental states being correlated with brain states to mental states being identical with, caused by, or dependent on brain states. Fourth, the attempt to couch the argument as an inference to the best explanation suffers from only considering a single theoretical virtue, and also, I have argued, it is really a complete departure from the argument from psychophysical correlation. Fifth, and finally, the argument is completely reversible. Perhaps the most common, and certainly the most popular objection to substance dualism is known as the interaction problem. Substance dualism, it is argued, posits that there are two wholly different substances, a material body and an immaterial mind. The body and the mind are supposed to causally interact with one another. The mind is supposed to be able to cause certain bodily movements, for example. But how can two such different things interact in this way? Allegedly, substance dualists have no answer to this question, and this is supposed to be evidence that substance dualism is false. As Jaegwon Kim says, few will quarrel with Descartes' acknowledgement of the reality of mind-body interaction, or his wish to give an account of it. The only question, one that has troubled many thoughtful readers of Descartes for centuries, is how such interaction is possible. Joseph Margolis puts the objection this way. The Cartesian view, it must be said straight off, is a philosophical scandal in that it requires precisely a form of interaction between mind and body, but, by the substantive exclusion of mind from body, it makes an utter mystery of the interaction itself. And lastly, John Heil asserts, Cartesian dualism comes at a price few philosophers have been prepared to pay. Central to Descartes' view is the idea that minds and bodies causally interact. But if minds and bodies are distinct kinds of substance, it is hard to see how such causal interaction could occur. Minds or selves, you will recall, are immaterial substances possessing the attribute of thought, but lacking the attribute of extension. Material bodies, in contrast, are extended, but lack thought. How could entities of such utterly different kinds affect one another causally? Let me just begin by noting that, again, this is exclusively an objection to interactionist varieties of dualism, and so, even if successful, does not constitute a reason to think that dualism is false. But since most dualists are interactionists, let us put this point aside. Despite widely being touted about as a powerful argument against dualism, I must say straight off that I have never understood why materialists have thought that the so-called interaction problem is such a decisive objection to substance dualism. This is primarily because of the fact that it is typically not all that clear what the problem is even supposed to be. The problem surely is not a straightforward logical contradiction, which would entail that substance dualism is false. So then, what is the problem? As stated in the aforementioned quotations, the problem appears to be little more than a question regarding how two different substances might interact. But how exactly is this supposed to be a problem? Even if the substance dualist has no idea how two different entities might interact, he can still know that two different entities interact. For example, when I enter a room and flip the light switch causing the lights to turn on, I may have no idea how electricity, wiring, circuits, or light bulbs work. But I can still know that my flipping the switch caused the light to turn on. So the physicalist has got to do more than ask questions which the substance dualist may not be able to answer if there is going to be a genuine problem here. As Andrew Brenner observes, as it stands, this isn't really an objection so much as it is a series of rhetorical questions. But the rhetorical questions are supposed to point toward a difficulty that many opponents of substance dualism think cannot be overcome. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to see what the difficulty is supposed to be. Why should the fact that an immaterial soul is very different from a material body mean that it cannot causally interact with the material body? Similarly, Rickabaugh and Moreland say, sometimes an opponent of substance dualism will simply press the question, how can mental entities causally interact with physical entities? Dialectically, this move is supposed to place the substance dualist in a bad place from which he or she will have a hard time escaping. Unfortunately, the question is ambiguous. The question may be a request for a mechanism between mental and physical entities in virtue of which they interact with each other. If this is the correct interpretation, then for the substance dualist, it is a complete non-starter. Why? Because the substance dualist will hold that the causal connection between mental and physical entities is basic. There is nothing between them in virtue of which they causally interact with each other. And David Lund adds, the dualist will likely take the position that the self, by willing, affects the brain directly, and that the notion of direct causation cannot plausibly be rejected. This is a defensible notion, for it seems highly plausible to maintain that if causation occurs at all, some instances of it must be direct. Thus the how question is misplaced if it is one about what intermediary causal links occur between the willing and the brain event. David Armstrong presents the interaction problem a bit differently. He appears to recognize that nothing about the dualist's putative inability to explain how an immaterial mind interacts with a physical body presents a reason to think that dualism is false. However, he does see this as an explanatory advantage for a physicalist theory of mind. He explains, it remains true that we still have no clear model for the way that a spiritual happening gives rise to a brain happening, and vice versa. Descartes, in reply, can protest only that the interaction occurs. But that is no reply if what we are trying to assess is the plausibility of his theory of that interaction. There cannot be much doubt about the occurrence of mind-body interaction, but there can be doubt about whether this is the interaction of two totally disparate things. A mind-body theory that makes interaction easy and intelligible, as a materialist theory seems to do, is to that extent preferable. Now, if all other things stood equal between physicalism and dualism, and if physicalism really was able to offer some sort of explanation for mind-body interaction, then perhaps Armstrong would have a case. But I would make 2 points in response to Armstrong. In the first place, I do not believe that all other things stand equal. All of the arguments we have canvassed for dualism in the preceding videos of this series stand against Armstrong. I would argue that the success of dualism in explaining how we have privileged access to our own mental states, the specific properties of those mental states, how we have modal knowledge, and the specific properties of knowledge simply outweigh whatever explanatory advantage physicalism might have in explaining mind-body interaction. But secondly, and more fundamentally, is it even true, as Armstrong claims, that physicalism is able to explain mind-body interaction? It is often assumed by physicalists that there is nothing problematic or difficult about understanding the mutual interactions between physical objects. But this is actually not as unproblematic as one might initially think. As Sandra Menson and Thomas Sullivan put it, admittedly, we have no idea how mind can move matter. But how big a problem is this? It could be monumental if it were not for one thing. In the end, we have no idea how matter moves matter. Despite what is sometimes said, we do not actually experience physical causality in any deep way. We see that matter moves matter in some sense, but we do not see why or how it happens. The interaction problem, then, to the extent that it is really a problem, applies equally to physicalism. We might just as easily ask the physicalist how it is that matter interacts with matter. It's certainly not immediately obvious what the answer to this question might be. The truth appears to be that any mystery involved in understanding how immaterial substances and material substances interact is not due to the fact that the entities consist in different substances. Rather, the mystery derives from the appeal to the very notion of causation, which is inherently somewhat mysterious. Consider any causal chain. If an infinite regress of causes are not to be allowed, then there has to be a first cause, which just has the requisite causal powers to set off the causal chain in the first place. How exactly does that work? It's not really clear. And this mystery remains regardless of whether or not the first cause is material or immaterial. The mystery, then, is a result of the very concept of causation. As Charles Taliaferro explains, are there features of physical to physical interaction which make it less mysterious or conceptually puzzling than mental to physical interaction? Well, in physical interaction, both relata have spatial location, and perhaps this provides an important aspect of that causal exchange. After all, isn't it clear that the reason why certain material objects affect others is material contact? But why should spatial contact have causal repercussions? The fact that spatial objects coming into contact routinely generates causal exchange is obvious enough, but why does it do so? Is it because of the object's mass or volume? If so, why do mass or volume have the causal liabilities and powers they do? Perhaps the materialist may count herself to be in a better conceptual shape than the dualist, in that the causal powers and liabilities of physical objects are had in virtue of the parts making up the objects. Salt may have the powers and liabilities it has in virtue of its parts A, B, and C. But what is it in virtue of which A, B, and C have the powers and liabilities they have? Either we shall have to rest with A, B, and C simply having those powers as a brute, not further explainable fact, or we shall have to go deeper by speculating that A has its properties because of its parts D and E, and so on. Eventually, all disputants will have to come to a point of claiming that things have certain powers without being able to offer a deeper account, or that the physical interaction we observe is accounted for by a mysterious causal chain containing infinitely many parts, each part of which requires its parts in turn to account for its particular causal powers. None of these options seems demonstrably better than the dualist positing person-body interaction. In the end, then, interaction between physical objects must also be basic and, therefore, no less mysterious than such interaction between immaterial and physical substances. Further advances in science will never reveal anything more about the nature of basic causal interaction because basic causation is fundamentally beyond the purview of what science can detect. As Rickabaugh and Moreland observe, all neuroscience provides is increasingly precise correlations that leave mental-physical interaction basic, even if the physical side of a correlation turns out to be a complicated system of neurons. If physical-physical interaction is no less mysterious than dualist interaction, then there simply cannot be any advantage gained for physicalism by appealing to the fact that dualistic interaction is mysterious. The moral of this section is that whatever mystery surrounds the nature of basic causal interaction is a result of the nature of basic causation itself. This is why causal interaction between physical objects is ultimately no less mysterious than causal interaction between the body and the soul. And since this mystery applies to all instances of causation in general, it cannot be a problem for substance dualism in particular. To sum up, the interaction problem fails to falsify substance dualism for at least 4 reasons. First, if it applies at all, it applies exclusively to interactionist varieties of dualism, but not to substance dualism as a whole. Second, it is typically unclear what exactly the problem is supposed to be. Asking the dualist questions which he cannot answer might be embarrassing for the dualist, but it surely does not provide any reason to think that dualism is false. Third, the how question appears to assume that there is a mechanistic explanation for how minds and bodies interact, but substance dualists are free to reject this assumption and to instead assert that the causal relation between mind and body is basic. Fourth, the objection assumes the interaction between physical objects is better understood or more readily intelligible than interaction between immaterial and physical entities. But as we have seen, this assumption is also false, meaning that there is just as much of an interaction problem for physicalism as there is for dualism. Closely related to the interaction problem for substance dualism is the pairing problem. But rather than asking how immaterial minds interact with material bodies full stop, this objection instead asks why it is that immaterial minds only causally affect particular bodies. Why, for example, does my mind affect this body as opposed to any other body, or for that matter, any other physical object? Why is it that my intentions can raise my arms, but not anyone else's, or even just raise inanimate objects like cups and rocks? To say that I can raise my arms because they are mine is a circular explanation, since to say they are mine is just to say that I am able to causally affect them. As Jaegwon Kim explains, it is metaphysically possible for there to be 2 distinct physical objects, A and B, with the same intrinsic properties, and hence the same causal potential or powers. Further, one of these, say A, causes a third object, C, to change in a certain way, but object B has no causal effect on C. Now the fact that A but not B causes C to change must be grounded in some fact about A, B, and C. Since A and B have the same intrinsic properties, it must be their relational properties with respect to C that provide an explanation of their different causal roles with regard to C. What relational properties or relations can do this job? The only plausible answer seems to be that it is the spatial relation between A and C and between B and C that are responsible for the causal difference between A and B with regard to C. At least, there is no other possible explanation that comes to mind. Just as a preliminary, notice again how this objection exclusively applies to interactionist versions of dualism and not to dualism as a whole. As with the interaction problem, let us again begin by observing that it is utterly unclear what exactly the problem here is supposed to be. Kim asserts that the spatial location which one object bears to another is the only plausible explanation for how one object can move another. But to whom exactly is this supposed to be plausible? No doubt the physicalist may find this plausible, but the substance dualist most assuredly does not. And given that this is supposed to be an argument against substance dualism, it cannot rest on premises which are only acceptable to the physicalist. I may have no idea how it is that I am appropriately paired to my body, such that I can causally affect it, but not other objects. Yet I can still know that I am appropriately paired in this way. Kim has not shown any contradiction in the dualist position, nor has he shown that it is improbable. As David Lund argues, as to the why question, if that is one about understanding why the mental event should have these physical effects rather than others, or none at all, the answer must lie in pointing to the relevant covering laws that in fact have been found to obtain. The impression that such an explanation is not sufficiently deep may remain, but it should at least come to appear entirely ungrounded with the recognition that physical causation admits of no deeper explanation. Explanation of physical causation, too, must come to an end if there are maximally inclusive or absolutely fundamental causal laws that cannot be explained by recourse to laws more inclusive or more fundamental. We can explain, nomologically, the pairing of certain events, whether physical or mental, by subsuming them under a law of nature, and we can, in many cases, explain a natural law by placing it in a network of more inclusive laws and or theories. These more inclusive laws may turn out to be explainable by way of an appeal to even broader laws and more comprehensive theories. But if, as it seems, the claim that the process of appealing to ever more inclusive laws or theories might be infinitely regressive does not merit serious consideration, then we are entitled to conclude that there is a point at which this process terminates in all-inclusive or fundamental laws that cannot be explained by appeal to something else, simply because there is no something else to which one can appeal. Leaving this point aside, Kim's objection seems to me to rest wholly upon the utterly unjustified assumption that only a spatial relation can account for the pairing between two different entities. But even if we accepted this assumption for the sake of argument, it's not even clear that it would falsify substance dualism, for the substance dualist might wish to maintain that souls are in fact spatially located. The key strategy here involves drawing a distinction between an object's being spatially located and an object's being spatially extended. While being spatially extended entails being physical, being spatially located does not. And so with this distinction in hand, the substance dualist could maintain that immaterial souls are spatially located with their bodies, and that this accounts for their being paired together. Rickabaugh and Moreland suggest as much when they say, virtually all contemporary substance dualists believe the soul is spatially located, even though it is not extended. Some provide arguments for the soul being located in one specific place in the body. Others believe that the soul is to the body as God is to space, namely fully present at each location in the body. Either way, the spatial location requirement is satisfied. And once again, as with so many of the objections to dualism, the pairing problem can be turned right back around on physicalism. As Brenner explains, according to Kim, the substance dualist must provide an answer to the question of why souls enter into certain sorts of causal relations with some bodies rather than others, since the pairing cannot be brute. Kim argues that the dualist will be hard-pressed to put forth a satisfying answer. So too, I claim, those who believe we are composite objects will be hard-pressed to put forward satisfying answers to questions such as, why is this composite person composed of these parts rather than some other parts? And why do these parts compose this composite person rather than some other composite person? More importantly, those who identify us with composite objects have no response to the mereological pairing problem that cannot also be appropriated by the substance dualist in response to the pairing problem for substance dualism. So, once again, we have a parity. If pairing problem concerns undermine substance dualism, then they also undermine the view that we are composite objects. And if pairing problem concerns do not undermine the view that we are composite objects, then they do not undermine substance dualism. In summary, the pairing problem fails for at least 4 reasons. In the first place, even if successful, it is only an objection to interactionist versions of dualism, and not to dualism as a whole. Second, the requirement of a spatial relation to explain causal pairing is just completely unjustified. Third, the substance dualist is free to take the position that souls are in fact spatially located, although not spatially extended. And fourth, to the extent that there is a pairing problem, a corresponding mereological pairing problem exists for physicalism, meaning that this cannot be a strike against dualism in favor of physicalism. We come now to the causal closure objection to substance dualism. In essence, this objection asserts that the physical universe is causally closed. If that is true, then there is no way for immaterial entities like souls to causally affect the physical world. As Jaegwon Kim declares, physicalists accept the causal closure of the physical not only as a fundamental metaphysical doctrine, but as an indispensable methodological presupposition of the physical sciences. And Antti-Revonsuo adds, the trouble is that the physical realm is causally closed, and, respectively, the non-physical realm is causally inert, at least with respect to the physical. The causal closure of the physical world means that physical events can only be causally influenced by other physical events, and are able to cause further events only of the purely physical kind through mechanisms that are nothing but physical. The problem that the dualist faces is this: to causally interact with the physical realm, such as the brain, a thing needs to have at least some physical properties. The soul stuff, then, should have some physical properties after all, if it is to have any impact on our brain activity. But for the dualist, consciousness is, by definition, something non-physical. Now, in the first place, and as I have repeatedly said throughout this video, if this objection works at all, it only applies to interactionist versions of dualism, leaving other versions untouched. Lawrence Bonjour makes this point saying, the closure principle does not by itself entail that materialism is true. It leaves open both the possibility of non-material realms that are causally isolated from the material world, and also the possibility that epiphenomenalism is true, that conscious phenomena are side effects of material processes that are incapable of having any reciprocal influence on the material world. But leaving this point aside, we might begin by wondering why we should accept the premise that the physical world is causally closed in the first place. There must be an independent argument for this, since interactionist versions of dualism are predicated upon the idea that the physical world is not causally closed, but is rather open to the activities of immaterial minds. To simply take causal closure for granted is blatantly begging the question against dualism. Again, Bonjour correctly responds by saying, but why is the principle of causal closure itself supposed to be so obviously correct? Clearly, this principle is not and could not be an empirical result. No empirical investigation that is at all feasible could ever establish that human bodies, the most likely locus of such external influence, are in fact never affected, even in small and subtle ways, by non-material causes. We are told that scientists accept this principle, and often that most philosophers accept it as well. But do they have any compelling reasons for such acceptance? Or is this vaunted principle nothing more than an unargued and undefended assumption, a kind of intellectual prejudice in the literal meaning of the word. Taken in the abstract, apart from any appeal to a specific account of conscious mental phenomenon, I have no idea whether the principle of causal closure is true or not. More importantly, I cannot imagine how to rationally decide whether it is true without first arriving at a defensible account of conscious mental states. It seems utterly obvious that mental states do causally affect the material realm. If a materialist account of conscious states is correct, then the principle of causal closure seems likely to be true. But if no such account is correct, then the principle is almost certainly false. Thus, to argue for the truth of materialism, or for a strong presumption in favor of materialism, by appeal to the principle of causal closure, is putting the cart in quite a flagrant way before the horse. So by using the causal closure principle to argue for physicalism, the physicalist is effectively using the premise that the immaterial cannot affect the material to argue that the immaterial cannot affect the material, a paradigm example of a circular argument. But not only does asserting the causal closure principle without some sort of justification already beg the question against interactionist substance dualism, but it also apparently begs the question against most types of theism. For if the physical world is causally closed, then this also straightforwardly entails that God cannot act in the world. As Charles Taliaferro and Stuart Goetz observe, it is important to make clear that if the argument from causal closure is successful, it not only makes it impossible to explain some events in the physical world in terms of the causal activity of human souls and their purposes for acting, but also makes it impossible to explain other events in the physical world in terms of the causal activity of God and God's purposes for acting. Hence, a good argument is needed for the causal closure principle if this objection to dualism is going to avoid being entirely circular. Nevertheless, materialists like David Papineau attempt to assert that the causal closure principle is indeed supported by empirical evidence. Papineau tells us that the one assumption that I did expect to be uncontroversial was the completeness of physics. To my surprise, I discovered that a number of my philosophical colleagues didn't agree. They didn't see why some physical occurrences in our brain, perhaps, shouldn't have irreducibly conscious causes. Once I was forced to defend it, I realized that the completeness of physics is by no means self-evident. There is good empirical evidence for the completeness of physics, but the historical story shows that this evidence is relatively recent, and that prior to the 20th century, the empirical case for the completeness of physics was by no means persuasive. There is indeed a good case for materialism, but it has not always been available to philosophers. This is because its crucial premise, the completeness of physics, rests on empirical evidence which has emerged only relatively recently. But this is no defense of the closure principle. Papineau merely asserts that empirical evidence exists to support causal closure, but doesn't bother to tell us what that evidence might be. And in the very nature of the case, it's difficult to see how empirical evidence could establish causal closure, even in principle. Empirical investigation, by the very nature of what it is, only examines physical causes and effects. But how could such an investigation ever rule out the presence of immaterial causes? It would seem that, at best, empirical investigation could only say that immaterial causes are unnecessary, but showing that they are unnecessary is a far cry from establishing that they are non-existent. As Matthew Owen responds, the majority of scientists consider it their job to find physical causes of physical phenomena. They try to do so via empirical observation. Most scientists do not see it as their job to identify non-physical causes. Therefore, it seems inconsequential if empirical investigations of scientists do not identify non-physical causes. After all, they are not investigating such causes, nor are they investigating whether they exist. Only if one presupposes physicalism, and thus that the physical sciences give an exhaustive account of the world, does it make sense to conclude that there are no non-physical causes because physical scientists have not identified them through their empirical investigations. Even if scientists were looking for non-physical causes, if they exist, are most likely invisible and not observable by empirical investigation alone. The basic worry is that if there were an invisible non-physical co-cause of an event that was necessary, it could not be known merely on the basis of empirical investigation, nor could it be known that the empirically observable cause is not sufficient. For the empirically observed cause would appear to be the lone sufficient cause from the vantage point of empirical observation, whether or not it actually is. Proponents of the causal closure objection to dualism are also prone to conflating two different potential understandings of the causal closure principle. Only a strong and empirically unjustified version of the principle actually conflicts with interactionist dualism. As Rob Koons and George Bealer point out, anti-materialism is alleged to be unable to accommodate the possibility of mental causation without violating the causal closure of the physical. But this is not at all clear when causal closure is formulated in its most plausible form as follows. For every physical event E that has a cause, there is a physical event C such that it is nomologically or causally necessary that if C occurs, E occurs. Suppose that physics requires and provides justification for this weak causal closure principle. But obviously this weak principle does not imply the following stronger closure principle. For every physical event E that has a cause, there is a physical event C such that C is a sufficient cause of E. Failure to appreciate the distinction between weak causal closure and strong closure principles has led many philosophers to the conclusion that mental causation is untenable in an anti-materialist setting, whereas, in fact, there are very promising accounts of mental causation compatible with anti-materialism. And yet again, the causal closure argument is reversible. It can just as easily be applied to the idea that we are composite physical objects, as Andrew Brenner explains. The idea is that the causal closure of the physical is no more plausible than the causal closure of the microphysical. In other words, every physical event which has a sufficient cause has a sufficient microphysical cause, and, in particular, a sufficient cause in terms of the activities of some mereologically simple objects. So, any causal contribution made by a composite object would be overdetermined by the causal contributions of its mereologically simple parts. The standard example is that of a baseball breaking a window. If the baseball moving in such and such a direction with such and such a velocity relative to the window is sufficient to break the window, then the mereologically simple parts of the baseball moving in such and such a direction with such and such a velocity relative to the window is sufficient to break the window. So, barring overdetermination, the baseball does not break the window. If these were good grounds to eliminate souls from our ontology, then they would also be good grounds to eliminate composite objects from our ontology, including those composite physical objects with which we might be identical. If overdetermination arguments undermine substance dualism, then they undermine belief in composite physical persons as well. So with respect to concerns regarding causal overdetermination, there is a parity between belief in immaterial souls and belief in composite physical persons. To round out this section, then, we have explored 5 different responses to the causal closure objection. First, I have noted that if the objection works at all, it can only apply to an interactionist type of dualism. Second, I have argued that the causal closure principle is unjustified and therefore begs the question against dualism. Third, I have contended that appeals to empirical evidence are both lacking and incapable of establishing causal closure even in principle. Fourth, I have pointed out that proponents of the causal closure objection are likely confusing two different ways of understanding the causal closure principle, and that the more plausible understanding is not actually incompatible with dualism. And finally, I have argued that the causal closure argument is completely reversible. Closely related to the causal closure objection to dualism is the conservation of energy objection. This is more or less an attempt to apply the causal closure objection with a scientific veneer. Owen Flanagan puts it this way: if Descartes is right that a non-physical mind can cause the body to move, for example, when we decide to go to a concert, then physical energy must increase in and around our body since we get up and go to the concert. In order, however, for physical energy to increase in any system, it has to have been transferred from some other physical system. But the mind, according to Descartes, is not a physical system, and therefore it does not have any energy to transfer. John Searle puts the objection even more forcefully, saying, "It seems impossible to make substance dualism consistent with modern physics. Physics says that the amount of matter and energy in the universe is constant, but substance dualism seems to imply that there is another kind of energy, mental energy or spiritual energy, that is not fixed by physics. So if substance dualism is true, then it seems that one of the most fundamental laws of physics, the law of conservation, must be false." Jose Musacchio adds, "Religion and faith require belief in an interaction between the natural world and a hypothetical supernatural realm, but nobody has ever explained how the two realities could interact without violating the most fundamental principle of physics and reason." And Daniel Dennett is the most cavalier of all, saying, "A fundamental principle of physics is that any change in the trajectory of any physical entity is an acceleration requiring the expenditure of energy, and where is this energy to come from? It is this principle of the conservation of energy that accounts for the physical impossibility of perpetual motion machines, and the same principle is apparently violated by dualism. This confrontation between quite standard physics and dualism has been endlessly discussed since Descartes' own day, and it is widely regarded as the inescapable and fatal flaw of dualism." But as with the causal closure objection, there are several parallel problems with this objection to substance dualism. First of all, even if we granted the objection, all that would follow is that interactionist substance dualism is false. But this leaves open epiphenomenalist or emergentist versions of substance dualism. So this could only work as an objection to some types of substance dualism, but not as an objection to substance dualism as a whole. Granted, almost all substance dualists, including myself, are interactionists. But the point is just that even if the conservation of energy puts any genuine pressure on the interactionist dualist at all, that pressure would only incline him to give up the idea that the mind and body interact. It would not give him any reason at all to abandon the conclusion that the mind is immaterial. Second, and more importantly, the conservation of energy is no longer recognized as holding absolutely. General relativity has long since shown that energy is not conserved on a global or cosmic scale. As Robin Collins points out, general relativity presents a major problem for the energy conservation objection. The problem is that no local concept of stress energy, and hence energy or momentum, can be defined for the gravitational field in general relativity. Consequently, the boundary version does not typically apply in general relativity, since typically one can neither define the total gravitational energy in a region of space, nor the rate at which gravitational energy flows in or out of the region. This implies that, although gravitational fields and waves causally influence material objects in precisely quantifiable ways, their influence cannot be understood in terms of movement of energy through space. He goes on to say, this non-conservation of energy in general relativity is exploited in contemporary cosmology. For example, as the universe expands, the waves of each photon are stretched, and hence the wavelengths of the photon become longer and longer, a phenomenon known as the cosmic red shift. Since the energy of a photon is inversely proportional to its wavelength, photons with longer wavelengths have less energy. Finally, since the vast majority of photons in the universe, those composing the cosmic microwave background radiation, are not significantly absorbed by matter, the total number of these photons remains almost constant, except for an almost insignificant contribution from starlight, yet each is losing energy, and the energy is neither going into matter nor anywhere else. It is important to remember that there are various ways of stating the law of conservation of energy. Only an unjustifiable absolute version of the law can conflict with interactionist dualism. As Menton and Sullivan point out, does every form of dualism require a violation of the law of conservation? That depends in part on what the law is supposed to be. It is understood in different ways. In both philosophy and physics, the law is often stated quite simply: energy cannot be created or destroyed. But if this is what is meant, the modal assertion seems completely unwarranted by the evidence. How could anyone know, on the basis of the limited experiments done relatively close to home, that it would be impossible for an additional unit of energy to be produced somewhere inside or outside this universe, even by God? It certainly would be weird if precisely the mass energy in the universe, not a bit more, not a bit less, had to exist. A more sensible reading of the conservation law goes like this: in any isolated or closed system, the sum of all forms of energy remains constant. Among the points that the dualist can make is that the first law presupposes that the system is closed. Understood in the absolute sense, the law of conservation of energy is incompatible not just with interactionist dualism, but also with theism, since traditional theism asserts that God created all matter and energy out of nothing. However, there appears to be no way to justify this absolute conception of the law. Furthermore, as we have already seen, general relativity appears to falsify it. So the dualist may safely reject the absolute interpretation of the conservation of energy. As Miretu Guda says, but what exactly justifies the most serious claim that energy is something that was never created in the first place? In light of our impoverished knowledge of, say, dark energy and dark matter, there seems to be no good reason to think that the conservation laws in general provide us with any empirical ground to establish the closure of the physical domain thesis. Even if we had adequate knowledge of dark energy and dark matter, the question of whether the universe is causally closed remains to be something that requires a metaphysical basis, not just an empirical one. This leaves the proponent of the conservation of energy objection with the restricted, but more empirically supported, version of the conservation law, which says that energy is conserved within an isolated or closed system. However, this version of the conservation of energy cannot be of any help to the physicalist in arguing against dualism unless it is already presupposed that the human body is an isolated or closed system. But for the physicalist to presuppose that is just for them to beg the question against interactionist dualism, for that is the very point of the debate between the physicalist and the interactionist dualist. There is a genuine dilemma here for the physicalist in trying to press this objection. The more absolute they try to make the conservation principle, the harder it becomes to justify it empirically. The more they try to weaken it, the less it will be able to disconfirm dualism. As Rickabaugh and Moreland say, if the conservation law is too strong, then it cannot be scientifically confirmed, but if it is too weak, then it cannot exclude soul-body causation. But leaving everything that has already been said aside, there is a further problem with the conservation of energy objection to dualism. It further assumes that causal interaction can only take place by way of energy transfer between systems or entities. But is it true that causal interaction always requires a transfer of energy? Not at all. Quantum mechanics clearly falsifies this assumption. Again, Collins explains, underlying the energy conservation objection is the idea that causal interaction requires an exchange of energy. Even apart from the considerations based on general relativity in the last section, this idea is deeply problematic within contemporary physics for an independent reason. Specifically, quantum mechanics, the cornerstone of modern physics, provides a good case of interaction without either energy or momentum exchange. In quantum mechanics, there are law-like correlations between attributes of distantly separated particles without energy exchange. These quantum correlations, therefore, show that positing an interaction, or at least a correlation, between the mind and brain that does not involve an energy exchange or any other mediating field has precedent in current physics, thus severely weakening the energy conservation objection. So the soul need not be creating new energy in order to cause bodily movements. It could merely be directing, guiding, or redistributing the existing energy to perform certain tasks. C.D. Broad offers such a proposal saying, minds neither add energy to nor abstract it from the body. What they do, if they do anything, is to determine that, at a given moment, so much energy shall change from the chemical form to the form of bodily movement, and they determine this, so far as we can see, without altering the total amount of energy in the physical world. But even if the soul does create new energy to cause bodily movement, there is not, at present, any reason to think that contemporary neuroscience has somehow ruled this out. As Stuart Gautz observes, in light of the general ignorance of what goes on in people's brains, it is simply false to claim, as some do, that we have overwhelming scientific empirical evidence that every event in our brains, or physical bodies, can be completely explained in terms of deterministic or sufficient physical causes. Indeed, if the soul is creating energy, there is no reason to think that it might not be so minimal as to be imperceptible. As Rickabaugh and Moreland say, let us suppose that an exercise of active power involved in a free action does, in fact, involve the mental creation of energy. Why have we not detected the increase in energy in, say, the brain that results from free action? We're not sure anyone has tried to look for such energy, but it is plausible that it may be so slight and insignificant that it cannot be detected. Think of the massive amount of energy in the water held back by Hoover Dam. Now suppose someone flips a switch with his finger, and this opens up the dam, releasing all that potential energy. The energy it took to flip the switch is real, but so small compared to the energy released by the dam opening that it would be undetectable. This may very well be what is going on with mental causation, which triggers the release of comparatively large amounts of potential energy stored in the brain and body. Lastly, the energy conservation objection to dualism, if it applies at all, applies equally to physicalism. For if the physical mind is to have any causal influence over the body which is not merely the result of the physical constituents of the mind, then the physical mind would have to likewise be injecting new energy into the system, and so violating the conservation of energy. As Brenner argues, the parody is targeted specifically against the view that composite physical persons cause effects which are not overdetermined by the causal activities of their parts. If composite physical persons cause effects which are not overdetermined by the causal activities of their parts, this would also seem to violate energy conservation for precisely the same reason why the causal interaction of immaterial souls with physical objects is alleged to violate energy conservation. The concern with souls is that in order to have effects in the physical world, a soul would have to inject some energy into the total system of physical objects, since the soul's causal impact cannot be accounted for in terms of the causal activities of its body or any other physical object. The analogous concern for composite physical persons is that in order for the composite physical person to have some causal impact which is not overdetermined by the causal activities of its parts, it will need to inject energy into the total system of physical objects above and beyond the energy involved in the causal activities of its parts. If an immaterial soul's having this sort of causal effect would violate energy conservation, the analogous causal effect of a composite physical person would violate energy conservation as well. I have argued up until now that there is no need to decide between dualism and the conservation of energy. But just as a final point, in view of the evidence we have already considered in this series for the immateriality of the mind, and in view of the weakness of the evidence for the conservation of energy, if we really did have to choose between dualism and the conservation of energy, it seems clear to me that the totality of the evidence favors the truth of dualism. That is to say, if there were a genuine competition between dualism and the conservation of energy, the strength of the evidence for dualism would simply falsify the assumption of the conservation of energy. As Karl Popper and John Eccles put it, to assume that Michelangelo's works are simply the result of molecular movements and nothing else seems to me very much more absurd than the assumption of some slight and probably unmeasurable violation of the first law of thermodynamics. And Richard Fumerton adds, there is no stronger reason to commit oneself to a property than the fact that one finds oneself phenomenologically acquainted with the property. Acquaintance is a real relation, and its obtaining is contemporaneous with the existence of its object. One can't use a razor to slice away from one's ontology, one's searing pain. If you can't find a causal role for it to play, then it is obviously a mistake to use the fact that something plays a causal role as a criterion for whether or not it exists. Thus, to sum up the 7 responses to the conservation of energy objection, first, we have seen that, as with so many objections to dualism, it only applies to interactionist dualism. Therefore, even if successful, it doesn't rule out dualism itself, but only one variation of dualism. Second, we have seen that the conservation of energy is now recognized to only hold within closed or isolated systems. Due to general relativity, we now know that energy is not conserved on a global scale. Third, I have shown that any attempt to apply the conservation of energy to the human person on the grounds that the human body is a closed system will straightforwardly beg the question against dualism. Fourth, I have pointed out that this objection assumes that causal interaction between the mind and body can only take place by way of energy transfer, but due to quantum mechanics, this too is known to be false. Fifth, contemporary neuroscience can neither confirm nor deny the possibility that new energy is indeed added to the brain, and may not even be capable of doing so, given that the amount of energy created could be so small as to be imperceptible. Sixth, the objection can be shown to apply equally to physicalism if it works at all. And seventh, if we really did have to choose between the conservation of energy and dualism, the strong evidence for dualism simply swamps whatever evidence exists for the conservation of energy. In this video, I have considered and critiqued the 6 major objections to substance dualism. I have examined the idea that immaterial substances are unintelligible, the argument from psychophysical correlations between mental states and brain states, the interaction problem, the pairing problem, the causal closure objection, and the conservation of energy objection. In almost all cases, these objections only apply to interactionist forms of dualism and can also be reversed into equivalent objections to physicalism. Most of them also suffer from numerous other shortcomings. Considered alongside the positive case for substance dualism, which we have explored in previous videos, the case against substance dualism cannot be said to be very imposing. Consequently, I take substance dualism to be established decisively. I wholeheartedly agree with J.P. Moreland when he concludes, "There is a low quality of argumentation when it comes to evaluating substance dualism when it is related to philosophy of mind. Most strong naturalists are exceptionally capable philosophers, and the quality of their argumentation is evident when they defend a certain version of physicalism or criticize alternatives. But when it comes to stating and criticizing substance dualism, the quality dips considerably." In the first video of this series, I explained how one can adopt broadly three positions with respect to the mind-body problem: physicalism, dualism, or idealism. I then spent the next several videos extensively arguing against physicalism and in favor of substance dualism. We examined several reasons for believing that the mind is not a physical entity. However, I am well aware that there is a certain segment of idealists within my audience who have patiently waited through this series and are now thinking, yes, you've established that the mind is immaterial, but that doesn't prove substance dualism because we idealists also believe that the mind is immaterial. In fact, we believe everything is immaterial. So why prefer substance dualism to idealism? This video is my attempt to answer that lingering question. Idealism is the metaphysical position that everything is mental or that all is mind. It can be thought of as the polar opposite of materialism. Whereas materialism says that everything is comprised of matter and that nothing immaterial exists, idealism goes in the other direction, saying that everything is immaterial and that nothing material exists. As John Heil says, idealists reject the materialist side of the dualist picture. All that exists, they contend, are minds and their contents. Idealists do not simply deny that external material objects exist, they contend that an external material world is literally unthinkable. The thesis that objects exist outside the mind is judged not false, but unintelligible. Substance dualists like myself are between these two extremes and wish to affirm both that there are material and immaterial entities. The idealist tradition was popularized by George Berkeley in the 18th century and became one of the major theories on offer during that time. But with the advances of modern science in the early 20th century, the popularity of idealism began to wane. Today, it is defended by a small but vocal minority of philosophers like Bernardo Kastrup and John Foster. I wouldn't even address it were it not for the fact that various influential Christian YouTubers, such as Inspiring Philosophy, Christian Idealism, and Invoking Theism, promote idealism and have convinced many Christian apologists who are active on YouTube of idealism. Since that is the bulk of my audience, I would be remiss if I did not at least offer something in the way of a reason to prefer substance dualism to idealism. There are, of course, a variety of arguments for idealism. I don't want to get too bogged down here, but I should probably say something about them. In my experience, there are broadly two types of idealists. There are those who favor purely philosophical arguments for idealism, and those who favor empirical or scientific arguments for idealism. The most famous example of the former type of idealist would be George Berkeley himself. He notoriously offered what has been called the master argument for idealism. It is supposed to show that the notion of mind-independent objects is unintelligible. As Berkeley put it, I am content to put the whole upon this issue. If you can but conceive it possible for one extended movable substance, or in general, for any one idea, or anything like an idea, to exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving it, I shall readily give up the cause. But you say, surely there is nothing easier than to imagine trees, for instance, in a park, or books existing in a closet, and nobody by to perceive them. I answer, you may so, there is no difficulty in it. But what is all this, I beseech you, more than framing in your mind certain ideas which you call books and trees, and at the same time omitting to frame the idea of any one that may perceive them? But do not you yourself perceive or think of them all the while? This, therefore, is nothing to the purpose. It only shows you have the power of imagining or forming ideas in your mind, but it doth not show that you can conceive it possible the objects of your thought may exist without the mind. To make out this, it is necessary that you conceive them existing unconceived or unthought of, which is a manifest repugnancy. When we do our utmost to conceive the existence of external bodies, we are, all the while, only contemplating our own ideas. But the mind, taking no notice of itself, is deluded to think it can and doth conceive bodies existing unthought of or without the mind, though, at the same time, they are apprehended by or exist in itself. So the idea is that we cannot actually conceive of mind-independent objects because in order to conceive of them, we would have to be conceiving. Berkeley's argument surely seems vulnerable to the criticism that it conflates representation with what is represented. Berkeley seems to be confusing what it is that we conceive with the things we are conceiving of. In other words, thoughts can be about things beyond themselves. So even if I must have a thought to think about a mind-independent object, it doesn't follow that the thought can only be about itself or about other thoughts. As Ali Hassan observes, it is of course true that I cannot conceive of some possible object, like a tree, without having an idea that is about it or that represents it. In that sense, I cannot conceive of something that is in fact not conceived by me, but that is trivial. How is that supposed to show that it is incoherent to think of the possibility that a tree exists without someone's having an idea about it? In thinking about this possibility, I am having an idea of a tree, but my having an idea of a tree is not part of what I am thinking about. In fact, I am thinking about the possibility that there is a tree that is not conceived of by anyone, that there is no idea anyone has of it. That is the sort of possibility that my idea is about, and that idea has not been shown to be incoherent or contradictory. The argument will be tempting only if one does not distinguish carefully between the mental representation and what it represents or is about, between that which we conceive with and that which we conceive of. There are, of course, more modern and updated defenses of Berkeley's argument. Probably the best modern reconstruction I have come across is the major argument of John Foster's excellent book, The Case for Idealism. Foster's argument is highly technical and probably deserves a video all its own to be adequately assessed. But for the sake of keeping this video manageable, I'll move on with the observation that most online idealists that make this argument, in my experience, are making arguments much more like Berkeley's than Foster's. And I think that what I have said is sufficient to overcome Berkeley's argument. Turning now to the other type of idealist, the arguments from this camp purport to be scientific. Modern advances in the study of quantum mechanics are supposed to support the truth of idealism. In particular, the double slit experiment and the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment feature prominently in such arguments. As Inspiring Philosophy explains,
discoveries and equations formulated to explain the bizarre quantum world began to baffle physicists. The universe did not seem to be fundamentally deterministic at the bottom level, but probabilistic. The mathematics essentially described that particles would exist in a state of a wave function, which is nothing more than a mathematical probability of multiple possible states of where the particle could be. But upon measurement from an observer, the wave function would collapse to one position. But that implied outside observers were necessary to collapse the wave function and bring about the physical existence of the fundamental particles that make up reality, which many scientists philosophically could not accept. How could outside observers be responsible for the actual result and the collapse of the particle, instead of us simply observing nature to see how it behaves on its own? How could the most fundamental particles of nature be dependent on our observations, instead of just acting independently? The famous double-slit experiment reveals how odd the rules of quantum mechanics are. Physicists were interested if particles acted like waves or little balls of matter. Using a single-slit and double-slit experiment, we can determine how they behave. For comparison, when balls are shot through a single slit, they would create a single band on the other side where they land. And when they are shot through a double slit, they would reveal two bands on the other side. However, when a wave goes through a single slit, it would reveal a wave-like pattern with intensity in the middle. And when several waves go through a double slit, they interfere with each other, creating an interference pattern. So shooting particles through a double slit should reveal if they act like waves or particles. In various double slit experiments, particles were fired through a single slit, and the results revealed that particles were acting like waves. The particles go through both slits, and the wave-like properties interfere with each other, causing an interference pattern. However, something strange happened when we tried to shoot one particle at a time. This way, multiple particles with wave-like properties cannot interfere with each other. Even so, when one particle was fired at a time, we still observed an interference pattern. The interesting thing that is happening is each particle is arriving at a specific spot on the back screen, meaning they seem to be acting like little bits of matter, not as waves of energy. However, after several particles are fired individually, an interference pattern starts to emerge. But how could that be if they are going through individually and not interfering with each other? The conclusion was reached. Each particle goes through not as a wave of energy, but as a wave of potentialities. A wave of all the possible paths it could take, interferes with itself, knowing which are the most likely landing spots and which are the least likely, and then collapses to one definite position once it is observed on the back film. In other words, all the possible paths exist simultaneously in a mathematical sense until the particle collapses to one location and it's observed on the back film. So physicists attempted to figure out what was happening at the double slit. They placed a measuring device there, but when they did this, the particles changed how they behaved and acted like tiny balls, revealing a pattern of two bands. The very act of observing at the slit, or having knowledge of the path the particles took, caused them to behave differently. What we chose to measure, whether to check to find out which slit they went through, or check to see which pattern they formed on the back film, determines the way the particles act and behave. Thus, physicists inferred nothing was physically certain until an observer made a measurement. These implications show consciousness is not a product of physical interactions in the brain, because if it was, it would also need to be collapsed as well. But the evidence implies the need for something not bound by the same laws of quantum mechanics, which can cause the ultimate collapse for all of matter. Otherwise, there is no logical explanation for what causes collapse in the existence of matter. So if experiments show an observer is needed to cause collapse, and all of matter is bound by these same rules, then the most logical inference is consciousness is ultimately and philosophically the cause of the collapse of the wave function, and the physical existence of matter itself. Quantum mechanics, the very fundamental nature of reality, leads us to the idea consciousness is not physical and is more real than matter itself. The evidence infers there is no escape. We have to face the reality that the physical makeup of space-time is dependent on conscious observers. As Eugene Wigner said, the laws of quantum mechanics cannot be formulated without recourse to the concept of consciousness. Henry Stapp says, the solution hinges not on quantum randomness, but rather on the dynamical effects within quantum theory of the intention and attention of the observer. Stephen Barr says, human beings are observers, and perhaps the only observers. This fact clearly has potentially huge implications for the question of whether the human mind is entirely reducible to physics and mathematics. The very fundamental nature of matter implies consciousness is not a product of it, but that the opposite is true. Physical matter is a product of consciousness, thus leading to an idealistic or dualistic approach to reality. The physical universe is a product of mind, and the very fundamental pieces of reality require an observer. The old view of materialism is inadequate in fitting the data. There are simply no hidden variables and no interpretation of quantum mechanics that cannot account for the data without being ad hoc. Reality is dependent on conscious observers. As Nobel Prize winner Eugene Wigner said, while a number of philosophical ideas may be logically consistent with present quantum mechanics, materialism is not.
Now, up front, I will fully admit to not being terribly familiar with the science of quantum mechanics, but I do have an inherent skepticism about trying to draw any firm metaphysical conclusions about the fundamental nature of reality from scientific evidence, and this is especially so when it comes to a field of study as uncertain, experimental, and controversial as quantum mechanics. It surely seems to me that arguments for idealism based upon experiments in quantum mechanics are entirely dependent upon a particular interpretation of the results of those experiments, known as the Copenhagen interpretation. That interpretation, although popular, is by no means required. Indeed, arguably one needs an overarching metaphysical theory of the world in order to even draw any interpretation from these experiments at all. And if that is right, then one certainly cannot draw any conclusions about the truth of idealism from these experiments. Those more knowledgeable in this area than myself agree with this basic assessment. For example, Ivan the Heathen explains,
the first point that I want to make is just the basic point in philosophy of science that theory is underdetermined by evidence. All this really means is that for any given collection of observation statements that a scientific theory is constructed to account for, it is always possible to construct more than one scientific theory which accounts equally well for all of the observation statements in the set. For any set of observations, you can construct at least two, and in fact probably an infinite number of theories, which make different starting assumptions, but which account for all of the facts that you'd like to account for. And if you expand the set of observation statements, you may rule out some of the theories that previously couldn't be ruled out, but you'd never be able to narrow it down just to one theory. So theory is always underdetermined by evidence. No set of observation statements, however large, can ever narrow things down to the point where just one scientific theory and only one scientific theory can account for the evidence in question. Now, the second point I want to make ties in with the first point. And that is that because in science theory is underdetermined by evidence, the only way in which one can distinguish between alternative scientific theories, which all equally account for the same set of observation statements, is by the initial metaphysical assumptions made by those theories. Now, they don't always have to be metaphysical assumptions, but generally they are, and they are assumptions of some sort. The theories can only be distinguished by reference to those things. And this leads to an important point. Scientific theories can make background assumptions which are false, but if one can go from those false assumptions to the construction of a theoretical model which nevertheless is able to account for the observations that one has to account for, that scientific theory is adequate. Even though its assumptions may be true or false or what have you, there's no ontological commitment to the truth of those assumptions. And what all of that means is that with any scientific theory whatsoever, one must come at the theory with a framework of philosophical and metaphysical background assumptions which frame how one is to interpret the observations that one has to collate together and explain within the scientific theory that one's proposing. So, every scientific theory has certain background metaphysical assumptions, and those metaphysical assumptions describe and set limits to how one can interpret and understand the data that one gathers from observations. Those data, together with those metaphysical assumptions, give you limits as to, or parameters, as to what your theoretical models can look like in your scientific theories. Okay? And scientific theories are always going to be limited by those background assumptions. Now, most physicists and most scientists in general really make certain philosophical and metaphysical assumptions unconsciously or without realizing it. And I think that this was the case with Heisenberg and Bohr. They make certain assumptions about metaphysics, don't realize that they're doing it, and they thereby unwittingly set up parameters to the interpretation of their physical data that constrain what their theories can look like. And as often happens, they're not going to be very attentive to those background philosophical assumptions that they're making. And when they're not attentive to these things, they will often make the mistake of claiming that their scientific work refutes or at least or argues for or poses objections against some metaphysical or ontological thesis or other. And this is a mistake. So, having made this point, that all scientific theories can only be and must necessarily be formulated within the framework of certain metaphysical assumptions, whether implicit or explicit, what does this have to do with quantum mechanics? Well, Bohr and Heisenberg made two assumptions about how to interpret quantum theory and the results of things like the double slit experiment. And metaphysically speaking, these two assumptions are absolute whoppers. And not only are they absolute whoppers, but it is completely impossible, even in principle, to justify them using physics alone. And the assumptions are as follows. Assumption number one is that the mathematical description of particles as existing in a superposition probability distribution prior to observation actually refers to a real phenomenon. There is no justification whatsoever within quantum mechanics for that claim. None. There is no reason to take the mathematical apparatus that Heisenberg and Bohr devised and claim that the structures proposed by that apparatus refer to anything in reality. That is just something that they assumed. Now, remember the earlier point that I made, that scientific theories need not always make realistic initial assumptions. The only things that they need to do is to generate correct predictions. Now, the mathematical description of unobserved objects existing in a joint superposition enables one to correctly predict the behavior of objects in all sorts of quantum mechanical experiments. But that does not imply that the mathematical description of objects in a statistical superposition, once they are unobserved, refers to the actual state of those objects when they in fact are unobserved. This is a simple reification error. They're taking a mathematical construct which was designed simply to produce a useful model which can generate accurate predictions, and they're imputing ontological status to it in a way that is completely unjustified. And it is completely unjustified because quantum mechanics itself cannot provide the justification for doing this. That assumption, in fact, is one of the background philosophical assumptions of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which enables that interpretation to even be able to make sense out of any experimental data. The other assumption is also a whopper, and that assumption is that if an object does not have definite ascertainable, does not have properties which are definitely ascertainable and measurable, that is, if the properties of an object are not such as can be precisely measured and determined, then that object doesn't have those properties and therefore doesn't exist. That's a whopper of an assumption, and it's a blatant foray into metaphysics. The only way to give an argument for that claim is to provide a philosophical argument for it. You can't do this with physics alone. That's very important to understand. I hope that's clear. And the final point that I want to make is that if you take those two assumptions and you conjoin them together, you get something that's rather shocking. So take the assumption number one says that when objects are not observed, they actually do exist in a joint mathematical superposition such that none of their quantum properties are precisely ascertainable. And assumption 2 says that if the quantum properties of some particle are not precisely ascertainable, then that particle doesn't exist. Now, if you conjoin those two assumptions, you get the proposition that a particle which is not being observed or measured does not exist. That's idealism, okay? That is the central claim of idealism, that all of those things in reality, or what we take to be reality, which are not being consciously perceived or measured, if you like, by some mind, do not exist. That which is not perceived does not exist. That is idealism. Those two background assumptions, which frame the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, when combined, entail idealism. And so what that means is that the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics doesn't prove idealism, it presupposes it. It presupposes idealism and then interprets the data of quantum mechanical experiments within that context, within that philosophical and metaphysical context. But commenters like Johann Ratz or Inspiring Philosophy or any of 1,000 other pseudo-mystics or pop science commentators have not been sufficiently attentive to things like philosophical premises and so on, and a lot of physicists have been complicit in this as well, that they have made the mistake of thinking that the interpretive framework for quantum mechanics is metaphysically neutral, and that when they examine its results and interpret it and provide theories for it, that all of that is metaphysically neutral, that it has no preset metaphysical commitments, and they think that these results, that these metaphysical conclusions, a metaphysical conclusion like idealism, just purely follows from the quantum mechanical results. No, the quantum mechanical results are interpreted within an idealistic framework because the two assumptions of the Copenhagen interpretation that I mentioned entail idealism. And they entail idealism without even having to go into a discussion of the physics. And so it's no surprise that people who subscribe to the Copenhagen interpretation are pushed into saying things like that the conscious observer plays a fundamental role in the collapse of the wave function. All that conclusion is baked into the background assumptions of the Copenhagen interpretation, which are present before you even start doing experiments. So it's no surprise that that's arrived at. So what I would say is that quantum mechanics doesn't prove idealism, it presupposes it.
In the previous section, I briefly surveyed two popular arguments for idealism and showed that neither of them succeed in establishing the truth of idealism. But now I want to explore the main reason why I am not an idealist. Earlier we saw that there are different varieties of idealism. Most contemporary idealists are not of the subjective, solipsistic sort. They do affirm the existence of a reality outside of one's own personal consciousness. They just maintain that the external world is itself constituted by consciousness. And in the case of theistic idealists, the world is constituted by God's consciousness. In this way, they attempt to maintain a distinction between the stuff in our minds and the stuff out there. As John Foster explains, it is almost inevitable that the idealist will see the sensory organization as imposed on human subjects by something outside the sensory realm, and indeed outside the realm of human mentality altogether. In other words, he will suppose that there is some form of external reality, a reality which is separate from and logically independent of the realm of human mentality, which causally controls the course of human sensory experience, and whose modes of control form the sensory organization. In this respect, the idealist will find himself in agreement with the realist, who also accepts that there is an external reality which plays this causal role. But whereas the realist equates this reality with the physical world, the idealist takes it to be something which underlies the physical world, something which sustains the constraints on experience by which, wholly or in part, the physical world is created. I will call this version of idealism dual aspect idealism. It is my view that this is the only plausible sort of idealism. My central objection to it is that, by adopting a duality of aspects, this sort of idealism is rendered virtually identical to substance dualism. For substance dualists, one of the defining features of mental entities is their essentially private nature. By this, I mean that mental entities, such as ideas, thoughts, emotions, sensory impressions, and so on, belong essentially to a single individual and can only be accessed directly by the individual to whom they belong. So, for example, if I have the thought that blue is my favorite color, I am able to ascertain this fact directly by introspection. I don't need to undergo any sort of investigation to learn this. Furthermore, I am the only one who can know this fact in this direct sort of way. Other people might be able to infer this from the sort of car I drive or the clothes I wear, or perhaps they can learn it from me simply telling them that blue is my favorite color. But the thought itself is only directly accessible to me. Physical or material facts, by contrast, are the sorts of things which are, or at least can be, public. They can be accessed by many different individuals. For example, the precise contours of Mount Rushmore can impress themselves upon an entire crowd of people at the same time and in approximately the same way. These contours do not belong to any one person in a crowd of people looking at Mount Rushmore. They are publicly accessible to everyone. In this way, for the substance dualist, physical objects are very different from mental objects. As E.J. Lowe puts it, by a public object, I mean one that can be perceived by more than one person, so that this class includes not only material objects such as tables and trees, but also what we might call phenomenal objects such as rainbows, reflections, and shadows. By a private object, I mean one that can be perceived directly by only one person. This distinction between publicly available and privately accessible facts not only appears quite obvious on its face, but it is likewise critical to preserving the idea that certain thoughts and ideas belong to particular individuals. If ideas are not really private entities, but are actually as public as any other physical fact, then it becomes unclear in what sense they belong exclusively to just one person. What makes it the case that my ideas are really mine, if not the fact that I alone have direct and unmediated access to them? If other agents could access ideas in the same way that I can, what distinguishes any particular idea as being uniquely mine? As Brandon Rickabaugh and J.P. Moreland argue, notice that even if you could access the contents of my phenomenal state, it would not follow that you share my mental state. Suppose that you've studied my brain to the degree that you can, with a high rate of accuracy, recognize that I am recalling a memory. You would have access to facts about the content of my mental state, that it is a memory. Still, you would not have access to the perspectival content of my phenomenal state. You would not stand in the ontological relation of self-presentation between me and my mental state. Therefore, privacy is true. Now, the dual aspect idealist wants to preserve this distinction. They want to maintain that my own ideas and perceptions and the like are private to myself, whereas Mount Rushmore and other external objects are public. Nevertheless, they also wish to claim that these external objects are still mental entities. The issue, though, is that it's no longer clear what the defining characteristics of a mental entity are if publicly available facts, which can be equally accessed by different minds, are allowed to qualify. The substance dualist is able to clearly demarcate between mental and physical objects by appealing to their private or public statuses, respectively. As Catalin Farkas puts it, my proposal is that the mental realm is nothing but the subject matter of the cognitive capacity that endows me with special access, that is, the area that is known by me in a way that is known by no one else. But the dual aspect idealist wants to say that mental entities are capable of being either public or private. If that is how things are, then the word mental appears to have lost any substantive meaning. It's just become a label for anything that exists. So the substance dualist and the dual aspect idealist are in agreement that there are these two types of entities which behave differently. Some are public in the sense of being equally accessible to multiple parties, and some are private in the sense of being directly accessible to just one individual. The dualist labels the private entities as mental. The dual aspect idealist agrees, but wants to also label the public entities as mental. However, in doing this, they strip mentality of the very properties which would make it mental in the view of the dualist. This seems to lead us to the conclusion, then, that the disagreement between the dualist and the dual aspect idealist is merely semantic and not substantive. They are both in agreement regarding the sorts of entities which exist. Furthermore, they are both in agreement on the way in which these sorts of entities behave. They both agree that the stuff in our heads acts differently than the stuff we encounter in the world. The only disagreement regards if those public entities should carry the label mental. If the substance dualist conception of mentality is adopted, then it is trivially true that public entities cannot be mental entities, and it's not clear that the dual aspect idealist has a better definition of mentality on offer. But even if they do, the point remains that this reduces to a mere semantic disagreement between the substance dualist and the dual aspect idealist. Consequently, my fundamental reason for not being an idealist is that what I regard as the most plausible type of idealism, that is, dual aspect idealism, cannot be substantively distinguished from the very sort of substance dualism which I already embrace. We are agreed upon the existence of public and private entities, and merely disagree about how widely to apply the label mental. I end up in the dualist camp because the dualist seems to have a clear and well-motivated understanding of the mental, which he restricts to just those private entities. The idealist, by contrast, just introduces needless confusion by insisting that public entities are also mental entities, despite behaving very differently than private entities. This video has explored metaphysical idealism. I have tried to give a clear and fair analysis of idealism. I have considered and rejected the major arguments which have been used to support idealism. Finally, I have argued that the only plausible version of idealism cannot meaningfully distinguish itself from substance dualism, and ends up merely being in semantic disagreement with substance dualism. For these reasons, I count myself a substance dualist rather than an idealist.